Hello and welcome to the Agency Growth Summit, everyone. We feel incredibly proud to bring you 27 expert speakers over the next 2 days. They'll share sharp, actionable insight on how you could accelerate your agency's growth. As you all know, this event is the official launch of the Agency Growth Book 2024 edition, and this 150-page book is edited by Jonathan Leaf, and I'd like to invite him to join me on this broadcast right now. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi,
how are you doing?
Great to see
Great
you.
to see you. Great to see you again. I mean, you helped us so much last time. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you for being our guest editor this time.
It's been a great pleasure.
The pleasure is all ours. And Jonathan, you've done an incredible job of bringing together this lineup that we will be broadcasting over the next 2 days. And could you tell us a bit about the book? I mean, how it came together, the story of it, and what you think is the important bits about it.
Yeah, I think there's probably a few strands to it, actually. I think probably everybody's felt it's been a tough year. So sometimes when it's a tough year, you've just got to go back to the basics. So I was keen to pull together a sort of like an elite team of agency advisors and some keynote speakers that basically know their stuff. They've all been through it. In fact, I'm pretty sure every single person who has contributed to the book has owned an agency at some stage in their careers. So those guys have been there and seen it and done it. And I think sometimes when you're up against it, you just want to go back to basics and read some really good, hard, easy to action advice. And we've got that in droves this year, Baris.
I highly I'm all for that, because in my own personal careers, whenever there's a setback, I mean, I won't say easiest, but the most let's say humane thing to do is to focus on what you know actually works, rather than venturing out and trying something super extra out there. So I hear you on that one. And on the lineup today, and you put together all the articles, you read them. And can you pick a few for us, and what are you looking forward to in the coming 2 days?
Yeah, well, I mean, I know probably half the speakers personally. There's others that I don't, that I just know them from online. And there's a couple that stand out actually. Is Felix is always a really good, interesting person to listen to. He has done so much. I've spent a bit of time with Felix, having lunch and things like that. He's got fantastic stories. He really knows his stuff. He understands the American market really well, which is very distinct to the European market. We've got some fantastic female founders as well, which I really wanted to get. I mean, we could have had more, to be honest. There was a couple that we tried to get who just couldn't make it for whatever reason. But we've got Nikki Gatenby, we've got Jane Entwistle as well. I mean, and they're really, I look up to them, and there's something about female founders that's just something quite special, actually, because they've, in lots of ways, without sounding condescending, they probably had to do 2, 3, 4 times as much to get where they are, and they're really great to listen to as well. And I know these girls personally, and they're just fantastic. So I'm looking forward to that, of course. But on the basics and what's coming down the line next year, of course, is AI is a big topic. I think we've been kicking it around like a football this year, but I think it's then going to start biting next year, and we're all going to have to know everything about it. So we've got a couple of people speaking about that. There's certainly a very good article about that as well. So we'll just see how that goes.
Perfect, fantastic. I think I'm all with you on the latest one as well. I mean, I admire everything you said, but the AI one is going to be interesting, because, like you said, this year it's been like everyone's been talking about it. But next year it feels like it's going to come back and really change things around. So it's really important to know what we're going to do about that. So my last question to you, and for the agencies, for the agency founders, owners listening right now, and they are like more than 80% of our audience anyway. So if you're an agency founder, if you're listening to this right now, Jonathan, what's your message to them? How should they use the book?
Well, use it as a complete guide. I mean, in all honesty, when I've been reading all of the articles, and when I've read all of the articles, and I've been going through making notes, I mean, I've learned so much stuff. I've got probably a week's worth of things to think about just from me reading it. And I thought I know quite a bit about the agency world, but there's always more to learn. And we've got these experts that really know their subject in a great way, whether it be sales, whether it be operations, whether it's just being a founder. So we've got some really good pointers. I mean, the thing about it is, read it, find out the bits that really work for you, and then just action them, get on with it.
Perfect. One other thing you can do with the book is all the articles have links to the authors. So if something really catches your eye that you want to really follow up on, just click that button and really connect to the author, and I'm sure they'll be open to a discussion.
Look, all of the people that I know are really open. This is a really unusual thing about this industry. We like to talk about stuff. We like to share ideas. You know, we're not closed shop. We'll all get around the agency. There's quite a few of us get around the table, and we just share ideas. We share what's going on. We share our woes. And ostensibly, I guess we're in competition with each other. But actually, when we come together, we just want to help the industry. You know, we're all there to support the industry and agency founders because we know what it's like. And you know, and any support you can get from experts is always got to be a good thing. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you for this quick intro. And now it's time to start our program. Today, we'll be covering topics like sales best practices, profitability, what's new in 2024, and others. And tomorrow is going to be leadership, team, inspiring female leadership, and governance. But today, before anything else, our first speaker is Jonathan himself. He'll be talking about building a sustainable and successful agency. So over to you, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so all really an agency starts with its position and pricing. I know there's been a lot of talk about, you know, creating that niche for yourself and deciding where you live and what type of clients to attract, etc., and what sort of pricing to charge as well. So I've come up with a few small concepts here that everybody can action, and I'm more than happy to reach out to anybody, or if anybody wants to reach out to me, I can discuss it in more detail. But I've found that these small concepts really help your thinking process. So there only really are 5 places to be in the agency world. You can just be a generic supplier. In other words, you can say, well, I've got a list of services. What do you want? And a client will come on board and say, right, I want that, 100 quid, off you go, done. Or you can start to move towards the right, which I highly recommend. And most agencies do this, but probably aren't realizing they're doing this. So a competent agency is a generic supplier who's better at it. As simple as that. So they might get a slightly higher price point, but still they're not in that area where clients come to them and are happy to sort of pay quite a lot of money to get what they want from them. So you've got to move at least towards the middle, which is the expert area. Now, an expert will challenge. A client will come on and you'll say, well, actually, you've said that, but we've got a better idea for you, or you really should start to think about the other things. In other words, what that agency is going to do in the expert area is they're going to push back, and the client is going to listen to them and take that on board. Further to the right, you start to become that specialist. So you're an expert, but you've got a specialist knowledge in a particular area. It might be a vertical industry, i.e. healthcare or financial, or it could be in a particular service. So you might be the best in the business in SEO, or you might be the best PPC buyer, or the best video, or who knows, but the specialist area is a really good place to be. Or you could be that very elusive one where you're that unicorn, where there literally is probably 1 in 1,000 agencies that can actually do what you can. Now, that's incredibly rare, but it's still a great place to be if you can get there. I don't know many people that have got there, but I know plenty of specialists. I know a lot of experts. I know hundreds and thousands of competent ones and tens of thousands of generic ones. So you start to get my idea behind this. Now, clients always come in at competent. So they just want someone who can do a good job well that they can't do themselves. So as an agency owner, what you've got to do is you've got to drag them to the right. You've got to say, we're experts in this, or we're specialists in this. And that helps you justify the amount you're going to charge them. So the knowledge and expertise does matter, because what happens is that when you get there, you go from generic on the left-hand side, where you can charge just a very basic rate, to the right-hand side where you're either an expert, a specialist, or a unicorn, and you can charge basically what you like, you know, what you can justify and what clients are prepared to pay. If you think about your buying habits in the real world, whether it be legal services, accountancy services, or anything, This exists exactly the same. For a specialist legal counsel, you're going to be paying thousands of pounds per day. For a basic legal clerk or a will, you're going to be paying £100. So you can see the difference there. It's very, very important to remember that. But it's not just about that. There has to be something in it for everyone when you're actually doing your agency. And there only are three parts to the agency. And this is my three triangles. It's almost like I like to call it the triangle of happiness, because if you can get this right, it just works. Your agency will always work. And it starts at the top by acquiring the very, very best clients. And what do clients want from an agency? Well, there could be lots of different things, but basically they're always going to want great service. They're going to want excellent work and fair prices. And as I just described, those fair prices could be something which is competent, or which is something which they're going to get more specialist services from you. So that's what clients want. And you have to think about their needs all the time when you're building your agency. But without a team to service the clients, you have nothing. So you have to build that team around interesting work for them, career development potentially, fair salaries, obviously, and most importantly now, I think, is empathetic leadership. Gone are the days 10, 20, 30 years ago where it was control and command and the boss just told everybody to do what they wanted to do. Now it's much more nuanced. So you have to spend a lot of time growing your skill set around this. And of course, from the ownership perspective, which is the ownership is going to be the founder and the leader and probably some of the managers as well. You want profitability, you want growth, and you want no surprises as well. And when I mean no surprises, it means you can cope with a client leaving, or you can cope with one of the team leaving. You can just cope. So it's all building this ecosystem of the three pillars of clients, team, and ownership. If you remember this triangle in your head when you're doing anything to do with the development of your agency, you can't go far wrong. It always works. The next part is most agency owners, most founders are on this conference and will be reading this book because actually they want to grow their business and they want a sustainable business. I mean, why wouldn't you? So it's triangles and towers, I'm afraid. But on the left-hand side here, the upside down triangle is so common with a early stage agency and sometimes later stage agency. They're heavy on projects. They don't have much retainer or regular work. They don't have much long-term value work, which I'll explain what that is in a minute. And so basically, if they're project heavy and the projects dry up, feast and famine kicks in. So you've got a lot of resource and then suddenly you've got nothing to do next week or next month or the next quarter, which makes it very, very difficult to plan and very, very difficult to develop the agency through the gears. So what I recommend is you move from the upside down triangle, which is called the NABLA, to the tower as soon as possible. And that means you have to start looking for different types of income streams. And those income streams aren't just project led. They might start with a project, but then they've got to move into something else. They've got to move into regular work or retainer work and hopefully some long-term value work. If I gave you an example, the easiest one probably is web design. So you build a website, but then you want to support that website. That could be through conversion rate optimization. It might need some technical support. If it's an e-commerce, it might even need more support than that. And the long-term value is the strategic element of it and saying, what do you actually want to do with this website? Is it to get business? Is it to sell stuff? There's opportunities within your clients to actually develop a business that's around your client rather than just having a start and finish relationship with your client that starts with the start of a project and the end of the project. You wave goodbye, they pay the bill, and off you go. And then you've got to find the next project. It just doesn't work. The ideal scenario over time is that you move to the pyramid. And the pyramid means that you've got fewer projects, but probably the same number of projects that you've always had. But those projects lead into extra revenue streams. So they become regular and retainer clients and much more long-term value. Just to give numbers behind this, I did this exactly with my business over a period of 3 years. I was turning over maybe around £1 million in gross profit. And we really, really focused on getting the regular and retainer clients. We wouldn't take on projects unless they had some after work. And within a 3-year period, we doubled the size of the business, and we had got pretty much 80% of our yearly income based around regular retainer and long-term value. And not only that, the other side effect was this, is profitability went up as well, because projects generally are low profit for the simple reason they do have a start point, they have an end point, they have mission creep, they have feature bloat. We all know clients keep asking for extra stuff. Unless you're really good at charging for that, it will eat into your projects. And also often the actual sale cost of getting that project to the start line is not counted. So it's very, very difficult to really judge how profitable that project was. However, I was happy with that. Often we used to lose 10% profit on our projects because we knew that they would move into regular and retainer work, which is higher profit. And the highest one is the long-term value income stream, because that work is already there. You understand how to do it. It's probably doesn't involve senior management. It's a process driven, and you send invoices every month to the client and they're happy to have that service because it works. Almost like it could be like an insurance policy or something like that. But overall, your profitability can go from 10% net to 20 to 30% following this simple idea. No, I'm a great believer in farming, and I think this is what a lot of people miss, is that the best source of new business is always your existing clients. Now, I'm not going to go into a great deal of information about this because we have got a speaker called Carl Heisman, who is literally has written the whole chapter and is doing a whole presentation on this. So I won't take any wind from his sails at all. But I'd just like you to think like farmers and say, we listen to our clients and we grow with them. If you pick a client in your stable of clients that's growing quickly and wants to work with you, then you just attach yourself to them and you grow with them. Just to give you an example, one of our clients, when they started off, they were a small building merchants. They had 6 depots maybe. Now they've got 125. So if you can find a client like that, we didn't grow that far. In fact, I'm pretty sure the agency that I had don't work with them any longer. But I think we probably grew that client maybe 5 or 6 times, or maybe even more with revenue from our perspective. So it was a really good example of just choosing the right clients to grow with and backing them. New businesses is very important, of course, but I just want to highlight this in one image. Is this so often I see this is where agencies are that fixated about new business, they forget to shut the back door or the great analogy here is that they've got the tap full on, but the plug is not gapped. The plug stopper is not there, and all the water is just leaking straight out the bath. Clients are coming through the front door, and older clients are walking out the back door because they're just not getting the service anymore. It's really, really important, and this is just like to add to how you should think like a farmer. Really important. And know the KPIs you're aiming for. This is a simple chart, and please do a screen grab on this if you want to. It basically bases on your gross profit. There's many different ways of doing this, but if your staff costs are over 60%, you just find it incredibly hard to make any money. So a target is between 40 and 60, with the optimum being 40 and the worst case scenarios being 60. The founders taking out maybe 10 and 15% with the directors, and your general overheads between 10 and 20%. And that will deliver you a net profit at the end of it, or an EBIT of between 10 and 40%. We all want that, yeah? So it's really important to understand what KPIs are driving your business as well. I go into much more detail about this in my article, and this is really at the heart of all my coaching, really, to get this absolutely right. And once you have got this right, you're on the pyramid, you can grow your business, and you just focus on getting the running the business as profitably as you possibly can. And with profit, that drives growth, it drives happiness through the team. It just gives you much more resilience as a business to have that. And then choosing the best clients, as I mentioned before. This is a little thing that I always run through with my clients. I would work out, how well do I know them? Is it going to be fun, famous, financial to work with them? Is it going to be a project regular or retainer or all of those? And are they going to treat you as a partner and supplier? And I used to grade those and mark those out of 5. And if it was they scored between 16 and 20, I would go and get that client as though my life depended on it. 11 to 15, I would consider it, depending on what was going on in the agency at the time. And if it's less than 10, I'd just walk away with it. There's nothing worse than having a bad client in your stable, or an NG vampire, which is even worse, where they're very, very demanding, always. Staff don't like working with them. They're always querying invoices. They won't pay what they should be paying, and they're always taking more resource than you're prepared to give them. So you want to get rid of those. But this has always worked for me. Get the best clients, and again, it's harder to go wrong. Your business will always be more resilient. And finally, just a quick note on your staff. Happy hens lay better eggs. So just make sure you've got the best team and the happiest team. And this is maybe slightly controversial, but what I used to do when I was grading the team was I borrowed this from the special forces. So I used to mark my team on a culture fit from 1 to 10, or high or low, and a technical competence on 1 to 10 as well. Basically, you want your staff to be in the top right-hand quadrant, the green zone. If you've got people up there, you've got them great culture fit and they're very technically competent as well. You can still have them in the lower technical competence, because there's plenty of room for people who are just really good people to have around, really good workers. They support the team, etc. But once you drop into the low culture fit, and certainly to the right one, you're into a toxic environment. And any of those red dots you see there are basically toxic people within the business. And the worst one is someone who is a really bad culture fit. Everybody hates them, and they've got really low technical competence. You've just got to deal with those as soon as possible, or else they will bring your agency down. So I've thrown a lot of stuff at you. They're very, very simple things to think about. You can hold up a mirror to your agency and say, well, how do we perform against what Jonathan's just said? And just see where you are. And I think if you follow half of what I've just said, your agency will be better in the next 6 months. I pretty much guarantee it. So from me, Baris, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that. It has been a great pleasure to have you edit the book for us. Now we're up to our first panel for the day, and we're going to be talking about sales best practices. Today we have Adam Graham, Ben Potter, Robin Bond, and Carl Heisman joining us on this panel. Adam is the founder of Grey Matters and BD Matters. Ben Potter is an agency coach, and he's also with the GYDA. Robin Bond is CEO at Codefinery, and Carl Heisman is a coach and NED at so many agencies that I cannot count. Welcome to the stage, everybody.
Hello. Hey guys.
It's a pleasure having you all here, and I'm sure it's going to be a very, very fun session. So we're going to first go one by one and have your presentations. Then I'll be keeping my eye on the chat as well. And we'll have some time in the end to collectively take questions and chat amongst us. All good?
All good.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
So I'm going to start with Adam. Adam, who has been cutting it really, really fine, gentlemen, joining like 10 seconds before the broadcast. Welcome, Adam. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good to be here. Sorry for cutting it so late.
That's perfectly fine. It keeps us on our toes. Yeah. So we're over to you, and you're going to be talking about should your agency's sales function be founder-led or team-led? So over to you.
Yeah, sure. And I'm happy to present slides. Yeah. Great. Bear with me 1 second. So. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Here, okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good. Cool. So I just wanted to, as I say, touch upon, founder-led sales, which was, the article that I wrote to support here. So there's a couple of just thought starters that I've got throughout the presentation. I think that you might recognize in yourself. So I just wanted to sort of talk through, what we see commonly in agencies, and how we can sort of help you through that sort of process, that journey. My background, I've worked in business development within agencies for about 20 years, worked in Omnicom and Dentsu agencies, and now we sort of do this for a lot of independents, across the world. And I think when people are going on a journey, when they found an agency, there's different sort of key milestones, I suppose, they hit throughout that, and sales has different challenges at each of those points. And so I wanted to sort of touch upon some of the things and misconceptions, I think, or the mistakes that people often or can make, throughout those stages, basically. And they're designed to be polarizing. So then it might not be any of these things. You might be a part of these things, or it might just be a time to reflect and think about whether or not you're recognizing some of these sort of behavioral traits within yourself and your organization. So I suppose one of the first things, when an agency starts, often it's to start doing more of the work they love, and sales is depending on your relationship with it has different connotations, right? And I think people need to understand how hands-on they're going to be with new business and sales, and how hands-off they're going to be, and what that relationship looks like throughout. So the first persona or so that I've kind of looked at is the ego. So often, we approach and we work with founders, and there's a sense that because that you guys may have run your agency or you've run businesses in the past, you've done it, that you kind of know everything there is to know about sales. And I think what we've seen in the last few years is that the sales role has massively evolved and transformed. There's more expectation and pressure on that role, and there's a greater diversity of skills required, right through from marketing all the way to sales and demand generation in between. And there's a sort of acceptance that just because you have got your agency to where it is, it doesn't mean that you can get it to where it needs to go in the future. And I think it's always time to bring in external support. That's why I guess a lot of you guys are here to learn and think about that outside perspective. But I think sales, it's a discipline, it's a specialist subject, and often it's misunderstood and misrepresented in agencies. We're typically the new business team, or people are 1% of an organization, like yourselves. So, often, therefore, there can be a sort of unconscious bias around understanding sales and what it is, and how to get the best out of that business development function. The next one I will touch upon is like the artist. So many agencies we see get founded. It could be someone who's very technological, strong, a developer, for instance, who wants to start a web agency. It could be a creative who wants to do more creative work, or a strategic mind who wants to do sort of more planning or more consumer insight work, for example. And often there's a thought when I start an agency, well, I guess get to do exactly what I want to do. I get to do the work that I love. The reality is that starting any business, you suddenly have to wear many hats, and some of those hats are things like sales and business development, along with operations, finance, legal, all the other HR, all the other processes that come with a business. And I think it's a misconception that people think that starting an agency, you can just sort of park this or delegate new business and not get too involved in it, whereas you can focus on doing the work. I think ultimately, no one sells the business better than you. You are the founder. You are the visionary. It's your passion. It's yours. So I think it's a real important thing to think about when you start an agency. You take on these roles and these hats, and they're not going anywhere. And the sooner you sort of get to grips with them, I think the easier new business and growing your agency does become. One of the other ones here is sort of a bit of a naivety, just around referrals. So many founders who start their agencies, for the first 3, 4, 5 years potentially, they can go quite well, and they go to their their network, they go to their previous employees, their friends, their family, their immediate people that they can reach out to, and that's where they often generate a lot of their leads from. And it's a kind of double-edged sword, and it's a gift and a curse. And whilst that can be fantastic that you're getting all this new business through, it's not sustainable, and referrals are not sustainable. Whilst you can have a referral strategy, and they should always be a core component to your new business machine, they are not enough on their own. And the bigger you grow, the more overheads you take on, the more pressures there will be on the business, and the bigger the demand on sales there will be. And so therefore referrals are not going to stand the test of time and where you need the agency to get to. So you've got to be looking at those inbound and outbound channels, and how you can utilize all of those channels and sources to generate a consistent number of leads. The work. So yes, my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. So basically, this is basically a misconception where I feel like, of course, the work is important and will lead to referrals. And if if the product's not good, then you're not going to be winning new business, right? But there's also a belief that the work is so shit hot that it just sells itself, and the inbound leads are just going to flood themselves in, through the doors. And it's just not the case. We are in such a saturated market, which with more agencies and collectives and consultants, independents, all cropping up all over the place, right? And unfortunately, no matter how good your work is, and we've sat there and I've sat on judging panels for awards, and I've seen some fantastic work. It's not enough. You've got to get your name out there, and you've got to get awareness, and you've got to go out there and hunt and find leads for yourself. So just relying on the work is not going to cut it, and it's not going to give you all you need to be successful. Blind, which could be not just you, but your agency. Often I think plans sit in founders' heads. They have a vision, they have a direction, but how well is that vision communicated? How well do other people understand that, and the people that you want to take on that journey and that are coming on board? I think that those processes to creating a more sustainable business development approach need to be documented. They need to be taken out of someone's head. They need to be in project management software. They need to be in CRM systems. They need to be in pitch processes and lots of other tools, templates, and an entire toolkit that can enable your workforce to sell for you. Otherwise, you're never going to remove yourself from the burdens of new business. So it's important that the plan is not just in your head. It's important that everybody understands your proposition, the vision of the agency, where you're going, and how they can actually go out there and sell and make it happen for you. The next up is the little black book, which we've heard many a times of that. We'll just hire the best sales guy out there. He's got the greatest black book ever, which is basically referring to a network of people that they can just introduce you to. And it's just, again, it's not sustainable. The only way you can generate sustainable business development is through your own black book, your own CRM, your own relationships that you need to nurture. And just hiring sort of a gun for hire is a short-term way of, potentially bringing in a couple of leads, but then it will just fall flat on its face when you realize that that person has introduced their last 10 agencies to exactly the same leads as they've just given you. And they've got one trick and they can't go anywhere from that. So I think it's a bit of a short-lived plan that needs to be looked at. So to sort of summarize and where I think it needs to go is, very much developing, a founder-led strategy. Your business, needs a clear vision and a direction in which it's going in. You need to be, ruthless with your positioning and your proposition and who you're going after and what you stand for. And you need to make sure that that vision is understood and therefore can be activated, by the rest of the team. But you need someone who is focused on the now, and you need someone who's focused on the future. The next part is just really about fostering a collaborative culture. So my philosophy is that business development is not a role, it's a culture. And a lot of people think they can hire salespeople, they can delegate this problem, and that will take care of it for them. But the reality is that, new business and the activities that needs to drive towards a new business machine are going to be multifaceted. You're going to need people updating websites and doing events and writing content and attending meetings and attending events and pitching and all the rest of it. And one person can't do that. One person can drive a culture for sure. So it's really important that new business lives and breathes in everything that the agency does. You have very clear defined roles and responsibilities for everyone in the organization. And part of new business is attributed to their job descriptions and how people get appraised for what they give back towards the growth of the agency. So yeah, thinking about it in its sort of wider context. The third part is really about making the time, and this is the classic working on your business, not just in your business. And founders can definitely easily get swept up in doing too much, getting too focused on the client work and into the deliverables. And really from day one, I think you should be looking to create, sort of remove yourself to make that agency autonomous without you. And that's great for when you want to sell an agency, for when you want to take time off, for the growth of it. That's the way it needs to go. And I think people don't dedicate enough time on their own agency and on their own businesses. And so, if you've got 100% of your time to sell, often people will sell 100% of their time because they think that makes them the most money, and it might do in the short term. And the problem is that you've then taken your eye off the ball and not on the long term. So who is nurturing that long-term pipeline? Who is always thinking one step ahead and creating that long-term content plan? And I think that's where you need to start thinking about the now, start thinking about the future, and how you can dedicate, maybe 20% of your time to growing your agency. And really the founder's responsibility, in my eyes, should be more around pitching, more around driving the vision, driving the positioning, PR opportunities, speaking opportunities, and really being that figurehead for the agency, not weighed down by all the deliverables within the company itself. And yeah, I think that just comes into my last point, which is about, who's steering the ship. And you need to lead from the front. And that's what a founder should be doing, in my opinion. You set out that culture, you develop those processes to build sustainability within the entire organization. But it's your job to steer the ship, drive the vision, and make sure that we're headed in the right direction. And if nobody's doing that, then you can often be sort of, spinning your wheels, being on that hamster wheel and not getting too far. So yeah, that's it from me. I know, short and sweet. I'm happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to talk you through some of the things that we see in agency land, and some of the misconceptions that do exist. And if any of you want to get in touch, please do. Happy to have a chat.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Adam. I have a few questions that I've been jotting down everything that you've been actually saying, and I really love the internal personas of the founders, like the ego, the artist, the naive, the milkshake, and everything that you just talked to us about. I just wanted to ask you. I got 2 questions jotted down. One is, what is the right size for an agency to start thinking of having a specialist person for business development or for sales? I mean, most of the agencies that do sign up with us are in the 11 to 49 bracket, which is a bracket which is where you really start to grow. But there is also a 20% of our audience, they must be here right now listening to you, that are in the 1 to 9 brackets in the number of employees. So for those agencies, it has to be definitely founder-led, yeah? And then what do you think is the right threshold to start thinking of having a dedicated person for business development? I know you said it's a culture thing and not a single person's job, but when does it really, in your mind, really justify having a person for it?
Well, I guess the first thing to say, it depends on the founder, right? Have they got a strong sales background? Do they know what it takes to drive sales? And some of them have and do, and therefore they can drive quite a lot and get quite far, with that activity. I think also it's about, like you said, how you use that wider team. So suddenly, if everybody who joins that agency, even between 1 and 10, has a part responsibility to new business, then you start to divvy up those responsibilities. And the way the world's working now, it's worth thinking about flexible working and what is needed. So you could have a part-time salesperson. You could have someone who does a day a week, half a day a week. I think it's important that probably from the beginning there is some element of that and some element of support around the business. We run our BD Matters community, so it's a way of learning, and it's a way of just taking on board some of that thinking. It's not a full-time person, but you're getting sort of mentoring and coaching through it. So I think once you get to maybe 10 people, I would start to think about having, a full-time dedicated person in that business development role for sure. But I think what often happens is actually at the other side is that person, most agencies keep a business development team at the size of one, even when they get to 20 people, 30 people, 40 people. You probably often find even 50 agencies of 50 with still one person dedicated to business development. And I think it probably needs to scale much more considerably than that if you want to have a sustainable pipeline. And you've got to invest in it. The more you invest in the beginning, the better it pays off at the end. And so often people leave this till it's way too late. They underinvest in this area and they think the founder can carry it all on their shoulders. And then they find out that they need a lot to happen. And suddenly they haven't been investing in this pipeline and all this content. And then there's a huge kind of cultural and process shift that needs to happen when you're like 20 people, you're 10 years into your existence, and suddenly it's turning around an oil tanker, and it creates a lot of difficulty. So slowly but surely.
And would you agree that sales and business development in general, it has to be an always on activity? It's not something that you can stop, because I've seen before, and we in our program we had people, experts come in and talk about this before, as in you realize it too late when you stop building a pipeline. Yeah. So you need to be always building a pipeline. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah. That's it. We liken it to like cleaning your teeth, right? You wouldn't just leave it a couple of years, then think, I should probably clean those bad boys. You're going to do a little bit every single day, and that's the same with new business, right? It's never going. And the sooner you embrace that, the easier new business becomes. I think people think they can maybe hide from it or run from those challenges, but actually, it's a little bit every day. It's and then it becomes habitual, right? And it's just whether it's a bit of outreach, whether it's a LinkedIn post, you've got to decide what your version of that is. It could be networking, attending events. You've got to try and find your natural rhythm into that. But the minute you sort of stop is the minute you notice a dip in your pipeline, in months to come. And that's why often people talk about the peaks and troughs of new business. They kind of go, it's up and down all the time. And it's like, well, how many of those people could say their output is consistent, right? You can only be in control of you. And so you've got to look at the lead factors and the lag factors, right? You can control how many case studies you write, how many events you go to, how many blogs you do, how many social posts, how many times you outreach to someone. These are all things in your control. Nobody is stopping you doing that. Anyone who says I don't have time is just a lazy excuse, right? Nobody is stopping you doing that stuff. We can't control whether someone's going to say yes or no to us, right? And sign off on a new business inquiry or whatever it might be. We can't affect other people's thinking, and we have to focus on what we can control. So make
control the controllables.
That set of KPIs.
And then for that, my last question to you. I have worked in really big corporations, and I have seen big sales floors being managed, sales performance way, power hours, and stuff like that. We know that this doesn't really apply to the agency world, the agency land, because the type of activities that you just referred to is going to events, socializing, networking, and reaching out, all that stuff. It's not like a cold call outbound environment when you're trying to do sales. So basically, what are the basic KPIs of a business development person if we would hire one? How will we judge their performance? Both input and output, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, business development is broad, and so you've got deliverables from a marketing standpoint in terms of, it could be content pieces. You could have KPIs around newsletter engagement, open clicks. You could have social media engagement, impressions, comments, things like this, which are important. I think ultimately, when you're building a sales funnel, you have to sort of generate, marketing qualified leads, right? And at the very, very basic level, I think we need to distinguish between somebody who hasn't heard of us ever before and somebody who has, right? And it's a very loose, way of defining a lead, but at least you've then got that person at the top of your funnel. You can then sort of measure meetings, sales conversations. How many people are you actually meeting and on a call with, or sharing your credentials with, and having that engagement with? I think that's a really important measure. And then beyond that, you're looking at opportunities, briefs. How many real live opportunities is that person generating, or is that coming through into wins? But I think you've got to look at, you don't want to overanalyze it, and every sales funnel is completely different. So it's about building the right strategy for you. But you've got to look at activity, and you've got to be able to measure KPIs and activity in the short term, not just the long term, because otherwise you can't affect things soon enough. And if suddenly things aren't happening sort of month to month, it allows you to adjust that strategy, or allows you to analyze what is and what isn't working, which is obviously hugely important for new business. So there needs to be a measurement framework. And I would say there's probably not enough measurement that goes on right now across the agency world. And I think some of that is maybe poor use of CRM systems. But even if it's done on a spreadsheet, whatever you're tracking, just make sure you're doing it consistently, right? Because then at least you can have a way of measuring it compared to month on month. If you can't keep chopping and changing strategies, tactics, and how you're measuring, then
I did a CRM project once, and the thing was, the catchphrase was, "We know it's biased, but at least don't change your bias. Keep it the same so you can compare stuff."
Yes, that's what I was basically saying.
Yeah, super. Well, Adam, thank you so much for this. Please do stick around until the end of the panel, because we're going to open up for wider questions in the end. And thank you so much.
No worries.
And, with that, well, now we're going to go to Ben Potter. Hi, Ben. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. Great to have you. Ben's going to be talking to us about 8 sales mistakes that you might be doing. Not 9, not 7, but 8. So over to you, Ben. Very specific. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am going to get down and dirty with the sales process, with an emphasis around pricing and profitability. So to begin, a question, I suppose: when do you really start thinking about the profitability of a new client? Working with agencies, I've noticed how profit only really tends to come into sharp focus once the work actually gets underway. But of course, the profitability of a client is really dictated by what happens, or maybe doesn't happen, much earlier in the engagement, namely the sales process. But unfortunately, from the beginning of that sales process, agencies too often find themselves on the back foot. That can come down to poor positioning, something that Adam referred to a moment ago. It can come down to inadequate sales skills, something else that Adam referred to a few moments ago as well. Sometimes it can even come down to desperation. These things can all play their part. Thus, the ability for us to kind of price in a way which allows us to maximize profit is therefore undermined. So with this in mind, I'm going to explore common sales mistakes that have the potential to compromise profit later on in the engagement. Now, I'd like to just add, these are all mistakes that I've made in my agency days. So in an effort to avoid you making some of the same ones, I'm also going to provide, hopefully, some practical advice and tips that you can put into action on your very next sales call. So number one, failing to talk about money early in the sales process. Now, we tend to shy away from conversations about money, especially if you also happen to be British. We're very good at shying away from conversations about money. We almost allow that kind of awkwardness that we have in talking about money with our friends and family to kind of creep into our business lives. But that kind of reluctance to tackle the money conversation head on at the beginning of the sales process means you're much more likely to end up wasting time on prospects that are either a bad fit or just aren't actually in a position to buy. Now, granted, we've all been in those situations where a prospect just will not divulge their budget. They won't tell us how much they've got to spend. And I'm a big believer that there is always a line in a budget somewhere with a figure in it, even when the prospect isn't willing or able to provide that to us. So before progressing to the next stage of our process, you must always seek to understand why the prospect isn't opening up. Are they simply unsure how much they need to invest? And what they're really looking for at this stage is more of a kind of a ballpark figure from you on what they need to spend. Or are they kind of playing that kind of classic game of kind of cat and mouse, refusing to kind of reveal their budget for fear that your price is conveniently going to match it when you come to your proposal later on? Now, in either scenario, to kind of encourage the prospect to open up, there's a couple of things you can try. You might state a price range. You might say something like, our clients are typically investing somewhere between X and Y. How does that sit with you? You might try a minimum spend threshold, where you say something like, a typical project for us starts at X, Y, Z. Be mindful, however, that whatever price you first state, that kind of becomes an anchor. What I mean by that is that any kind of future price that you then share, the original price is going to be compared to that. If that doesn't work, and this is a great tip that I picked up from Blair Enns on his podcast with David C. Baker. If you don't listen to the Two Bobs podcast, go and seek it out. It's fantastic. But he uses the word, or recommends you use the word, policy. And I love this word. So you might say something like, we have a policy of not writing a proposal until we have a confirmed budget from you. There's so much power in that word policy, because it suggests that you've sat down, you've come up with a rule book. You're almost not allowed to progress to the next stage of the sales process without getting that budget from the prospect at that stage. And if you still can't get a figure from them after all of that, then I think you have to start to seriously consider whether you do progress with that opportunity at all, based on that kind of lack of openness from the prospect. If you develop that kind of courage to directly talk about money up front, then I think you'll also be brave enough to walk away. Number 2, using proposals to reveal pricing. Now, by failing to talk about money up front, and therefore qualify the prospect is able to invest at an appropriate level, you're more likely to fall into the trap of using your proposal or using your presentation to reveal the price for the first time. This is a really bad idea. It increases the risk that you're going to invest time and resource in creating a proposal or a presentation, only to find that the prospect actually can't afford to invest at the appropriate level. Now, the advice here would be to really treat the whole sales process as very collaborative. And I've come up with a little rule of thumb that you can follow that goes along the lines of the following. A proposal should be confirmation of what you have already verbally agreed with the prospect earlier in the process. Just think about that for a moment. If you were to apply that rule to your sales process, what would you do differently? How would you change your approach to the sales process? Top marks if you're already thinking that you'd maybe slow things down, that you'd speak with the prospect more frequently during the course of the process, that you would seek to involve more stakeholders to get their perspective and point of view, and that also you discuss pricing options much earlier before you put pen to paper. That would also allow you to introduce my favorite stage of the sales process. Yes, I'm that geeky that I have a favorite stage, and it's what I call the pre-proposal check-in. This is after the point that you've maybe brought your team together, you've come up with the top line solution and idea, but before you actually put pen to paper, you give the prospect a call and you say something like, we're really excited, we've sat down as a team, I'd like to talk you through broadly what we've come up with and get your feedback. That works really, really well because it allows you to do one of two things. Either you can move forward with more confidence in writing a proposal or a presentation, having kind of qualified the idea, if you like, or it allows you to make some refinements to that if indeed you need to, based on the feedback that you've been given. The conversation also allows you, of course, to talk about pricing and to talk about maybe some different options at that stage of the process. Number 3, not aligning price to desired outcomes. As agencies, we tend to price based on inputs, namely hours. The problem with that is it only focuses attention on the time required to deliver the work, not the actual results or the impact of your work. So the advice here is always to prioritize the problems to be solved during the conversations with the prospect and really understand what are the desired outcomes here, because then you can position your pricing and your solution in line with that. So you might say something like, during the course of the sales conversation, we've worked with numerous businesses like yours, and we found that these tend to be the problems that crop up again and again. And you would then describe maybe 3 or 4 of those key problems. Is that what you're seeing too? Or would there be anything else that you would add to the list? You would then follow that by saying, in addressing that particular problem, what would a successful outcome look like for you? And then the third and final question would be, what are your then expectations in terms of investment to achieve those outcomes? Can you share with me how you arrived at that figure? That is a question that reinforces the relationship between investment and outcomes, and that's really important. This is, of course, one of the key principles of value-based pricing, which I'm not going to talk about too much now, but it's the idea that we're pricing our services based on their impact, the value that they provide, rather than just the amount of time it takes to deliver them. Number 4, inaccurate scoping. If we take a brief at face value or we rush through the sales process too quickly, it increases the likelihood that we won't have a thorough understanding of the objectives, the problems to be solved, the desired outcomes, and also the views of other stakeholders as well. And that increases the likelihood that we're not going to scope and therefore price the work properly. So the advice here would be, firstly, to make sure that what's called the flow of information between you and the prospect during the course of the sales process is high. In other words, when we are asking them questions, they're willing to provide the answers. If we're asking for documentation and so on, they're willing to share that information with us. And then only involve the relevant team members in the process once you've got to that point, once the opportunity has been qualified. Whoever is leading your sales process acts as this kind of gatekeeper, and we only really want to involve people that are on the ground floor, shop floor rather, doing the work once the opportunity has been properly qualified. But when it has, we want to lean on those people for their expertise in how we scope and budget the work. This is not the right job for the kind of maverick salesperson who's going to have kind of other interests and other motivations. Also, something else you can do as part of your proposal is maybe try and agree a contingency budget, agree some kind of milestones during the course of the project when you're going to be reviewing that budget as you go. Number 5, sharing rate cards and granular breakdowns of your fees. Many years ago in my agency days, I was asked by a prospect during the sales process to share a very detailed breakdown of our quote. So I duly obliged. I sent them a spreadsheet. It included all the deliverables. It included the tasks, the hours, and even the rates associated with each of those tasks. Now, we actually won the business, which was fantastic, but actually we soon wished we hadn't. And the reason why is because that spreadsheet became the basis for the entire relationship. Rather than focusing on the great results we were delivering, actually the focus in all of our meetings was that spreadsheet and how many hours, down to the minutiae of every 15-minute block and how that time was being spent. It was totally demoralizing for the team, and I didn't make myself very popular with my team either. Now, we have inadvertently, as agencies, trained our clients to buy in this way, to buy based on inputs, to buy based on hours, in other words. So what I'd encourage you to do is, if I was to have a look at your agency website, I'm sure somewhere it's going to say how transparent you are, and that's fantastic. But I think transparency can go too far, and it can especially go too far in the sales process. So avoid what I did. Avoid breaking down your quotes into granular kind of, hours and rates and so on whenever you possibly can. If you can, provide a fixed price for a fixed outcome. Number 6, providing a shopping list of options and prices. Now, I've reviewed a lot of proposals in my time, in my role as an agency advisor, and it's staggering how often agencies include a multitude of different ideas and options within that proposal. It's a cognitive overload for the prospect. It's not going to make their decision easier. It's actually going to make their decision a lot more difficult with respect to how they engage you. It's also a surefire sign that you haven't actually worked collaboratively with the prospect during the course of the sales process to actually come up and agree the right approach. So the advice here would be to, if you follow my earlier rule about the proposal being confirmation of what has already verbally been agreed earlier in the process, there should be no need to provide numerous options in your proposal or a shopping list. You should have a pretty good idea of what that solution should be. If you are going to provide options, provide 3, and each one of those should be aligned to a different objective or outcome. Number 7, 2 more to go. Dropping your price before exploring other areas to negotiate on. Now, I think 2023 can probably best be described as a bit sluggish from a sales new business point of view. There's been a lot of dither, there's been a lot of delay, there's been a lot of things going on hold, and there's also, of course, been greater price sensitivity as well. So even if you kind of collaborated with the prospect through the sales process, as I have suggested already, and also agreed a price in principle, you may still find that you're getting pushback on that towards the end of the sales process. And I think the temptation is often just to say yes. If you're asked to provide that discount, yeah, that's fine. We want the business. The fear of losing the business is too great. So you end up, yeah, that's fine. Yep, we'll do that for the lower price. But of course, when you do that, you end up delivering the same scope of work at a lower price. And that means you're going to overservice, and it's going to make it very, very difficult to deliver a profit later on. As such, any negotiation you do with a prospect should always start with the scope. So you should be explaining that based on everything you've learned during the course of the sales process, how you believe the proposed price is the right level of investment based on what they're looking to achieve. Refer back to the strategic outcomes that have been discussed already. Explain how a reduction in price potentially puts those outcomes at risk. If that doesn't work, explore alternatives. That might be negotiating on payment terms, for example. But to protect profit, which is what you want to be doing during the course of the sales process, reducing price should always be the last resort, not the default option for you. And finally, number 8, forgetting to take account of commission or referral fees in your proposals and your pricing. Very, very simple, but often overlooked. If you have a salesperson who is on commission, and there are arguments for and against that, by the way, which we won't go into now, you've got to bake that into your pricing. And then what if you have partners, referral partners, and you're going to give them a kickback as well? Let's say you give them 10%. If you're giving 10% to your salesperson, 10% to your referrer, that's a big chunk of margin off the table before you've even kicked a ball. So be very mindful of that in terms of how you bake that into your pricing before you go gun-ho and put your price in front of the prospect. So to kind of round things up, what is the key to all of this? How do you increase your chances of being able to navigate the sale in such a way as to maximize your profit? For me, the key is specialist positioning, narrow positioning, and again, something that Adam touched on, and I'm sure others are going to talk about this as well. It's highly unlikely, but not impossible, but highly unlikely, you're going to have any leverage in the sales process when you claim to be able to do everything for clients of all shapes and sizes, from startups to kind of global businesses. Where pricing is concerned, this kind of broad brush effort at positioning actually makes it very, very difficult that you are going to be able to charge a premium or experiment with different pricing models. which means it's much more likely that you're going to be asked and somewhat forced to win the business, to reduce your fees to win that business. It doesn't matter how passionate you are. It doesn't matter how many awards you've won. It doesn't matter how good your people are. A prospect is not going to pay a premium for your services if there are another 10 agencies around the corner offering the exact same services, but only cheaper. On the other hand, when your specialist expertise is truly valued, the opposite can be true. You are more likely to be able to lead the sales process, or at least influence it, thus avoiding some of the missteps that I've talked about today. And for me, specialization really is the key to this. So solve a specific problem for a discrete audience, have a point of view, ditch the cliches, please. Passionate, transparent, results focused, that type of thing. Every agency says pretty much the same. Get rid of that language. By doing so, you lay the foundations to justifiably charge higher rates, and as a result, run a more profitable agency. And that's what we're all here to do. That's it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Ben. Thank you. I've been taking notes. I really do, by the way, just to show them to you. And I've taken note of your 8 points, and it's about failing to talk about money in the start, which I really truly understand, and using the proposal to reveal the price, not aligning the price to desired outputs, inaccurate scoping, sharing rate cards and itemized. That's a really bad idea. An itemized code, and providing a shopping list of options. No, don't do that either. Dropping the price and forgetting about fees. And then I'm summing up all of these, and I have some questions for you about the first one, talking about money. It is inherently hard for any human being to, because it's a sensitive issue when you bring it up. I have often found, because I've done some sales myself, is that anchoring high is an important thing to be able to do. What do you think about that? Because I think the 2 points here refer to the same thing of don't reveal the price as part of the proposal, and talk about the money in the form. Make sure that the clients can pay for what you want to charge. But it's like it's like a poker game where you both have to reveal at the same time, or the one who reveals first loses, or it's that kind of a feeling. It's mostly, I think, like game theory happening. What do you think about anchoring high? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I kind of touched on sort of price anchoring very briefly a few moments ago. I certainly think that one thing you want to avoid is obviously talking about a price that's too low, because as I referred to earlier on, that will be the price that's remembered. And again, I made that mistake in my agency days and would say, you know, our typical price for that is between X and Y, and X being the lower figure. That would always be the one that, of course, when you have the follow-up conversation, that will be the number that the prospect would refer back to. The opposite of that, of course, is to anchor high, as you suggest. And I think that in some instances can work. At least it sets the stall out earlier and gives you greater wiggle room, if you like, to come back down to a price which is perhaps kind of more agreeable to both you and also the prospect. But I kind of picked up on something else that you said there, and this idea of a bit of a poker game, really. And I just feel that during the course of the sales conversation, you're looking for that kind of sense of openness and honesty. And look, we're kind of in this together, right? Let's work collaboratively to figure this thing out. And when a prospect is playing that game of, well, you just tell me how much it's going to cost, or I'm not going to reveal my price, because if I reveal my price, then I know what you're going to do. You're going to basically price to match it. And I just kind of think, are we not at a point now where we can actually just have kind of more open and honest conversations about how we're going to work together? And I think a part of that is inevitably that money conversation. So I think it's how you set your stall out at the beginning as well, and kind of how you frame your sales process and the steps you're going to work through. And let's not forget, this is a really key point for me, and I was speaking about this in doing some sales training yesterday. The ultimate beneficiary of the sales process is the prospect, because at the end of this, hopefully we're delivering a solution which helps them address a problem which they can't fix themselves. And I think prospects need to go into these situations with that mindset that actually the agency is here to help me. They're not here to rip me off or to try and take my money. They're here because hopefully they can help me do something which I can't do myself. So I think it's how you kind of frame that at the beginning of the conversation, which I hope would then have a prospect be prepared to be a bit more open-minded about sharing figures with you.
Yeah, perfect. And I think, on the agency side, you actually know what your competitors actually charge. And you can benchmark yourself with your cohort of agencies that you know what it's worth. And actually, the client actually knows too, right? I mean, the client must have an idea of an expectation that's somewhat realistic.
You hope so.
What's going to, you hope so. Hope what's going to happen. They might not, but then maybe that's not the right client for you. I understand the point around that. And the other thing that you touched about value-based pricing, slightly, I am a big believer in making yourself part of revenue and not cost. I used to say that when I was leading marketing teams at corporate. I used to say that to my marketing leaders in the organization. We are not part of cost. We are part of revenue. So the same thing I think here applies for an agency perspective, right? You want to be part of revenue for your client. And is that the basis of the value-based thing that you were just talking about there in value-based pricing?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend I'm sort of the foremost kind of expert on pricing and value-based pricing in particular. I understand the principles behind it, but I think a lot of agencies fall into the trap of believing they are in a position to price based on value, but actually it goes back to the strength or otherwise of their positioning, which is why I really wanted to kind of reinforce that kind of point at the end. But I think, one of the component parts of value-based pricing can be skin in the game. So actually, we will take some element of risk in maybe there's a sort of a performance element associated with that, where we are prepared to put a bit more skin in the game and work in true partnership with the prospect. And again, partnering and being a partner is another one of those things that's banded around, and actually most agencies aren't a partner to their clients at all. But if you are going to partner with a client, one way that you can certainly do that is by actually having some form of skin in the game and putting a bit of risk on the table. And I think that can be a component part of value-based pricing for sure.
Perfect. So one more question for you. And in your mind, the ideal sales process, because we want to do a discovery, we want to do a proposal and all that. So how long is in your mind this should ideally take? Like, of course, on the first call we want to sell, that doesn't ever happen.
It shouldn't happen. You haven't got enough.
If it does happen, there's a problem.
Yeah.
So therefore, what is in your mind ideal interplay between the two parties? How long should it take?
I think the length of time very much varies depending on the complexity of what is being sold. If you're talking about big sort of enterprise level software projects selling into government, for example, you can expect that to take 6 months, 12 months sometimes, for example. If you're talking at the other end of the scale about something much more sort of commoditized like Google AdWords, for example, and somebody who wants to just throw a few £100 at that, then maybe that could be sold after maybe a phone call or two. But the basic principle of the sales training I do is that there should be more steps, and actually steps are conversations. There should be more conversations taking place than I think most agencies allow. I think agencies typically jump far too quickly from first conversation to proposal, send it.
They want to close the client.
And they haven't earned the right to do that because they haven't built enough of an understanding of the business. They haven't built enough rapport, and that comes through having those conversations. What tends to happen is they just jump far too quickly from first phone call to we'll write a proposal, fire it over via email, and then they wonder why they never hear from them again, or it doesn't go anywhere, or they end up sticking with the incumbent. So the sales training I do typically involves 7 or 8 steps But some of those are internal. Those are internal conversations that we're having when we're briefing our team and involving them. But some of them are just quite short conversations you're having with the prospect. And the example I used earlier on was this kind of pre-proposal check-in, where before writing the proposal or presentation, you're picking up the phone and having maybe a 15-20 minute conversation where you're talking them through that kind of direction of travel. So it's typically 7 or 8 steps rather than just sort of 2 or 3. But the length of time, that's going to kind of vary depending on what it is that the agency is selling. I think in the UK, what I tend to typically see is that the typical lead time as an average from kind of first phone call through to hopefully closing the business is about 3 months, roughly speaking. That tends to be what it is. But there should be, as I said, probably more conversations happening over that 3 months than I think you typically see with most agencies.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for that, Ben. And with that, we'll leave you. And if you can stick around to the end, we'll take some questions.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Now, with that, we're going to go to Robin Bond. And Robin's going to be... Hi, Robin. How are you doing?
Yeah, really good. Thank you.
You're going to be talking to us about improving the bottom line by reclaiming our power. So we'll listen to you, and then I'll ask some questions.
Perfect. Let me get my slides on screen. Now, hopefully everybody can see that nicely. Now, before I start, I'm going to ask a few questions of the audience. So hopefully, if I ask questions, you can just all put even like yes in the chat, or no, or even just a Y or an N, just something that lets me know that you're out there and I'm not shouting into the void. So, so with no further ado, I'm going to talk about power, and I'm going to talk about profit. So please do play along. As I say, put yes or no into the chat as I ask these questions. So and firstly, there's no judgment here either as well. It's okay to say yes to these things. I certainly will do. So, for example, have you ever ended a pitch and said, "Oh, thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to give you, free advice, give our ideas away." Yep, that's me. I've definitely done that. Have you immediately reduced your rates when a client has encouraged you to sharpen your pencil, as they say? Again, that's a yes. Guilty as charged. I've definitely done that. So again, get your answers into the chat so I can follow along. Have you ever accepted any ridiculous payment terms, 120 days payment terms, just because you didn't think that you had permission to push back on that? Brilliant. Thank you, Malcolm. Let's think. Did you ever catch up on client emails after your kids have gone to bed? Yeah, 100%. I've been there. Let's think. Have you ever felt a little bit shitty after perhaps reassuring an upset account handler and said something like, "Oh, you know what? Clients can be difficult sometimes," even though you knew that the client was out of order? Didn't feel able to push back. Again, I've been there for sure. So I can see plenty of you kind of raising your hands if you like. There's some no's in there, which is great. Plenty of yeses. Firstly, thank you for being honest. It makes life much easier. Now, when all of these things happen, are you feeling kind of powerful, or are you feeling powerless? I think we know the answer. So unfortunately, these symptoms are really a sort of symptoms of our lack of power in the client relationship. And, they're everywhere, because unfortunately, this idea of lacking power in our client relationships, it's become the norm. We're used to it. It's a bit like fish swimming in water. They don't even know that the water is there. They're kind of baked into how we think and how we act. So to address them, we need to make them visible. We need to understand where this power is going. So let me give you a couple of examples that kind of play into one another. I think Ben already alluded to the idea of partnership. I think it's a really interesting one. So we often say, "Oh, we're partners to our clients," but then we don't really act like a partner. In fact, we don't even really define what partnership means. Let me give you an example. If you talk to procurement, again, as Ben says, they'll define partnership in terms of skin in the game, kind of money at stake, the kind of commercially driven partnership in that sense. If you talk to marketers, as I often do, when they ask them what they think partnership means, they'll think about, well, my agency goes above and beyond, they're really, they come through for me when they need them, which when you unpack it, usually means they like their agency because the agency works late, they get over-serviced by their agency, and they don't get charged for it. Now, if you ask an agency person, what do you really mean when you say partnership? The reality is that they tend to think, well, partnership for me is kind of being treated with basic courtesy. So it's a very, very low bar, and everybody means different things when we talk about being partners. Now, at the same time, if we call out an agency, and I often do, about, well, why is it that you are kind of engaging in these behaviors where the power is all on the client side? Agencies tend to sort of shrug their shoulders and say, well, 120 days, what can you do? Or, clients being a bit of a bully, I know, but we can't really push back because they hold the budget. Well, this sense that clients hold all the cards, that's not really true either. So we can't have it both ways. We can't be constantly saying that we're partners to clients and also kind of shrugging our shoulders and imagining that, it's actually the client has the right to make those decisions for us. When we kind of wonder why people are exhausted in agencies and why talent's leaving the industry. So first up, I want to give you what is a big and difficult truth, and that is the power that we're talking about here. It wasn't taken from us. It was us giving our power away, especially at the start of the client relationship. It's a new business, or even in the start of a new engagement with a client that you already know. So let me give you a couple of examples on this. We've got this weird logic in agencies where we tend to think that, well, growth, growth is all about new business. New business is the lifeblood of the agency. And actually, new business, well, new business, it's really, when you think about it, it's kind of all about pitching. So very quickly, you get to this very reductive logic where, well, if you want to grow your agency, it's all about pitching. It's just not true. And particularly when you start to think about the dynamics within pitching. So for example, most agencies of scale are generally happy with a 33% conversion rate. So again, I'm just going to think about what that means. That's about all of those ideas, the time, energy, money, morale is wasted 2/3 of the time. And because you've already kind of on the money side of it, it creates an uphill battle for the agency to make that money back over the course of the year and over the course of that client relationship in the pitch that you did win. So there's a big loss of momentum and energy. There is a kind of opportunity cost as well, because it allows us to be less focused on the existing clients that we have. Of course, we're over there in the glamorous space of new business, trying to do it better and better. So, kind of no wonder we're feeling a bit needy and we're on the back foot. This also shows up with this phrase, land and expand. You might be familiar with it. I'm sure many of you will. This idea that if you get through the door and just kind of get a small project going, and then that's the way to kind of grow a client, saves you having to win a big piece of business straight away. Now, a high margin initial project is great, especially if it's a piece of discovery work, if it sets the expectation that you're going to be working together on a larger brief. But if you're just doing a kind of loss leader to get a foot in the door, we talked about anchoring a second ago, it does anchor you at that low price and low value commodity vendor, and you just don't want to be there. It makes it way harder to then grow that client account. And there's a reason why agency leaders tell me on a daily basis that their account teams are almost become conditioned to only take orders from clients rather than be able to proactively go and find briefs. And that's a big problem. So we're kind of voluntarily giving our ideas away. We're creating additional financial pressure in the business. And ultimately, we're kind of underwhelming our clients. And it's all our own fault. We're kind of our own worst enemies, really. So, what gives, right? Why are we doing this? It doesn't make any sense. Now, the reason, I would argue, is because our business model is fundamentally broken. Now, you might have seen this. It's called the Smile Curve. It was designed by the founder of Acer Computers quite a long way in the past. Now, what you can see there is the sort of customer journey from left to right. And then on the vertical axis, you can see how the client's perception of what the agency does values over time. So it stands to reason at the start of the customer journey, where we're doing strategy and insight work, we're coming up with creative concepts, we're coming up with brilliant ideas, the client's value perception is very high. As we then progress from left to right into things like production, implementation, that's when the client's perception of the value that we bring starts to really hit a low point. And then, of course, happily, it starts to rise again, and we get into more kind of valuable services like analysis and optimization and figuring out what's working and how we can be better next time. That clients love. Now, this is all very good, except when you start to overlay how the agency actually makes money. We tend to give away the good stuff at the start. Through the middle of the cycle is where we hope to make our money. In the implementation phase, that's where the kind of legwork happens. And then a lot of agencies, not all of them, thankfully, but a lot of agencies then get less interested when it comes to evaluation and optimization of their work. That's just a bad business model, no matter how you look at it. So, things have got to change. Now, let's be honest, this is all pretty bleak, right? It is. But the problem is it's going to get much worse. And the reason it's going to get worse is because of AI. Now, let's be clear, right? We're all excited about AI. We're excited about the creative opportunities that it brings. AI's ability to save time is incredible. Tom Goodwin, who you may know, he has a brilliant phrase. He talks about AI being like having 1 million 15-year-old interns. That's a great way of putting it. AI is a brilliant way to get to good enough pretty quickly, which is great, right? Because it kind of preserves the high-end human imagination, innovation stuff, the things that we can only do as agency people. It kind of preserves us doing that and removes any risk that thinking is going to get taken out of the process. Now, that's what I believe. You may disagree. Either way, if you sell time for a living, now you've got a problem. If you go back to that smile curve, if you are giving away the high-end thinking and you're aiming to make your money back in the delivery, the low-value end of the whole process, then what happens when all of that legwork gets automated? Particularly when the client starts automating that work. Where's your money going to come from? So it's pretty clear that you're going to need to change direction. Now, agencies, your businesses provide an incredibly powerful, transformative set of services for your clients. But we have got to get better at monetizing our thinking and our ideas. And that means not giving your power away. So let's just think about that for 1 second. What if now was that moment when you decided to change direction? What if now was the moment when you said, no more? What if now was the moment where you said to yourself, yep, we're going to change? What might reclaiming your power look like? So let's unpack that a little bit. Let's imagine what this journey could look like for you. It might involve you moving away from being seen as a commoditized vendor, as Ben alluded to, moving into this position of expertise where you're seen as a peer by your clients. Could involve you going away from new business effectively being a loss-making part of the business into only doing margin-rich work for your clients. Getting away from this sense of powerlessness or shrugging your shoulders or thinking the client's holding all the cards, and getting to a point where you're actually defining your own future as a human being, as an agency person, and obviously as a business. And ultimately going from a place where we're overworked, we're on the hamster wheel or the treadmill, going round and round, getting exhausted, to actually having space to think, space to do the things that are joyful. So let's, again, just kind of think about this for a second. How would you feel if you made this journey? What if your business was renowned as the experts in your field? What if clients really trusted you and your recommendations? What if you were able to influence the way they thought, the way they defined their problems, their priorities, their briefs, their deadlines, their budgets? What if every client and every project you worked on was highly profitable? And what if you enjoyed every day at work, the creativity, the innovation, the camaraderie, the fulfillment, and still had energy for your life beyond the office? Now that'd feel pretty good, right? Yeah, I think so. So to reclaim your power and improve the bottom line of your agency, I'm going to give you a 3-part recipe. The number one step is to put your agency into a market of one. I'm going to just unpack that for you. First and foremost, you need to know what business you're in. You need to really understand where the money comes from, where the joy, where the fulfillment comes from. You know, what kind of work do you do that really suits you? What's the kind of client fit that really resonates with you and your culture and your team? Be more deliberate with your revenue model. Do you really need more clients? Is that the thing that's stopping you being more profitable and happier and healthier? Do you really need bigger clients? Are you really set up to secure bigger clients? Are retainers always the answer? Often they're not. Are you sure about your answers to these questions? Do you talk about them as a management team? Secondly, I would encourage you to differentiate on the strength of your proposition, not on your capabilities. So what I mean by that is your services that you offer, that's really where your positioning comes in. They're rarely differentiators. Agencies now are so multidisciplinary that they don't serve as a point of difference anymore. Instead, think about your proposition. And what I mean by that is just one sentence that outlines, as Ben said, the problem that you solve and the discrete audience that you do it for. So it could be a sector, but it absolutely doesn't have to be a sector. It could be a client maturity or a mindset or an attitude or a belief. It could be anything you want it to be. So this idea that your proposition is, you know, we do something for someone, we do X for Y. I'm going to come back to that thought a little bit later. Maybe you're thinking now about, well, what is our proposition? Is it good? Is it bad? Hold that thought. And once you've got that proposition in place, think about your entire agency customer experience. I want to get past the idea that your differentiation is a strap line or just a tone of voice. We've got to get beyond that and start thinking about every single touch point that your agency offers across the whole client journey, but also, think about your employee experience, think about your client onboarding, think about the experience that the press or the intermediaries or client consultants have with your agency. Every single touch point should ladder up to substantiate that value proposition. So that's the first step, getting yourselves into a market of one. Secondly, I'd encourage you to think about designing a bespoke go-to-market strategy. And the first step along the journey here is to make your sales process your primary proof point. We're very good in agencies about saying we're different, but actually this is where you get to be different. It's like that old quote, don't just tell me you're a comedian, just make me laugh. So fire yourself, first of all, from the job of persuader. It's not your job to try and convince the client that you're right for them. Instead, make your loyalty to finding out whether there is a fit with your client. It's a very different dynamic. You're really showing up for the client rather than just trying to convince them that you're the right agency. You never want to get the feedback after a pitch that, we decided to give you the business because you just wanted it the most. That's an awful recipe for them expecting you to overservice them and them not respecting you. What you'd much rather hear is the client saying, well, you weren't the cheapest, but we decided to give it to you because it shows you that you've got differentiation. It shows you that you are literally commanding a premium. So also within that, like show up as a peer, not a vendor. So show up with a point of view. Don't just kind of rock up and, present slides or ask kind of dull questions about what are your challenges, what keeps you up awake at night. You're kind of expecting the client to do all the work. They're kind of expecting them to spoon feed you the brief. Just be better, bring some intelligence, show them that you're smart. This is kind of part of how you kind of lead the conversation. Imagine that you're in a healthcare scenario. You wouldn't want your kind of surgeon asking you what kind of scalpel to use. So why do we kind of expect the client to hand us the answers? So don't ask how much is your budget. That's a terrible question. As Ben says, kind of show up and say, well, look, here's what it's likely to cost. Use that as a diagnostic. Allow them to say, oh, we're out, or nod and say, okay, that sounds reasonable. Challenge back on processes and terms. There's so much richness in here about how you can show up differently throughout your sales process. Speaking of sales, let's not make that totally about new business. Yes, new business is great. It creates a buzz around the agency, but obviously, and I think we probably all know this, growing your existing clients is way easier, way more profitable, way quicker than most new business exercises. That's the better way of creating momentum and confidence and credibility within the agency. So go and tell your clients that you're all about their outcomes, not just doing great work. It's a very different mindset, and the clients will respect that and they'll really welcome that. And then it allows you to optimize your whole business for proactivity with your clients rather than reactivity. So it allows you to go and make the brief rather than take the brief. It's the thing I hear time and time again with my client interviews. That's really what clients are demanding from agencies, and what they love about the best agencies is that proactivity. But if you're knackered, if you're exhausted and you're so busy doing, losing 2 out of 3 pitches and you're not giving your best to your current clients, that's where that proactivity, disappears. So the third point on this idea of a bespoke go-to-market is get commercially creative. So what I mean by that is that commerciality isn't about finance. It's a creative art. It's how you package your services. It's how you're innovative around solutions for clients. It's how you demonstrate your proposition through the things that you do. It's about navigating different pricing for different client scenarios. It's about consistently co-creating win-wins with your clients, rather than just expecting them to tell you what they want and then hoping you're the agency that they choose. So, third part of the 3-part recipe is about embedding steps number 1 and number 2. This is about building lasting habits. And agencies routinely tell me that, oh, we're really bad at sticking to things. We're terrible at accountability. We get distracted all the time. It's true. It's not easy. We all find it hard to kind of change in that sense. But this is where you need to be deliberate about it, right? So design new processes and skills. Think about new mindsets and behaviors that you need to embed if you're serious about changing the way your business operates. Don't underestimate just how difficult it is to change the business. The inertia, the kind of wading through treacle to get to a better place, it's not easy. Yourself, all of us as humans, your team around you, we all desperately seek certainty in our lives. We don't even know we're doing it. So we get fearful of change. That's why you've got to work at it. And that's why staying focused on the kind of steps we're talking about here is so essential. So as leaders of agencies, you've got to consistently model the behaviors that you want your team to take up, consistently incentivize the right actions that you want people to bring. So I'm going to end by giving you guys some takeaways. Now, let's just kind of zoom out for a second, right? Let's not forget that ultimately the agency business is very simple, okay? Like, we innovate, we solve problems for clients, and then we get paid for it. And that's kind of it. Anything that hampers that value exchange, that's a massive problem. So let's just kind of recap on this. When you create a market of one, you've defined the value that you can uniquely offer to certain clients, not all of them. And that earns you the right to sell differently. So once you're seen as scarce, you've got more permission to reshape the old rules, to push back, all the stuff we've been talking about. And then if you go on to design this bespoke go-to-market that we've talked about, that means you can then start to influence what clients actually pay you, and you can start to have some ownership over the amount of profit that your agency makes. So you're able to shape the brief, you can influence the client's criteria, you can improve your odds of winning, all without giving away your margin and making them buy you on price. Now, all of this only can happen if you build lasting habits based on these kinds of commercially savvy behaviors. If you're able to embed new skills, new processes, new mindsets, that takes leadership, it takes accountability, and it takes commitment. So that's nearly it for me. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Just to finish, I'm going to ask each of you to commit to a really simple action. Okay? I want to get you ready on the chat box again, a little bit of participation. So just remember what we've gone through in the last few minutes. We've talked about our lack of power. We've talked about AI coming along to decimate your ability to make money, particularly on the long tail of your revenue model. And we've agreed that it's time to change direction, because ultimately, agencies don't have a choice. So now you've got the recipe for change. Step 1 is to put yourselves into a market of one. As I said, to do that, you're going to need a really compelling value proposition. Remember, as I said, it's not just kind of what you do, it's the value that you create. It's that single sentence that says you do something for someone. So you solve a problem or you create some kind of, useful outcome. and you do it for an audience that you can define. So an ownable audience, not just anybody with money. So I've got an offer for you, okay? And here's what I'd like you to consider. First and foremost, I would like you to write your proposition statement. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to do it right now. But remember, it's this idea of doing something for someone. Write down your proposition statement. Go and find me on LinkedIn, and I'll put my my profile into the chat. So go and seek me out. Drop me a DM with that message on there, with that sentence on there. That's now in the chat. And once you've done that, I will send everybody that does it some I'll personally send you some tailored feedback based on what I see. So I assume this makes sense. You know, you want your agency to be in a market of one. Again, put yes or a Y into the chat box. You know, perhaps some guidance would be useful. If it feels like a second pair of eyes on your proposition would be useful, again, just pop yes into the chat. If you're not confident about the proposition statement that you have, that's great. Just go and grab this expert advice. You know, I've seen hundreds of these. I'm happy to have a look. And if you're very confident with your value proposition already, great, send it anyway. You know, you might just get that extra 5%, even just some validation that it's as good as you think it is. So just remember that time to change slide that I showed you earlier. Is now the moment that you decide to change the way that you do business. Okay, who's up for it? As I say, my LinkedIn is in the chat. It's a great opportunity to sense check your proposition and, you know, build on that journey towards being a market of one and just bringing that power back. Okay, great stuff. That's it for me. Thank you again, and I look forward to hearing from you all.
Perfect. That was really inspirational, Robin. I've taken a full page of notes from yours, and what I'll do is I'll go to Carl now and keep you for the questions. You got some other people engaging with you on the chat already, so I'll let you reply to those first, and we'll go to Carl, and then we'll take some question time together at the very end. Thank you so much. Hi, Carl. How are you doing?
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Barry. Thanks for having me. It's been a real pleasure to be here.
Thank you for coming. And Carl is going to be talking to us about making more from our existing clients, which is something that I'm really big on. Because if you don't have repeat business, if you don't have clients who are happy with you, how are you going to grow, right? So over to you, Carl. Let's hear from you, and then we'll take the questions together.
Great. Okay. Well, I'm just going to share my screen if I may. Just hold on while I do that. Let me know when that comes up.
Yes, we can see it now. You might want to go full screen with that, though.
Yeah, I'm going to do that when I rediscover
we can see your slides.
Okay, great. Just let me find my mouse, which is sort of playing silly buggers with me. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Okay, yes. So making the most, or making more from your existing clients. So I'm going to get onto that in a second. Let me just tell you a little bit about me. Who am I? So I had a classic marketing training, did a business degree in marketing. Lived and worked in the US in an ad agency shortly after that, which gave me a love for agency life and made me want to have my career in agencies. I was then lucky enough to become a graduate trainee at Ogilvy London. My next chapter then took me to Singapore, where I was a part of a leadership team setting up an agency in Singapore on behalf of a London agency. Then came back to England, set up my own agency, which I ran and grew and sold after 12 years. Then one of my clients asked me to become a marketing director for them, which I did for 4 years. And during that period, I was asked to mentor a few agencies, which pulled me in the direction I am in now. So the last 10 years, I've been working with about 50 agencies as their non-exec business coach and mentor. So that just gives you just a little bit of background about me. And in terms of making the most out of your existing clients, this is It's really about yes, about selling more to existing clients, making more money from them, but it's also about what insights we can learn from those existing clients, so that we can actually start to create and grow a more sustainable business. So, but of course, we've been talking today a lot about new business and the balance of new business and existing customer business, but we need to bear in mind that it costs about 5 to 7 times more to win work from a new client than it does to win work from an existing client. And why is that? Well, it's because it's a lot easier to sell to an existing client because you've already got a relationship with them. There's often a little or no marketing costs involved to sell to an existing client. They already trust you, of course. You understand their needs. And you're often the only company or agency in the mix. So this is why it's so important to look after existing clients. Where would I start on this journey? Well, I'd start by identifying if you have any perfect clients and what a perfect client looks like to you as an agency. I've adapted and created a framework which I think it works well with my agencies. And I call it the 5F framework. And so what I would urge you to do is think about creating an objective way of assessing all your current clients. This particular framework asks you to identify, is your current client one that's going to give you fame? Will they give you a case study? Will they give you a potential for an award? Will they give you opportunities to raise your profile? Well, the second F is, will they give you financial reward? Will they give you enough profit to make it justified as a client? My third F is, will they give you future potential? So that is it a project which will lead to a much bigger project? Is it a client that potentially is part of a bigger network? Another one is fun. The fourth one is fun. So obviously, fun is important for staff engagement, staff retention, but also staff attraction. And if you're working on the clients, then why not enjoy the time you've got with them? And the last F is feasibility, which is really where you match your services and your skills to the client needs. Are they well matched? Because quite often you end up winning business that you really aren't that skilled for, and you're kind of winging it and just trying to get by. So that would be the first thing. I would start looking at your current clients and seeing if you have any perfect clients. Those clients that you tick 4 or 5 Fs on your 5F profiling, by definition, are your perfect clients. So once you've got that, think about then, okay, segmenting the clients by tier. Maybe give them a gold, silver, bronze, or an ABC tiering, and then start thinking about how do you actually differentiate them? How do you start treating them differently? Should those A tier clients, their gold clients, be having more senior agency involvement, for example? Should are there any 1 or 2 F clients that really you shouldn't be working with anymore and are holding you back? They're a great one for testing a price rise on, because you need to be moving on from them. Once you've tiered them, you can then start to think about defining your perfect client profile. So get your 4 and 5 F clients and actually start to identify, what do they have in common? Are they of the same industry? Are they of similar size? Is their offering similar? Are they clustered together in a certain geography? Do they have a specific need that you as an agency are particularly good at solving? And then use that profile that you then create. Then you can use that for your new business targeting. This is kind of good. This is with more business that you want to win. And also think about testing your proposition, your current agency proposition with this group. Does your current messaging and proposition resonate well with this group? Because this is the group that you really want to win more of. My next tip would be to analyze which of the services the client has bought from you first. Now, you often find, and I've often found when I work with agencies, that there's a pattern starts to form, that there's a particular service or two that they tend to win or sell into a client first, and that's often because it's probably easier or cheaper for the client to buy. If that is the case, then start thinking about using that to your advantage and actually package it so that you can actually use it as a new business tool to go in and use that as a sort of a direct approach to get into new clients. And then after that, you can then start to think about what else you can sell to them. More services sold leads to higher retention. Now, this is a classic technique used by quite a lot of clients. In fact, utility clients use this to great effect. The more services you buy from them, the more sticky you become. So, for example, if you're a telecoms company, you might, once you've sold them a broadband, telephone, and a television package, you actually become a very sticky client and very difficult to get rid of. And the same applies with agencies. If you can sell more services to your clients, you'll become more sticky with them. So start to use what I would call a cross-selling matrix. And I can show you one as an illustration later that I use with my agencies. So map out your clients down the side, map out your services across the top, and actually work out which of your services the clients buy. And more importantly, work out which ones they're not buying, and ask yourself why they're not buying them. Often I find that they're not buying them because they don't actually know that you actually sell those services. And no one's actually bothered to tell them about it because it's a project-based client that hasn't been immersed in the rest of the business. So think about tasking an individual who owns that client relationship to start to think about educating them about other services, whether they use case studies, whether they use a new set of credentials. But start to think about how do you educate the clients to sell more, to buy more services from you. And particularly look to those top tier clients to buy more, because you don't want those top tier, those gold clients to be not sticky. Within that cross-selling matrix, you could also put in a client risk tool. If you don't have that, then think about having a risk assessment tool in the business where you can measure on a weekly or monthly basis what is the satisfaction of a client and whether or not they're a flight risk. Regularly ask the client team whether or not there was any issues, and you maybe use a traffic light system built into a tool like the cross-selling matrix, so you can start to ask yourself, is a client at risk, and then address the issues to make sure that they don't become a flight risk, and retention becomes obviously greater. Another thing that I would recommend with your existing clients is to understand what the profitability is by client, by service offering, by project, and if you can, by individual staff member. I know that's often more difficult, but you will often find that you do have in the mix some underperforming clients, ones that are making very low margins. Some services you might also find are either loss leaders or actually loss making. And you also might find that certain staff are over servicing, or they aren't skilled enough to do to do the job properly, or they've been given too much time and they're just using that time ineffectively. So work out what the issues are and address them, because obviously profitability is another key factor. Asking for feedback, and that's another lesson you can learn from your existing clients. So use a technique like the Net Promoter Score or similar metric to regularly ask clients, maybe 6 monthly or certainly at least yearly, to find out where they are, and ideally there'll be more touch points throughout the projects to find out if a client is happy. Share the good and bad feedback with the team, and obviously prepare to change the business or the team or the service as a result of that feedback. And also, if there's great and positive feedback, then consider sharing that feedback externally with a wider audience. Use it as testimonials, for example, or use it on your case studies. Another technique to engage with the clients is to create post-campaign evaluations. Now, so after you've got a key campaign is done, and this might be dedicated towards more your senior or more top tier clients, but think about creating a post-campaign evaluation that highlights the successes and the performance stats of your performance and your campaigns. It's a great way to promote the client internally your client can promote themselves internally within their business, and of course by default they'll be promoting you. I know this is often investment from the agency, and you often don't get paid for it, but it's a great selling tool for you to promote the agency within the business. And it's a great way to get back in front of the client at the end of a project when potentially nothing else is going to happen, and you're coming to a natural deadline. So it gives you an opportunity to say what's next. Another technique to get in front of clients is to start to book strategic client meetings. And I think the word strategic is important because it often attracts a higher level of client. So a more senior client will see a strategic review meeting and think that might be something I want to attend, rather than any old agency meeting. So think about having them actually try to promote them within their client, and try to get them in the diary either quarterly, 6 monthly, or annually. Another technique is also perhaps after a particular project is to again have a project review meeting, and that might be a technique that you might want to use, a stop, keep, change review, for example. But it's a great way to get exposure to client challenges, and again ask for some new briefs. Another technique, which is similar but different, is to create some client development plans. And again, these are more dedicated to your top tier clients, your gold clients. So identify areas of opportunity within that client. So what you would do is you map out a client and you'd look at where their connections are. So are there other brand managers internally, other stakeholders internally? Do they have sister companies? Do they have holding companies they're connected with, or overseas offices that you could do a similar project with, or offer similar service to? And if you find that and you do that homework, you map it out, you give that responsibility to an individual within the team to nurture that relationship, then you can start to look for introductions from that client to those other parties within your client's network. Proactive idea generation. Now, this is a great technique to use, particularly when the client has gone quiet. Maybe it's a client that you've had good work from in the past. It might be a gold client that's project based and has gone quiet. But think about, how do you get back in front of the client that's gone quiet, and to host some internal brainstorms, which gives you an opportunity to create some ideas that you can proactively go back to the client with, is a great way to get back in the door and create some new briefs. Very few clients will say to you, I'm not interested in hearing any ideas that you've got. So come up, if you either come up with ideas first and then ask for a meeting, or you ask for the meeting first and then go, I need to go and get some ideas and book that in. So it kind of works in both ways. My next tip is to ask for testimonials and reviews from clients that you've done a good job with. Now, clearly, don't ask for testimonials or reviews when you're halfway through a project, because you haven't proven yourself. So wait until you've got you're in a good place where the client's job is done and you're bathing in the glory of some good results. Ask the client for some testimonials. And use them to promote the agency on your website, on social channels, etc. And make sure that the client knows you have the capacity to do some more work. One, I think, criticism that agencies get is because a lot of clients don't actually know that they have any more capacity for any more work. So they're not going to recommend you to do any more work if they think you're always at capacity. And referrals, of course, is another key part of this. So I would definitely recommend you record any referrals that come to you, and make sure that they are rewarded and recognised for that introduction. And also consider, make sure that that referrer knows what your perfect client looks like, because there's nothing worse than being introduced to work that you really don't want, and then have to try to backtrack. Or upset a significant party or current or ex-client because they referred you something, and you have to feel obliged to deliver on it. So make sure your referrers know what your perfect client looks like, your 4 and 5F clients. My next little tip would be to surprise and delight clients. So you really need to foster that sort of trusted advisor relationship. Look for opportunities where you can invite them to your own or industry events, share competitor and sector insights, send them birthday cards, Christmas cards, and ultimately go beyond the what's expected. Try to over deliver and under promise. One interesting insight from some research I saw last year was that most clients, or a lot of clients, will actually leave an agency when they because they've only ever done what they were asked to do, and nothing beyond that. So try to think about what you can do, which is beyond the what was expected and beyond what was asked for. Another element of client retention is to make sure, or try to get your team to align with your client's team. So if your junior member of staff can meet your junior client, your senior team meets your senior client, it's a far safer way for the business to be retained, because no individual will own that client relationship. So if any individual leaves, there's much lower danger of them disappearing with the client. One thing I do find with a lot of agencies is they do a great job, they do the work, but they forget to celebrate at the end of a project. So whether that's a new website or an award or a new brand identity that's been created, think about ways that you can actually celebrate with the client, and again foster a much closer relationship with them. Feel that they'll start to feel that they're part of the team and you're part of their team, rather than having this sort of supplier-client relationship. So I would definitely try and make a retention a goal for the business. So monitoring when a client starts and what their life cycle is and what their lifetime value is a great thing to do. So because you'll start to work out how long you typically work with a client, and also it will start to you can start to extend deadlines when you've got natural deadlines. It will start to raise your awareness when you get to a natural point in time where historically you've lost clients. So think about those deadlines. Think about extending them. When does a client come to at the end of an annual review or an end of a campaign? Find ways of extending that life by selling them something beyond the deadline. And setting retention goals makes it something that people start to become aware of and give ownership to an individual within the agency. My next tip would be to become a client or customer of your client. Now, I know sometimes this is very difficult, particularly if they're selling something particularly expensive, but if they have a service or a product that you can buy, I would strongly recommend that you sign up for it or you buy it. It obviously provides a commitment and demonstrates commitment to the client that you know that and you're supporting them, but also you learn so much from being a customer. You from the signing up process, from the actual usability of a product or service, you can start to see real customer insights, and you can share them with the client. And again, does help to extend a client life and retention. We're getting towards the end now with just 2 more to go. So induction days. When you sign up a new client, I would strongly recommend that you try to get an induction day at their offices, and in return try to get their staff to come to you and give them an induction in the agency, if of course you still have an office. It shows a real willingness that you want to learn about their business. And it's a great way for your clients to understand how you actually do work. And as new members of the team arrive, both in the client and in the agency side, try to get them to have an induction, so that everyone is continually learning and continually building on that relationship. And my last one is to consider the importance of junior clients. I was often surprised, particularly when I was at Ogilvy, that the most senior clients got all the attention and the junior clients were largely ignored. But I think what my old colleagues forgot was that the junior clients are the ones that often have the day-to-day contact with clients. And they, of course, move job way more frequently than the marketing director. So they are often the ones that might, in a client, in an agency life, they might move 3 or 4 times in a 10-year period, for example. And if you've got a great relationship with them, they can bring you into multiple clients over their lifetime. So really, don't ignore the power of those junior clients. And my next slide, I mentioned earlier that I had a cross-selling matrix. I don't know if you can see that, or you can do a screenshot of it, but something like this. This is my tool, and you can see, you can start to track a lot of what I said earlier on one matrix. So you've got the client on the left-hand side. You can do a traffic light system on whether they're high risk or medium risk or low risk. You can track the date they were run. You can track how they were won, whether it was a client referral, whether it was outbound marketing. Again, I mentioned the entry level service. You can track that. You can start to then tier them. You can map the services that they buy and the ones they don't. And then the 5 Fs is also tracked on this system. And again, this particular one is a traffic light system. So your greens are your perfect clients. And you've also got an opportunity to map the ones that buy more than 3 services, because they become more sticky. So having a system like this will really, really help. And feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn if you want a copy of my version. I know a lot of my clients have got huge value from this, and it starts to bring a lot of what I've said into a practical reality. So that brings me to the end. I hope that you've got some useful nuggets there, and a few reminders or a few takeaways. But thank you very much for.
Thank you so much, Carl, and thanks for sharing 20 actionable actions. It was really to the point that way. Yeah. And in the end, we don't really have so much time left for questions. But if I can have all the other speakers on the virtual stage. Hello, everybody. We went through some great insights in the session, and we looked at the 8 mistakes in the sales process. We looked at reclaiming our power, and we with Carl, we looked at so many things we could do to get more things from our clients. All very actionable, but I think that there is one main theme that drives through all of that is first understanding the client. What do they really want, and why are we and how could we get to know them better? And I'm going to just reverse the question onto you guys now, because you guys are all coaches. You work with lots of agency founders out there, and from varying sizes. What is the first question you ask an agency founder? Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to understand where they're trying to get to. Because if that's not clear, then it doesn't really matter kind of what they do or what advice or guidance you might be able to provide for them. You've got no idea if it's the right advice. You've got no idea whether it's taking them to a place they want to go. So for me, that's the most important thing, really kind of having a rich understanding of that destination.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Robin. Yeah, I'm not in the business of telling agency owners what they should or shouldn't do, or where they want to go. I'm totally with Robin. It's really about where do they want to go, and am I or is one of the mentors that I know a best place to help them get there. So it's really their journey that I help them go on it. But part of that is also identifying what their current challenges are. And if we can work out what their challenges are, I know whether I'm best suited or whether Ben is best suited or someone else I know is best suited to help them on that particular path.
Ben, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd probably just add to that in terms of I always like to understand what's really driving them. Robin kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier on around, in particular, what do they really enjoy doing? What do they get out of bed in the morning and feel, yeah, I'm kind of excited to be doing that today, versus what are the things that actually they don't really enjoy? And often that's quite revealing in terms of what they should be thinking about eliminating and where they should actually be focusing their attention.
Perfect. And because I asked this question because this is a question that the agency founders, owners, directors who are listening to us right now can ask themselves. Yeah, where do they really want to go? Because there is a lot of practical advice that we've shared around getting more from existing clients, selling better, understanding the client, reclaiming your power. But you need to have a direction for the agency. And there's one thing that really resonated with me, Robin, in one of the things you said on creating a market of one. So I can really relate to that in actually defining your own value, because that's defining your niche. But I have a question about that. Do you always know what your one true market is? Is this do you think something that you're always clear about, or is this a journey? Does it come from? Is it validated by markets, or can you just tomorrow wake up and say, "Hey, I do this"? But does it really give you grant you the right to do that?
So there's a lot to unpack in there. I think fundamentally you can't wake up one morning and credibly claim that your agency is really good at something that it's not. So you need some provenance, you need some credibility. Obviously, it's very helpful if you already have some awareness in and around what you do. But just to kind of go back one step, I think there's one of the things I talk a lot about, whether I'm consulting or whether I'm coaching, is language. I think we have to be very clear what we mean, because we often throw words around that are very similar, and we all mean slightly different things. And it doesn't mean that there's one true definition, but it does mean we should get clear on it. So the word niche, I struggle with, because often when we say the word niche, it kind of sounds small. It kind of sounds limiting. Sometimes specialize has the same effect. Kind of agency leaders kind of tense up and think, oh shit, I don't want to be niche, I don't want to be small. So the idea is that you're either all things to all people, which various speakers have said that's not great, and I agree, or you end up being very tiny and you only do one discipline, or you only work in one sector. So I would argue that Omnicom, if you're going to say niche, WPP are niche in as much as if you're one of the handful of global advertisers that want to put all of your spend, multi-billion-dollar spend, in one holding company, you've only really got 4 or 5 options in the world. Now, that arguably is a niche to be a global marketing services provider. So I think we've got to be very careful about what we mean when we talk about specialization. The second part of the question is, you can't just wake up and be something different. So it's usually a build and a kind of unpacking and a removal of the woolliness around we want to be the go-to agency or the the best agency. Well, what does that mean? To Ben's point, what does that actually mean in terms of fulfillment and joy? So you can figure out what the personal journey is and figure out what the collective aspirations are and knit all those things together. Usually a space that you can own and occupy falls out very quickly, which is really, excuse me, that's why we work in short sprints, is because you can get this done very fast.
Super. So one last question before we close off this panel. It's going to be a cheesy one, but I'm sorry. What would you really recommend? Because we talked about this whole panel. We heard all the things. What is one thing that the listener today can actually, after they close off in a few hours' time, when they log off, what is the one action they can do? Because actually, in yours, Robin, it was about, is this the moment that you want to start your change? That was really powerful. So I'll take one by one. I'll start with Ben. What will be the one thing that you would like the listener to do?
Oh, don't start with me. There's too many things. There's too many things. That's really unfair. I'm not very good at being put on the spot like this, I have to say.
I'll go.
Go on, let me have a moment to think.
Okay, so Carl, how about you?
Well, I think my most practical takeaway from this is to really urge agency owners to look at their client list and see which of those clients are genuinely good clients, and actually put them through my 5 Fs or another similar profiling technique to say, okay, which clients have we got that we really want to keep, and which ones are holding us back? And I think one of the guys referred to earlier about vampire clients that sucking you dry. Every agency's got a client that they shouldn't really be working with anymore. So if you can just identify what the good ones are, which ones you should be moving on from, that will free up resource, that will free up headspace, and start to give that profile of, okay, this client is a good one. How do we find more like that?
Mhm.
And I think you can do that in a practical way using that cross-selling matrix as a tool and technique.
Mhm.
And I promise you, if you haven't done it, you will get value from it.
Perfect.
I've always had such positive feedback from that exercise. So I would definitely urge they do that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Robin.
Yeah, I imagine Ben, probably you want me to go next, don't you?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose I'm going to be a little bit punchy here and just acknowledge that there is loads of fantastic advice that I've heard, and I've written down loads from the other speakers. It's all good stuff, brilliant, practical things you can go and implement tomorrow. But my one thing would be to elevate this conversation. If we are just making kind of incremental improvements to how to do things a little bit better, then I don't think that's going to make agencies thrive, be profitable, be joyful, be fulfilled places. Think about the business strategy. Recognize that, significant change is required in order to sustainably grow the business. So, we talk about rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's, there are lots of good things you can do, but the best thing you can do is to not hit the iceberg in the first place.
Perfect. Thank you. That was really good analogy. Ben, did you think of something yet?
Yeah, I'm actually going to tell you to send your proposition to Robin, and the reason why I'm providing that advice is because all paths lead back to there.
Yeah.
We're talking about a lot of tactical advice here, but going back to Robin's point earlier on, you've got to earn the right to adopt some of the ideas that I spoke about. Certainly, you've got to earn the right to adopt some of the ideas that Carl talked about. And I think that power, that leverage ultimately comes back to your positioning or proposition. And there's a good example of us using different language to kind of mean a similar kind of thing. But all paths for me always lead back to positioning. You've got to get that nailed down. You've got to get that right. That idea of the market of one, which I really like from Robin. All paths lead back to there. So I would have a really, really good look there first before you even start to think about implementing maybe some of the tactical advice that certainly Carl and I have spoken about today.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for contributing to the book and to the summit. Thank you, and we'll have you in some other show, hopefully, some other time.
I hope so.
And,
it's been a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye
Much
now.
appreciated.
See you all soon. Take care.
Bye-bye.
So with that, we're gonna go to our next panel now, and we're gonna be talking about profitability. Joining me on stage is Freya Mürdenbein. There she is.
Well done.
Yeah, and Marcel Petitpas, and there he is. Wow. There
Wow.
you go.
Here we are. You are killing it with the tricky names this morning, Barris, I gotta say.
I've been practicing. Sorry we're late a bit into the panel. We'll first have Freya to talk to us about scope creep, and I think this is a very good segue to Marcel will tell us about resource planning. So we'll start with Freya first, and then go to Marcel. Freya, over to you.
Great. I'm just going to share my screen. Here we go. I think I'm the only female and non-native English panel speaker today. So if you're detecting an accent, it's because I'm German. Can you see the full view of this now? Can anyone tell me if you can see my presentation? Everything okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
we can.
Awesome.
Yes, we
okay,
can.
thank you.
Yes.
So my name is Freya. I'm an agency consultant, and I specialize in strategy delivery and operational efficiency. So really, I work with agencies on moving their strategy out of the boardroom and into the agency and the reality of operations and people and teams. So I make sure that your ways of working are profitable and smooth and set you up for growth, really. And unfortunately, we can't have growth without talking about things like scope creep and profitability. I know it's a very hated term, is scope creep, but it's also very real. So I'm really happy that I can talk to you about this today. It's definitely a topic I advise a lot of agencies on because it is very common. So if you are experiencing it, don't worry. there's a fix. What just happened? I've just come out of the presentation mode somehow.
Yeah, you can try getting back on and again, start it if you want. We can still see your slides.
Oh, here we go. The first technical mess up of the day.
That's the beauty of doing things live. Can we get the slides on, Ozan, please?
There we go.
There you
Can you see that now?
Perfect. Yes, we can.
Okay, we're
Yes, we
back. Okay, so I guess the first note is today I'm mostly going to talk about scoping and pricing and how that affects scope creep later on and affects profitability in your team. But I would recommend to all of you listening today that you don't stop there. So issues with scope and with profitability exceed scoping and pricing. So I would encourage you to look into your day-to-day operations. So things like, have you got defined processes that your teams can work with so that you're not making things up as you go along and people don't know what they're supposed to do? The systems that you're using, are they effective? Are they talking to each other? Do you get good data that tells you about client profitability, project profitability, so that you can make good decisions about managing scope? So this is all kind of day-to-day stuff around teams, roles, skills, systems, processes that are super important. So when you get a new project in, you're not leaking money whilst you're delivering it. The second bit is client management. So again, do your own audit of how you manage clients, how you grow clients. So Carl just had lots of good advice on, growing and retaining clients and what good client management looks like. But also things like who owns client profitability in the first place? Are your client teams set up and skilled and briefed on what they are supposed to achieve for client profitability? Do you have the right people in the right roles to manage client expectations and relationships? And also, finally, is your whole culture set up and based on profitability? Do people understand why it's important? Do they have visibility of your numbers, of basic agency finances and how you're performing as a business? Do they understand the required behaviors and skills and KPIs around profitability and how to make it happen as a team effort rather than it being a concept that sits somewhere at board level and can't be made reality throughout the teams? So we're talking about scoping and pricing today, but profitability and scope creep is much, much bigger than that. So do look into other areas of your business. So going into scoping and pricing then, some of this might sound very familiar to you. So you might not know right at the beginning of actually scoping a new piece of work, what the client really wants from you. And we've had a couple of talks previously today around qualifying and really, really understanding what your clients wants from you. So poor qualification can be a problem. So if we don't fully understand what the client wants, and they basically come out of the woodworks later on and say, oh, I also want X, Y, and Z, then we're straight away in scope creep. We're over-delivering on what we expected. We're becoming unprofitable. So this very first conversation and the process of qualifying and scoping is super, super important. And again, we've heard about this before today, involving your experts in the scoping process. Your teams know how to make work happen in reality and what it's like to speak to clients every day and to deliver a good service. So they absolutely need to be involved. The second bit that might sound familiar is you might not be pricing accurately, or you might have low rates that further on lead to issues with scope creep or profitability. So it could be that maybe you're not pricing everything in the first place. So very common activities that are left out by a lot of agencies are onboarding, client meetings, client calls, project management. These are often things that agencies give away for free, or they think it's somehow absorbed in a day rate. But in the majority of cases, it isn't, and it's causing lots of stress, lots of headaches for people further down the line. So if we don't give our account teams, our client teams, the assigned and earmarked time to provide a good service, they will have to go over scope. They will have to run around and make things happen. It will stress them out. Client relationships can suffer, and it's a vicious cycle of profitability, stress, over servicing that needs to be fixed, really. You might also not know how long things take. So you might be at that stage of your growth cycle where you have lost track of how long your processes or your activities actually take. And therefore, it might be quite hard for you to price them properly. And I'll talk about that in a second. And also, you might not be reviewing your rates regularly. And this, again, is very common. Reviewing rates should at least be an annual process, but you might have some legacy clients on low rates. You might not have the confidence to have these conversations with clients, and therefore you're just leaving them on their old rates. So lots of different reasons why that might be the case, but absolutely we have to review rates on a regular basis. And then finally, once you're out of scoping and pricing, you might not formalize the scope with your client. So if you're not formalizing ways of working and what is and isn't included in your scope, you're straight away opening yourself up to overservicing. You're basically relying on your account teams to have the confidence and the skills to push back when clients want to exceed the scope and ask for more work, which is very tricky. It's a very awkward situation for account teams to be in. And I'm sure, a lot of us before we owned our own agencies or became kind of board members, we worked with clients in the past, and we hopefully remember the feeling of the awkward conversation of pushing back and saying no. So formalizing the scope can help with that. So let's tackle that first issue. Fully understanding requirements. So Ben talked about this as part of the sales process, and I'm just going to recap some of my thoughts here as well. Quite often, agencies kind of blur different stages into one. So the first stage really of finding out what we're doing for a client is the sales qualification, where really we're trying to figure out if we even want to work with them in the first place and what our chances of winning are. And if we want to take this into the next stage, which could be a proposal or a pitch. But really here you're asking things like timelines and KPIs and budgets, and are we competing with other agencies in the pitch process? This is not really the stage where you really fully drill into what campaigns we're running for them, or who would be our day-to-day contact within the team. This is very kind of high level. What are our chances of winning, and do we want to work with them? What often happens now is that the salesperson, so whether that's for an existing client, so an upsell, or for a brand new client, so it's a new business team, they can go a bit AWOL sometimes, and they might now actually step straight into proposal creation, where they probably aren't the best people to put together the pricing and the scoping, but they will because maybe they've always done it, maybe that's their job. But really, we need another stage here we need a proper scoping call, and this is where I would bring your subject matter experts into the conversation. They will talk to the prospect or to the client about what previous activity have you done? How has that performed? What kind of campaigns are you expecting from us? Are there any restrictions? Do we have access to the right people, data, tools? So basically, they want to understand what can we realistically achieve for this client. And they need to be part of that conversation, because if we give them a scope or proposal that they look at and they think, I can't make that happen. We've all been there. We've all either done it or we've been on the receiving end. It's horrible, and we know straight away this is going to be awful. The relationship will suffer and will be unprofitable. So do get them involved. And the third step really is to come back together, salesperson, subject matter expert, get in a room together, bring to the table what you all know about the client. What should their strategy be? What should our approach be? What level of service do they need? This is really important. Based on your conversations with the client or the prospect, have they been let down by their previous agency, for example? Have they been disappointed with the level of service they've received in the past? And therefore, what level of service do they expect you to deliver? And you need that information to price accurately how much client management time should be assigned to this proposal. So really, as a team effort, you come together and you decide what should be included in the scope and how much should that cost. So as an action for you to take away, I would advise that you have a chat with your sales teams, whether it's a dedicated sales person or department, and it could be also people responsible for upselling to existing clients, and have a conversation with them about how you can create more accurate scope. So what's the best way? Who should be involved? What are the stages we should go through to find out as much as possible about this client? and allow the teams to be involved in some kind of scoping conversations with the team, with the client, sorry. And it might be a little bit more time consuming than what you're used to right now, but the output and the quality and the accuracy of your scope and your price will be much, much better, and it will cause less headaches and higher profitability down the line. So the second issue was, you might not be pricing in all work. And I see this all the time. So I go into lots of agencies and I audit ways of working. And I'm doing like investigative work, basically, to find out, why are the margins low? Why are we not making the profit that we want to make? And quite often it's because pricing is a bit random. There's no science behind it. It's not a strategic process. So what I recommend, if that's the case for you, introduce a very simple pricing sheet that outlines the activity that you want to price based on your scoping conversations, the time, hours, or days that it would take to fulfill that activity, the role that would fulfill that task, their individual hourly rate, and then you come to an overall price at the end. So 2 examples here: onboarding and client management, very typical things that don't get priced in by agencies. When you actually break this down, you can see how quickly it adds up to quite a large amount. And this could be a one-off payment for onboarding, for example, or regular client management on a monthly basis. So a lot of agencies have a bit of a shock moment when we go into the process of mapping out how long things actually take them. You can see as well, in this example for onboarding, we have an average rate of £100 here. We have account directors, account managers, and experts all helping out with onboarding. And overall, on average, their rate is 100. With client management, though, we have the same roles, but the emphasis here is much more on the senior level roles. So account directors and account managers are doing much more work here. And therefore, the average cost here for this section is 109. And this is what's kind of tiered pricing. So we're moving away from a blended rate that we basically apply to every role, and we're mapping out individual rates, tiered rates for each level in the agency. So an account director is more expensive than an account manager. And we want to account for that so that we can make the highest margin possible. Don't send this to the client. This is not for your client's eyes. This is an internal process that you would follow to just make sure your pricing is as accurate as possible. There's often one problem that then basically happens, is that agencies don't know how long their processes take and how much they should cost. And therefore, the pricing sheet becomes a little bit tricky to make reality. If that's the case for you, I would say start by mapping out your repeatable processes. So again, the example of onboarding: what's the task? Who owns it? Who fulfills it? What's the requirement in terms of time, and therefore how much should it cost based on the type of role that's fulfilling that task typically. Document everything, train people on it, but then bring it back to your pricing sheet so that you can start pricing more accurately every time you do a new scope. So you learn over time how long your processes take. That's where time tracking is actually quite a good activity, because you can see how long certain processes take you. And when you're growing, and when you used to be small and you're growing, this learning can save you a lot of money down the line. So do track how long these processes take you. So actions to take away: map your repeatable processes, create your own version of this pricing sheet with your own individual roles, their hourly rates. So move into tiered pricing with individual cost rates. Include prompts on the pricing sheet so that no one ever forgets elements like onboarding, account management, meetings, calls, project management. I grew my own department to 100 people. So it was a really big department at some point. And we constantly took on sales proposals that didn't include things like project management and internal management of teams and client calls. And we would just run around and try to squeeze all of this into a scope that was impossible to make happen with the expectations that were set. So I know firsthand what an absolute mess it can cause when these things aren't priced in. So this is really, really important. And then review your rates regularly. So again, if you're on some legacy rates with some clients, there's often a fear that clients will run away if you discuss rates with them. They don't. I've not heard any horror stories at all. If anything, these are absolutely expected conversations. Your clients will probably wait for you to have them, and it will help you to stay within the margins that you've set out in the agency. And then finally, once you've done your scoping as a team effort, you've done your pricing as a team effort, you've priced everything in, so you've really thought about, how do I avoid scope creep? And that's really the first step, is don't ever hand anything into the team that can't be done, that isn't scoped properly, that doesn't have the time or budget allowance for things like client management and so on. The final step is, once your client has given the go ahead and said, I'm happy to go and work with you, you want to formalize all of that into a scope of work or statement of work. Basically, that just gives your client lead or client manager the leverage to push back when clients go over scope. Basically, it's very hard for client teams to have the confidence, the skills, and the experience to push back on clients if there's nothing to refer back to. If there's no written agreement, what's included and excluded in the scope, it will be a very, very awkward conversation. So a scope of work should really include the very basic deliverables, costs, milestones, dates, exclusions. But you might also want to agree some kind of general ways of working. So for example, how do you handle delays? So what if the client delays a sign-off or wants extra rounds of amends or asks for an additional work request? Is that charged for? If it's charged for, what rate? And have that in place to, again, give your client teams the confidence to push back and refer to that document. So final set of actions, I would say really speak to your teams about why scope creep is happening, because they know. You might not know if you're not involved in the day-to-day, but they will give you the answers, and sometimes we don't ask them enough. And then once you know those reasons, create your own version of a scope of work template that covers all of those common reasons for scope creep, and introduce it to clients, reestablish better ways of working together that mean you're not constantly running around and going over scope, becoming unprofitable. It's not going to work long term. So that brings me to the end. But again, just to reiterate, don't stop here. Scoping and pricing is that very first stage that you want to get right to avoid scope creep further down the line. But do look into all areas of the agency, from operation systems, how you manage and retain clients, to your profitability culture and education on numbers. So don't stop here. And that's it. So thank you very much for having me, and I'm gonna stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Freya. Now we're gonna go to Marcel, but stick around, because I have a question for you that I want to ask after we listen to Marcel as well. We'll field questions together. Thank you. So Marcel, I think you must have really liked what you heard from Freya. Because
I did.
Speaking your language there. So over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, very much so, Barris. So thank you for having me. Thank you to the entire agency growth events team for having me. Thank you everyone for being here. And thank you, Freya, for a great presentation. Yes, very much speaking my language. Freya and I just became best friends. She doesn't know that yet, though. So yeah, I also speak a little bit of German. So, I mean, we're off to a really good start here. I'm here to talk, I guess, about resource planning, but what I really want to share today is 3 big ideas. The first is zooming out and talking about, at a little bit of a wider aperture, the larger framework that resource planning and really forecasting fits into in the agency, and what those 3 core tenets are. Then I want to talk about the structural alignment that needs to exist for resource planning or forecasting of any kind to not be incredibly cumbersome. And then I'll finish on talking about, I think, one of the most important ideas when it comes to resource planning and forecasting that no one is talking about, which is the separation of bottom-up and top-down resource planning, and the difference between precision and accuracy, and why those 2 things are not the same, and why often they're in tension with one another, but we have a tendency to conflate those things as being the same. Now, before I do any of that, I am displeased with the level of engagement that is happening in the chat. And so I want to ask everyone, if you're interested at all in any of these things, when it comes to resource planning, forecasting. What's your biggest challenge? I want to hear from you in the chat. That way I can get a sense of what your questions are, and I can make sure to focus on answering those and delivering as much value as possible. So please let me know in the chat, what's your biggest challenge or burning question when it comes to resource planning and forecasting? All right, let's dive in. So this is it's very unstructured, and my handwriting is bad. That's it. Just know that it's bad. So let's talk about, first and foremost, what is the larger model that forecasting fits into. And from my perspective, there are kind of three elements that an agency needs to get right in order to have sustainable profitability over time in the business. The first is they have to understand their model, right? We got to understand the model for the agency. So what does that mean really? Well, the model essentially is being able to connect the dots between three critical areas of the business. The first is sales and leadership. And so this relates to what kind of clients do we want? What kinds of services do we want to sell? Where is the business going? And essentially this determines what kind of work is coming into the business. How do we think about pricing, packaging, positioning, etc.? The other element of this is operations and delivery. So once we sell a project, we have to make a bunch of decisions about people, projects, and time. When are we going to do it? How are we going to resource it? What kind of team members do we need to put on it? Who's getting scheduled? When do we need to hire people? Do we need to fire people? And how are we going to allocate time and think about scoping and pricing and protecting that scope, just like all the things that Freya talked about? How are we going to think about measuring these things? And all of this is also going to be related to finance, which ultimately is thinking about what are the financial outcomes that we want for the business? What kind of budgets do we have? What kind of targets do we have for profitability? And the intrinsic challenge here is that all of these things are related to each other. And a change in one of these areas has an impact on the other areas. But drawing the lines between those things and seeing how a change in one area affects the other is really complex. But we need to solve that problem, because if we don't understand the model of the business, then how can we set targets? How can we resource plan? How can we forecast? And I see this all the time, and let me know if this resonates with you at all. I've seen countless agencies say, we want to hit a 30% EBITDA, or I expect my team to hit a 70% utilization rate, or I want, our rates or our margins on projects to be X, Y, or Z. And when we look at the model for their business and we assess the decisions that they've made across these three vectors, what we realize is that's not possible. If everything went exactly the way you planned for it to go, none of those things would be achieved. But they're not aware of that disconnect because they haven't done this exercise. So that's the first step. We got to determine the model. Once we understand the model, then we can start to forecast, because we have the necessary elements to say, okay, what is our plan for how many people we have on the team, how many hours they have available for client work, what that utilization rate is going to look like, how much work we plan to bring in, what the scope of that work is going to look like, how it's going to be laid out. We can then start to forecast those assumptions out into the future. And then the last step is we need feedback. And this is what Freya talked about with time tracking, right? We make a bunch of assumptions. Agency operations, to a large extent, is forecasting. It's taking assumptions about people, projects, and time and trying to model them out into the future. But I think we all know that our assumptions tend to be pretty bad sometimes. It takes us a lot longer than we thought to get things done. People are way busier or way less busier than we thought. Our expectations for how much time they can spend on client work are out of line with reality. And so we need to capture the actuals of what's going on so we can identify those outliers. And this is the virtuous cycle that forecasting exists in. So I wanted to articulate that to put these next couple of things into context, but this is the virtuous cycle. We got to understand our model. That allows us to then forecast, and then it creates the foundation on which we can install feedback loops and really get an understanding of where things need to be focused on and addressed to close those gaps. Because at the end of the day, our forecast is only as accurate and as helpful as our assumptions. So that's the first big idea. We've talked about this larger framework. Now I want to talk about structural consistency and structural alignment. One of the biggest challenges that I see get in the way of agencies being able to successfully resource plan and forecast is that they don't have structural alignment through the project lifecycle. And there are three critical elements that we need to create structural alignment across. The first is what Freya talked about, pricing and scoping. So when work is coming in, how are we thinking about the critical elements of that work? And this falls into a couple of different categories. How are we thinking about price? And how are we thinking about the financial elements of this project? So do we have consistent definitions for revenue, pass-through expenses, agency gross income? Do we have a consistent heuristic for how we think about gross margin or delivery margin? Is it clear to everyone what our target is for gross margin and delivery margin? What metrics do we use? What signals do we use to determine if this price is good or bad, if it's hitting the target that we have or that we need in order to be profitable, right? This relates back to the to the model conversation. There's also how we think about scope, and in particular, how we break that down and align it into functional scope. What I mean by that is, okay, we think it's going to take 100 hours to get this done, but how are we categorizing those hours? What buckets are we putting those hours into? Are we thinking about that in terms of task categories, like what type of work is being done? Are we thinking about that more in terms of role categories, like what kinds of people might need to work on this? Are we thinking about this in terms of departments, right? So what is our structure for this? And is that consistent across all the different work that we do? So those are kind of the two main elements. And then we want to think about our capacity model. And similarly, we want to create some alignment here across cost, right? So when we're thinking about the margins of a project, are we modeling cost when we're thinking about our capacity model in the same way that we would when we're scoping a project? So there's alignment there. And when we're thinking about scope, are we able to plug those hourly estimates into a similar framework that we would use to model our capacity, right? So this is capacity. And then all of that cascades into planned work. So similarly, when we start to get into resource planning and forecasting, is the finance aligned and is the capacity aligned? So I'll give you a simple practical example of where I see this break down. And it seems so obvious, but many of you are actually probably struggling with this right now. You estimate a project, and on the estimate, you're thinking about the hours as, you know, there's this many design hours, there's this many project management hours, and there's this many hours for, let's call it strategy. And then when you start thinking about your capacity model, you're breaking that down in a completely different way. You're thinking about it in terms of tasks, or you're thinking about it in terms of individuals, or you're thinking about it in terms of departments. And these two things aren't lining up. So right away, when you go to resource plan or forecast, you need to go through this data cleanup step or this translation step in order to start layering that work in, or you have to go to what we call bottom-up resource plan, which I'll talk about in a moment. The other issue that this cascades into is feedback loops. So then your timesheets, you go and pull those, they're structured in a completely different way. Time is tracked to 300 discrete tasks. They don't map back to the way that you've structured things on the estimate. And all of a sudden, these simple questions of how much time are we expecting? How does that relate to our capacity? How much time did it actually take? How does that relate to our estimate? These are simple questions, but they're hard to answer now because we haven't been thoughtful about how we structure data through the project lifecycle and in the tools and systems that we use to measure these things. So structure is number two. We need to understand our model and how the forecast fits into that. We then need to be really diligent about how we structure our assumptions and our data to make this easier. Now let's talk about resource planning more directly. And to me, this is one of the things that I don't understand why no one's talking about this, but I'm going to talk about it now, which is the difference between bottom-up and top-down resource planning. To qualify this conversation, I want to talk about this idea of precision versus accuracy. And if you're a project manager or you come from project management, I want you to brace yourself because you might feel a little bit exposed by what I'm about to say here. Okay? To me, this is one of the biggest Achilles heels of project managers that start to move into operations roles. They're generally really, really precise people. They are great at details and getting all the T's crossed and the I's dotted. And they start to conflate precision with accuracy because in a lot of project management contexts, precision does correlate to accuracy. But if we were to draw this out, okay, let's say that this is a target, just to illustrate this point. So we have a target here, and I'm going to create a copy of this right away. So precision might look like this. I have a really tight cluster of shots on this that are precise. They're all in a very, very similar space, but are they accurate? Are they hitting the target, the center of the target where we want? Whereas here we might have a larger spread, right? So they're not quite as clustered as the precise situation, but they're more accurate. They're closer to where we want it to be. It's possible for these things to be decoupled. And in a lot of instances, when we start to think about operational workflows, they are decoupled and they're sometimes in conflict with one another. Resource planning and forecasting is one of those areas. So this illustrates top-down versus bottom-up forecasting really, really well. And real quick, is my screen flipped? Okay, the broadcast is good. Thank you in the chat for that. All right, so we have top-down and we have bottom-up resource planning. So most people do resource planning in a bottom-up way. Let's talk about what that looks like. You get a project, you break it down into a bunch of tasks, you assign those tasks to individual contributors on the team, and that then ladders back up to this view into, do we have enough capacity to do this work? So bottom-up forecasting is great for looking at short time horizons. It's great for looking at mature work. And it's great for answering questions that are, we'll call it ground level questions about who's doing what, when, which specific people are too busy, not that busy on specific days. And when we talk about short time horizons, we're generally talking in terms of days or weeks. But if you've ever tried to use bottom-up resource planning to answer a question like, how much design capacity are we going to need over the next 6 months? And how does that change if we do close this deal, if we don't close this deal, if we close these 3 deals and we move the timeline on this other one? When you start to try and answer those kinds of questions that are taking place over broad time horizons, work that is less certain, that might not be clearly scoped, that's much more likely to change, you'll know that it is incredibly inefficient at doing that job, because the dependencies that are created when we create a bottom-up resource plan are insane. We break it down into a ton of tasks. We assign those tasks to individuals. So think about all the dependencies that are being created there. The operational drag of trying to run a scenario like that is massive. That's where top-down forecasting is much better suited to those higher level strategic questions that are focused on accuracy over precision. So you'll notice here, bottom up, this is about precision, and this is about accuracy. And so top down resource planning, this is better for long time horizons. This is better for uncertain work, right? So things that are in the pipeline, the scope might not be that clear yet. We don't have a signed contract. It's likely to change. And this is about high level questions, looking at the executive level. What's our plan for the next several months? What kind of scenarios do we want to run here? And so the main difference with top-down resource planning is we're not taking work and breaking it down into tasks and assigning those to individuals. We're abstracting away from individuals, generally into higher level buckets that we would call usually task categories or role categories. So just to give you a practical example of what that would look like, here's an example of bottom-up forecasting, right? We have a project, we break that project down into tasks. We then assign those tasks to different people. And then we can, after all of that work, model it up into getting a sense of like, oh, design, copywriting, project management capacities are going to look roughly like this. And we have the added bonus of getting individual capacities. But this process of translating a project into individual tasks can be quite laborious. The contrast to that is top-down forecasting, where we add a level of abstraction and we're just going to start breaking down our work into a few simple buckets. most people are going to use what we call role categories, and they're going to break them down into things like design, project management, engineering, strategy, copywriting, etc. And we're using these higher level buckets to map to our sense of capacity. So again, if we have alignment, we come back to the structural alignment. If we're thinking about these categories in the same way when we think about our capacity and our team as we do when we think about work, then creating that alignment is really simple. And we can then start to automate a lot more of the modeling around, how much design capacity do we have in a given period of time and how many design hours are being planned. And all of a sudden, the friction of running a scenario and saying, well, what if we don't get this project? Or what if we shift the timeline back for 2 weeks? There's way less friction, way more dependencies that need to get worked through in order to arrive at these higher level questions of what is our capacity looking like across these different vectors of the business over a broad time horizon. So that's the biggest idea that I think I want to impress upon everybody, is that there is a separation that can get created between this very precision focused resource planning function that is really meant for project managers after a deal is won and it's time to start figuring out boots on the ground, who's doing what when, and this higher level conversation that I think a lot of agency owners and executives are trying to have, but are struggling to do it because they're fighting against a bottom up methodology that's not designed to deliver that insight at all. And you're going to hear later today or tomorrow, I think, from Tom at Parallax, who's one of the few people that I think is doing a really good job of this in terms of having these two ideas coexist inside of a platform. Most of the platforms that are out there for resource planning, they do a great job of bottom up, but there's very few people focused on doing this outside of myself and Tom. So that's kind of my big idea for today. And I want to encourage anyone that wants to dig more into these kinds of ideas to check out our free toolkit. It's got lots of free resources, training videos, as well as some spreadsheets that can help you experiment with top-down forecasting. So I hope that that's useful. And I'm going to turn it back to Baris now after all of that. Dankeschön,
Thank you,
as they say in Germany.
Thank you so much, Marcel. And can we have Freya also back on the stream? That was really, really good. I have one question for each. Marcel, I think you have a few questions on the chat if you want to take them later on that they came in when you asked. But Freya, the question I have for you is, as a German living in the UK, is there any difference, cultural difference, tackling scope creep at the beginning of the project? Because we heard from, I think it was, who was it? Ben, who said it's culturally very hard for the British to talk money. Do you agree?
Yeah, up 100%, 100%. So I would say Germans, they will keep scope in check and they will not hold back when it's happening. I think culturally in Germany, we're probably just much more geared towards having very difficult conversations that Brits culturally want to stay away from, like money. I think Brits more naturally feel like they need to go over and above and do favors, whereas Germans feel like they want to make money. So it's,
or have clarity, let's say.
I think it is definitely different. And even when I was in the agency, I sometimes found it difficult kind of culturally to see someone struggle so much at pushing back when we went over massively and the client became unprofitable. And I never had any problems having those conversations with clients, but I don't know if that's just because I can see the impact directly on the agency or because I'm German, I don't know, but it's definitely true. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Marcel, one of the questions I want to ask you is, on the second idea that you shared, I think you talk about getting your internal data structure right, speaking the same language between different departments in your organization. Do you have like a data dictionary that you can share? Is this something that you do with clients?
Yeah, it is. And the thing is, every agency, as you know, is different. And so the structures tend to be very similar, but the nuances tend to be individualized to each firm. Like some firms are thinking, like I mentioned before, are thinking about those structures in terms of like departments, or they're thinking in them in terms of functional areas. So a lot of this comes down to what services do they offer? How have they structured their business? Are they working in departments? Are they working in cross-functional pods? And the contract model has a lot to do with it as well, as Freya was kind of alluding to. Like if you do a flat rate projects or you're doing more of like an abstracted time materials model, all of those are going to influence what you might call those things and how you might want to organize the assumptions around scope. But the thing that I believe is that there's just one way to think about price, and it doesn't matter what your pricing model is. There's just one way to calculate profitability and margin on a project. And so that we can normalize, that I have resources on. It's just one model that works for everything. So it's not a dictionary, I suppose, but there is a resource I can share in the chat afterwards that
That'd
will
be
point
perfect.
to how to think about that.
That would be perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for both of you. Now
Thank you.
we're going to move to our next panel. And we have joining us, we have Christian Banach, Rob Da Costa, and Rob Sells on our next panel to talk about what's new in 2024. So there they are. They've been waiting for a while. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but the conversations have been so engaging, at least for me, that is. And hello, everybody. And we're going to really kick off quickly with Christian. Then we'll do Rob Da Costa and then Rob Sells. Then we'll take questions all together again. So over to you, Christian.
Sounds good. Well, let me get my screen up here and we should be ready to roll.
We can
All
see your
right.
screen now. Perfect.
All right, so we're here talking. We're at the time of this recording is 2023 is about to end, and we are entering 24. For a lot of agencies, 23 was tough, and depending on who you talk to, 24 we're all hoping is better, but there's nothing. We don't really know, right? So today is, I think, a really important topic for agencies to think about how they're going to grow and find clients in the new year. So my name is Christian Banach. I am the Principal and Chief Growth Officer of a business development and growth consultancy, and we focus on working with agencies and other B2B companies to help them land 6- and 7-figure opportunities predictably. We have worked with some of the biggest and well-known agencies, but we also work with small and boutique agencies. It really runs the gamut. But at the end of the day, our job is to help them drive growth and build relationships with brands like you see there at the bottom of the slide. Briefly, how we're maybe different than others that are out there is that focus on agencies and MarTech and ad tech. That's really our specialty. We're really good at helping companies break into the large and enterprise level companies. The third thing I'll say is different is this whole notion of next gen lead gen, and that's going to be a big focus of today's conversation. So let me come back to that. And then the last is this our overall philosophy. Yes, what we do for clients and advise them on is lead generation, but I really don't like that term. I think for when we're talking about marketing services and how those are bought and sold, and especially at the enterprise level, it's really more about relationships. So we really like to think about it more from a framework of how do we help clients, create new relationships, build those relationships, and nurture those relationships over time. So that's a little bit about us to give you some context. But today what we're going to be talking about is this whole notion of a lead magnet and how do we use that in our outbound sales initiatives, and why is this important, and ultimately how do we create these, and why do we need them in the first place? So before I get into that, I want to tell a little bit of story that I think really does a good job of illustrating what I'm about to teach everybody here today. If you're a baseball fan, you may recognize these three guys. You got Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron. All three are Hall of Fame baseball players. And you might be asking, why is this slide up here? What's the relevance? Well, there was a company back in the 80s that did a really creative sales campaign that I thought was one of the more clever and innovative ones that I've ever heard. So this group was called the CIT Group, and they sold some sort of financial products to CEOs and CFOs of big billion-dollar companies. And their annual retainer with them was in the millions, and in some cases tens of millions of dollars. So as you can imagine, at these big billion-dollar companies, it was really challenging to get a CEO or a CFO to respond to. At the time, I don't even think there was email. It was letters. What this group actually did is they sent a package in the mail to these high-powered CEOs and CFOs, and within the package there was a stand, and the stand had 3 different places for a baseball. The first had a signed autographed Mickey Mantle baseball with a little plaque that said Mickey Mantle, Hall of Famer. The second had a ball from Willie Mays, again, signed autographed, and then with a little plaque. The third, for Hank Aaron, there was the place for the ball, but there was no ball. There was just a plaque that said, Hank Aaron, Hall of Fame baseball player. So I'm going to paraphrase this a bit, but there was a letter that associated this that more or less said, hi, we're CIT Group. This is what we do. We'd really be interested in starting a relationship with you. Here, please take these baseballs on our behalf. But if you want that third baseball from Hank Aaron, you're going to have to meet with us. And again, I'm paraphrasing this. So as you can imagine, this went over really well with these executives, and the CIT Group booked a ton of meetings, and they closed, tens of millions of dollars of business with this particular sales initiative. So really clever. They won a bunch of awards for this. And I really love that as an illustrative example of how to get on somebody's radar. Now, just to get clear, I'm not going to be expecting anybody here to be signing signed baseballs, but you guys, you agencies really have something that you may not realize, but is as valuable, if not more valuable than a signed autograph baseball. And we'll talk about what that is here in a moment. So when I'm talking about a lead magnet, what do I mean by that in the first place? So a lead magnet is something of value, such as a product, a service, a resource, a special deal that's offered to a prospect to incentivize them to take a specific action or step in the sales process. So in the case of the CIT Group, these baseballs were essentially the lead magnet that they were using to try to incentivize these prospects, these CEOs and CFOs, to take the next step, which would be meet with them in person. So some examples of lead magnets, it's not just baseballs. It could be offering a free audit. It could be maybe your agency has written a book. It could be sharing case studies, doing a strategy session, again, maybe some gifts, or an inspiration session, a research report, and so on. So the possibilities of what this could be are really endless. But we'll talk about the qualities that make a really good lead magnet. But I want you to be able to expand your thoughts a little bit, beyond just the baseball idea to some other options that you may have. So why is this even important? Like, why are we talking about lead magnets in the first place? Well, it really comes down to, in our work with agencies, many still believe that word of mouth, their work, awards are really enough to drive growth. And the bottom line is, and we've experienced this, especially this last year, the market is more competitive than ever. Brands are cutting budgets. RFPs are expensive and time consuming. There's less AOR type opportunities. And really the way buyers are making purchase decisions has fundamentally changed. So we really believe to land these 6- and 7-figure opportunities, or really any level of deals, with any sort of predictability, you got to change your mindset and your approach. It can't just be more of a word of mouth and inbound approach. You really need to go and implement more of an outbound based approach. So by outbound lead generation, that is the proactive engagement of prospects to generate a predictable pipeline of opportunities with target companies. So again, you're not necessarily waiting for them to come to you. You are proactively going to them. No different than the CIT Group didn't wait for those CEOs and CFOs to come to them. They went to them, and they had a really interesting offer that went along with it. Now, that said, while we're obviously big proponents of outbound, there's some things that are happening. Sales and marketing automation tools have been flooding the market. I think we can all feel this, that we are getting more and more sales emails in our inboxes every day. Another channel people think about for sales would be the phone. However, remote work, obviously people are not working in the office as much as they used to. Some companies are cutting desktop phones. They're cutting voicemail. Even the service providers for these phones are marking calls as spam if you don't know who they are. So there's that. You think about another channel, such as LinkedIn. In our experience, that a lot of these senior decision makers might be on LinkedIn. They have profiles, but they're not necessarily active on LinkedIn and continuously engaging with content or responding, to messages. So the bottom line here is that it's now harder than ever to connect with prospects. So what worked before isn't necessarily going to work today in outbound. And that's where the whole idea of this next gen lead gen comes in. And there's really 5 parts to this. And today we're focusing really just on one, which is the number 3, the offer value. But I think it's worth kind of sharing some of this. So one of the big components of, taking your lead generation outbound to the next level would be how you build your list. So that's the whole idea of smart list development. Being hyper personalized in your messaging, just sending out mass emails is not going to work. Number 3 is this whole idea of offering value through a lead magnet. We'll talk about that more in a moment. 4 is having a specialized team, and 5 is really utilizing different sales technology to be able to scale your efforts. So these are 5 really key things to think about if you're going to be doing lead generation in 24 and beyond. But let's talk more about number 3, offer value. So this whole idea of providing a lead magnet, we see it as really having 4 main benefits. One is it cuts through the clutter, right? Everybody else is out there sending out an email that says, hi, I hope this email finds you well. And, let's just get 15 minutes on each other's calendar so we can tell you how great we are. And, nobody has time for that, right? So a lead magnet will cut through and differentiate yourself from 99.9% of the emails that are out there. The second thing here is, depending on, again, what lead magnet you choose, it could really, right from the get-go, position you as an expert and authority. If you've done some original research, if you have a trends report, if you have some sort of thought leadership, right away it shifts the dynamic from you're selling them something to you are more of a consultant that can, teach them something. So the dynamic of those calls is very different. The third is it can really create a platform to discuss client challenges. This is, if you just get on a sales call, the expectation is you're going to pitch them something versus if you're doing something more consultative through this lead magnet, you, again, having more of an opportunity to, be seen as a peer of them and to be an expert advisor to them. So there's again, the dynamic of those calls are very different. And then the fourth part is it starts the relationship with reciprocity. By you giving them something of value up front, you set the pace just psychologically. They are more willing to give you something in return. And yes, hopefully that is business, but if anything, it could be a referral. It could be an introduction to someone else in their department. It could be just them being more transparent, with their situation. So these are really what we see as 4 of the main benefits of having a lead magnet as part of your outbound campaigns. So I want to spend a couple minutes just talking about a couple different lead magnets and how you might use them and some typical ones that we see. So one here is offering an audit, a free audit. So again, your email might sound something like, hi, we've been looking in your business. We think you might be experiencing this challenge. We would be willing to do a free audit as a way to, show you a little bit about what we do and how we think about things, right? So again, I'm paraphrasing here. But what we love about audits is that this is a great way to show your expertise. And it also is a way for you to start digging into the prospect's business and identify areas that hopefully that you can actually have an impact on them. So the problem that I would say with audits is they've been a little bit overused. We probably have seen free SEO audits or free digital media audits. So we see if it's something that's been done many times, they're not nearly as effective. So if you're thinking about offering a free audit as a way to, again, start a relationship through your outbound campaign, you want to really make sure that it's unique and different than everybody else what's out there. So that's one. Another one that we see success with is consultations or strategy sessions. So here, this would be a one-to-one meeting where you're going to discuss a prospect's challenge. So you might have a unique point of view on a certain problem that business is potentially experiencing, and you're going to get together. Usually it's virtually, but it could be in person, and you're going to share, some insights with them and give them some ideas to think about. So what we love about this is that, again, it allows you to preview, it allows them to preview your expertise, and it really works well for agencies that have more complex, solutions as a way, again, for them to start understanding your thinking. Something to watch out for with this is that, make sure that it's actually insightful and of value. We sometimes see clients, disguising a capabilities presentation or a sales call, as a, quote unquote kind of consultation. So just make sure that, you actually are adding value. But when this is done well, this can be very, very effective. We've had a lot of clients that have done this, and it's led to really great opportunities for them. And then the last one I'm going to share is original research. So this would be where your firm goes out there and does some sort of proprietary research, study, survey, data analysis into, again, some sort of topic that you believe that target audience that you're reaching out to is likely experiencing. And what is so fantastic about this is that, right away, you've done research, you're perceived as this thought leader. You have something exclusive that nobody else has. So there's this kind of scarcity that comes along with it. So this by far is probably one of the most successful type of lead magnets that we've seen clients use. However, it's also the most expensive and the most complex. So it's definitely something that I think everybody should be thinking about. However, know that with that, also comes some additional cost and time and resources. So when we're thinking about a lead magnet for outbound, there's really kind of 5 qualities that make, it effective. So one is it needs to be relevant. It has to address something urgent and important to your prospect. While I shared the baseball example, and I do love that one, I'm not sure how relevant the baseballs necessarily were, but then again, the gift was so fantastic, I'm not sure if it really mattered. It needs to be helpful, right? You want to be able to provide them some value that they're going to gain, right away from this. So that's another thing to think about. Here's another key one. It's got to be provocative, kind of back to the audit one. If it's something that's been done or everybody kind of generally understands it, it's probably not going to cut through. You want to be sharing something that's contrarian, something different. So that's going to get people to stop and say, wow, yeah, I'm experiencing that problem. Sounds like these guys got an interesting thing to help solve it that I haven't heard before. Let me talk to them. The next part would be, it needs to be credible, right? The odds are that you're going to reach out to a company and they probably don't know who you are. So you need to make sure you're able to back that up with some sort of social proof or some other sort of data. And again, that's going to cut through a lot more. And then the last thing here, and this is really key, it's got to make your audience want more. The idea of this lead magnet isn't just to give somebody something free and then they can take and they run with it. You want to give them a taste, like an appetizer of what it's like working with you. And you want it to naturally flow into something that could be a paid engagement. It may not be a full kind of AOR type thing, but at least it's a paid assignment of some sort. So as you think about that, think about it in levels. What's kind of the freebie we can give? What's something a little bit more expensive we can give? And then what would that lead into that's more of a full-blown engagement? So think about all 5 of those when you're developing your lead magnet. And that leads me then to, so how do we actually create a lead magnet for outbound? And we've broken this down into really 5 steps. So one is to pick your pivotal problem. The second is to select your audience. The third is to evaluate your resources. 4th is develop the lead magnet. And 5 is test and optimize. So I want to talk a little bit about each one of these. So when we're talking about pivotal problem, to again give you our definition of that, when we're talking about a pivotal problem, it is a urgent and important problem that a prospect is experiencing. So I need a website is not a problem. It could be a solution to our sales are down, our market share is down, our leads are down, but that's not the problem. The problem is, again, the leads. So what you're trying to do here with outbound is focus really on problems that are both urgent and important for the prospect to solve. And that's where you want to zero in your outreach campaigns around. Now, the important part is not as difficult, but the urgent sometimes isn't. There could be some problems that have been festering for a long time, but they haven't done anything about it. So that would be kind of the second area, box number 2 that I would focus on is problems that you could solve that maybe aren't as urgent, but they are very important still. The key here is you want to stay away from 3 and stay away from 4. You don't want to be focusing on how your firm can help them solve urgent but not important problems, or not urgent and not important problems. So that's the key here. So the first thing is you got to figure out what are the problems that you're solving for clients. The second step is, who do you solve those problems for? Who is experiencing those problems? So you're going to want to build out an ideal company profile. So, what are the maybe industries they're in? What are the geographies? What size are these companies? So you really want a good understanding of who you're going to be reaching out to in your outbound programs. And again, it's got to be connected back to that pivotal problem, because if this set of companies isn't experiencing that problem, your outreach campaigns aren't going to, land. The third step here is you want to evaluate your resources, right? So the first is to do an audit of existing content. When we work with clients, when we start talking about lead magnets, I could tell sometimes they're like, wow, this, where do we begin? And I would say 9 times out of 10, there is already content available that they're not really thinking about. So what do you have from a thought leadership standpoint that could be repurposed? Do you have blog content? Have you done research? Do you have case studies? Maybe even stuff that you've put into an RFI or an RFP? Do you have a unique or different point of view? So usually there is stuff that's out there. It may also just be in somebody's brain, but there is the content that is there. So you want to look at what you have first. The second, you want to evaluate those internal resources. So who do you have on the team? Perhaps what subject matter experts could be involved in this content creation or could be involved in these consultations or workshops. Maybe you have other sort of interesting resources like PR capabilities that you could give your prospects exposure. Maybe you have a blog or a podcast that you could feature them on. Maybe you're producing virtual or live events like this one here that you could invite people to. So you want to evaluate what else you have in terms of resources. The third is you're going to want to think through your time constraints. Are you trying to launch this campaign in days, weeks, or months? Because that's going to impact what you're going to do. You saw the list of lead magnets that are out there. Some are going to take a lot more effort, and others are going to be like the original research. Some are going to be quick. You might have them readily off the shelf. So ideally, you're planning these far enough in advance that time is an issue. But realistically speaking, I know that it probably will be at times. And then the last is also related, but your budget. Are you trying to put something together kind of scrappy because you want to test the market? So there you might not want to invest in something super expensive. Or do you really know your product, market fit and who you're targeting? And are you ready to invest in scale? So which each of these, there's obviously direct and indirect costs that come along with it. So you want to be cognizant of that. The fourth step is you need to just go out there and develop it. So, there's a bunch of, verbs here. You might be buying baseballs. You might be creating a new deck. You might be designing one. You might be inviting them to some sort of webinar, organizing an event, so on and so forth. So you're going to move forward and you're going to actually create it. And then the last step here is you need to test and optimize it. We want you to think about these lead magnets as experiments, right? Treat each one like one. So you're going to launch in the market and measure results. Look for those positive signals. If you're starting to get good responses in your outbound and people are leaning in and you're getting meetings and those meetings are going well, if you're at that stage, you want to try to prove repeatability. If you're not getting positive signals, you need to go back and start reevaluating that lead magnet and really the rest of the campaign, not just the lead magnet. But if you're getting that positive signals, you're trying to repeat it. And if you're able to repeat it, that's when you really operationalize it and scale, because you don't want to come up with a different lead magnet, all the time. Ideally, you're getting some longevity, it's evergreen to some extent, to really get the most out of a program like this. So some key takeaways to wrap things up here. The three things that I really want you to walk away from is, number one, referrals and word of mouth are not enough. They weren't enough before. They're definitely not going to be enough moving forward. So you really need to be thinking about doing, something more proactive. However, traditional outbound lead generation is not as effective as it once was. You need to be thinking about those 5 things I shared about the next gen lead gen. And one of those key components is this idea of a lead magnet. Just sending an email, trying to get 15 minutes on your calendar is not going to cut through. You have to be more creative and add value to your prospects upfront if you're going to expect to see success. So that's all I have. If anybody does want to talk further, if you're already doing outbound and want to kind of run ideas by us, or if you're not doing outbound and want to run ideas by us, happy to set up some time. You can reach me at christian@christianbedak.com.
Christian is definitely doing the things that he's telling you to do. There you go. There's your lead magnet for a free strategy session with him. So thank you for that, Christian. And with that, now we go to Rob Da Costa. Rob, can you hear me?
I certainly can. Yeah.
There you are. So over to you, Rob.
Great. Thank you, guys. I hope you're having a good session so far. We've been talking so far about pricing and about winning business, and I want to change tact a bit now and talk about client service. So you've won those clients. Now, how do we make sure that we provide a great service, we don't overservice, and we retain them for the long term? Because after all, none of us want to have a revolving door of clients coming in the entrance and leaving through the exit. So I want to share with you in this short session 6 what I believe are non-negotiable strategies that you need to be implementing in 2024. So for those who don't know me, my name's Rob DaCosta. I'm a former marketing agency owner and an agency coach. And to be honest, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly ways of delivering client service in my 30 years of agency life. So if you implement these 6 non-negotiable strategies, you're not only going to be able to retain your clients for the long term, but you're also going to start to differentiate yourself from the competition. Now, before we jump into those strategies, I just want to remind you of why client service is so important, and more important than ever for 2024. I think we exist in a very oversaturated, high churn agency work world. Where delivering great customer service is not just an option anymore. It's essential for agencies who want to retain accounts. They want to maximize lifetime value, drive sustainable growth, and all the while being profitable. So on the other hand, I think clients have got higher expectations than ever before. So we need to build long-term relationships in this landscape. And in order to do that, we must consistently meet the client service expectations and provide strategic value to our clients, not just execute tasks. So let's jump into strategy number 1. And that all starts by making sure that you are winning your ideal target client in the first place. Now, an ideal target client isn't just one that fits in your niche or your niche, but it's also one that values what you do. They want to work in partnership with you, and they're willing to pay a fair fee for the work you do. And if you take on clients outside of this, because let's face it, we all need the revenue, then they become really difficult clients to keep happy, which means you end up over-servicing them. And of course, that hits your profit margins, and it creates a ton of stress in your agency, and ultimately they leave. So when taking clients through your prospecting process, as we've just been talking about, dig into their goals, their pain points, their challenges, understand what their criteria for a successful engagement is, and then map out all the stakeholders in the organization that you need to engage with, and be prepared to walk away at that prospecting stage if they're not an ideal fit, which means taking on clients that you believe you can truly help. Now, I know the economy is tough, and it's probably going to be tough in 24 as well. And probably you don't have lots of leads coming in the door, although if you implement some of the stuff Christian just talked about, hopefully you will. So it's tempting in that case to take on any kind of client. But trust me, everything else that I'm going to cover in the rest of this presentation falls apart when you take on the wrong type of client. Okay, so now once you've secured that new client, the first thing you need to develop and agree upon is a clear scope of work. And this is one of my favorite expressions of slowing down to speed up here, because precisely scoping out client projects up front is crucial for setting clear expectations and preventing misalignments and problems down the road. So before kicking off a project, you need to detail all the deliverables, all the responsibilities, both at your end and the client's end, the timelines and the communication process as specifically as you possibly can. Leave no gray areas, because we all know that they will ultimately lead to misunderstandings. So you want to clearly outline what your agency will be providing, and therefore what you won't be providing, what the client's responsible for, and all the major milestones along the journey of delivering the project, and a cadence of communication. And you want to identify any dependencies that could impact the delivery, so the client understands what they need to do as well as what you need to do. And then once you've done all of that, you need to get formal sign-off from the client to ensure that all their stakeholders fully understand and agree on expectations before you start. And my advice here is do not proceed until you have an agreement in place, because this will prevent misunderstandings further down the road. Then you want to be scheduling, I would suggest, quarterly reviews to revisit and potentially modify the scope of work as a project progresses, because obviously priorities change and needs evolve as that engagement unfolds, and the client's business can often change as well. So you want to be maintaining this kind of flexible mindset around the scope of work and around the budgets, and adjust them when appropriate. And you want to use this quarterly review to catch any change requirements as early before they escalate into some kind of issue further down the road. And the goal here is to maintain a laser focus on the client's most business critical needs at any moment in time, and not just by hook or by crook delivering what was scoped out 6 months ago. And I think if you approach a scope of work as a living document, you'll be better serving your clients and, of course, your own agency in the long run. So that's the second point I want to make. And the next area is to consider is that too many agencies focus on the deliverables or the outputs of their work. For example, a press release or a social media campaign or a wireframe of a website. Yeah, as you can see from this diagram, there is often a mismatch between what the agency does and what the client is looking for. Of course, this mismatch understandings and lost clients. So on the left-hand side of this diagram, on the yellow and orange box, you can see what the agency does. So this is the time and materials in the yellow box, and then the outputs, which is, as I say, could be a campaign or a wireframe or a press release or whatever that might be. But then when we step onto the right-hand side, this is what the client's after. So they're after an outcome. So this is a transformation. They were in pain when they hired you, and they want you to take them through a transformation to get them to be out of pain. So they care about that outcome. And then ultimately they care about the blue box, which is impact. So what's the impact of the work that you've done for them? So you need to make sure that you are aligning to the green and the blue box, not just the yellow and the orange box. So when it comes to communication and reporting, for example, make sure you're not just reporting on the tasks that you completed in that period, because as I say, the client cares about these tangible outcomes and the overall progress to helping them get out of pain. So you want to show how your work is helping deliver that transformation. And this means that you need to adopt a long-term kind of partnership mindset, not a short-term kind of transactional thinking, right, done that task, now let's move on to the next task. So that's strategy number 3. And the fourth strategy, which is super important for client service, is to standardize internal processes. And I know that this might not be a particularly sexy topic, but it's super important. So to deliver consistent, excellent client experience, no matter what team member is working on the account, you must have standardized systems and processes firmly in place. So you want to document, and I'd suggest you start with the client journey. So document every step of the client journey, from initial onboarding through to client delivery, reviews, and ultimately offboarding the client, and leave nothing to kind of one-off ad hoc efforts that will lead to inconsistencies. So you want to create processes that outline the ideal workflows for each of those client service stages. And trust me, investing this time up front to design and document these processes will save you a ton of time, effort, grief, and lost clients further down the road. And remember that what might work for you today when you're perhaps like a 1 or 2 person agency won't work for you when you're 5, 10, 15, 20, a team of 20. So invest in the processes now to create really smooth growth in your agency. Now, once you've got those processes documented, you then need to start thinking about the systems that you're going to use, i.e. what's the tech stack that you're going to use, such as project management tools and so on. And remember that a tool on its own is not going to help you run your business better. You need the process first of all, and then put the tool and then the system in place to support delivery of that process. Don't kid yourself that I can't start doing this till I can afford to buy all the tech or whatever. You don't need that. You need to start with the actual documented process. And once you've got that in place, you need to train all your employees, especially new hires, on all of these standardized processes and make sure that they understand that's what they have to follow to be successful in their role. And then, of course, you want to be reviewing and updating these processes over time to prevent inefficiencies from creeping in, and also continually looking at ways to optimize and improve your delivery. Okay, so if we have all of this in place, we're giving ourselves the best chance of delivering a great service, but not over servicing our clients in order to keep them happy. And that leads us to the next strategy, which is you need to prevent over servicing in your agency. Because if you jump every time a client says jump, and you always think that it's really important that we go the extra mile, then you set unrealistic service expectations that can't scale or can't be sustained over the long term. And of course, over-servicing leads to a disconnect between how busy everybody is in the agency versus how much revenue and profit you are making. And very quickly that margin goes down and down and down. So you need to track your time carefully, as has already been outlined today. And I think when you start reaching a 10% over service margin of the estimated hours that you've worked out to deliver a project, then you need to implement some strategies to rein that back in before it becomes normalized. So be willing to say no to out of scope requests or agree additional fees or swapping things around. Be transparent with your clients about your capacity constraints so that they understand that they're not the only client that you work for, but you have other clients as well. And then set boundaries politely but firmly when required work exceeds the agreed upon scope of work. So now you can see why that scope of work was so important to get nailed down before you even start. And of course, internally, you need to make sure that your team understands this, especially more junior members who are more likely to say yes because they just want to please their clients and do a good job. Now, over-servicing, of course, stems from good intentions, but it leads to client confusion and team burnout, and it's definitely not sustainable. As I often say to my clients, are you running a business or a charity? Because when you start over-servicing by more than 10%, you're basically giving away your time for free, and you might as well be running a charity. Okay, the sixth strategy or the sixth focus area that you need to focus on is all about client service training. And this is a short and sweet one, but it's one where I need to kind of get my soapbox out and stand on it, because why is it that we give our team members technical training? So we might train our team members on the latest design software, or we might send them on a copywriting course, but why don't we invest the same efforts in account management and client service training? Because as your team member develops and they might take on more of a client-facing role, it isn't a given that they will be naturally a great account manager. So invest in them and make it part of their professional development to attend client service training and get them a mentor and a coach and so on. Okay, and number 7, the last one that I want to talk about here is all about proactive account development planning, because it's important not just to focus on client retention, but also client growth, because we all know that it's way cheaper to keep and grow an existing client than it is to continually win new ones. So plan how you can expand your relationships beyond the initial project that you've been signed up for. And one of the ways you can do this is by conducting internal quarterly account reviews, focus solely on taking a strategic high-level view of your account, and then talking about retention and growth strategies, not talking about the work that you're delivering this month. These reviews, you want to do a bit of strengths, your weaknesses, your threats, and your opportunities that you have with the client. Then look at how you can mitigate some of those threats and how you can maximize any opportunities to win new business with the existing clients, and then create an action plan. So just plateau at the initial engagement on the fees, but you rather make growth an intentional strategy through a proactive account development planning. Now, just to bring all of this together, we exist in a hyper-competitive, high-churn environment, and that means service excellence is non-negotiable. And if you deliver great client experiences through discerning prospecting, through precise scoping, through outcome-driven communication, through optimized processes, proactive relationship building, stopping over-servicing, and training team and doing account development planning, then you're going to be doing a pretty great job at your client service. By investing in these essential areas, you'll become a valued partner in your client's success and not be seen as a replaceable tactical supplier. And this shift builds loyalty, it boosts lifetime value, it generates referrals, and it creates a happy, positive culture in your agency. Now, look, I've covered a load of stuff in like 10-12 minutes, and this is a topic that I could talk about for hours, and we could jump into a whole bunch of other strategies as well. But I hope I've inspired you to do a few things differently in 2024, and as well as focusing on winning new business, you're also focusing on doing a great level of service to your clients, retaining them for long term and growing them without cutting back on your margins. So before I hand back to Boris and on to the next speaker and then for questions, I just wanted to who I am. So as I said earlier, I started, grew and sold my own 25-person agency back in the 90s into the 2000s, and then retrained to become a coach. And over the past 17 years of working with marketing agencies, I've helped over 400 agencies grow in a profitable, sustainable and enjoyable way. I'm also the host of the Agency Accelerator podcast, which a number of people who've already spoken have been on as guests today, and we're just about to hit episode 200. And I'm also the author of the book, The Self-Running Agency. And if you head over to dacostacoaching.co.uk/book, you can grab a copy of that for free. It sells on Amazon, but you can grab a copy of that for free. Okay, so that's me done. Barra, so I'll hand back to you now.
Thank you so much, Rob. That was really actionable advice. And your article has a few more points from what you described. So if people just download the book, which we'll send them after the big event is done, they can find a few more actionable points from you. So thank you so much.
No worries.
So with that, we go to our last speaker of this session. Rob says, "Hi, Rob. How are you doing?"
Hey.
You're waiting. I'm sorry.
That is fine. I have been enjoying listening to all these amazing guests. It's incredible.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. And now we'll enjoy listening to you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Hi, everyone. What an incredible event so far. There's so much knowledge crammed into these sessions, which is amazing. I'm Rob. I am a UK consultant, work with agencies. I am no AI guru. I want to say that right from the get-go, but I'm all about operational efficiency, and AI is on everybody's minds right now, obviously. And I wanted to just kind of walk backwards, slightly through my career and also back in time. Let's think about technological change. Let's think about the Industrial Revolution or farm machinery and how that impacted industries at that point in time. So many things have happened over many, many, many years that have shifted the landscape of industries through technology. And at the time, people are always thinking, this is terrible. You know, the world is going to end. It's never the case. Things evolve. Now, my 20-year career working in agencies, and some of the people that are watching this and other guests as well that are more established will remember things like dial-up modems, will remember the birth of e-commerce, will remember when Wi-Fi came along. All of these shifts have had an impact on an industry. And at the point in time that they came in, a lot of people may have been scared by them. But as the slide says there, tech's always changing. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Actually, the fear of change is worse than the actual change. And AI is here. The chances are that people within your agency are already adopting AI or using it themselves. So the question is, can it be a good thing for an agency? Can an agency actually grow and become more profitable, more efficient through the use of AI? The answer to that is yes. Agencies can become better through implementation of AI. Now, the question is, how do you go through that evolution? Well, the fundamental thing, and the thing that I do when I'm doing ops consulting with agencies, is to actually understand what the agency's roles and critical tasks are. If you think about it, you are a business. You are made up of account management and project management and operations people and developers and designers and technicians, all kinds of roles, but all kinds of levels, which could potentially have AI used to augment that role. Augmentation of a role isn't about getting rid of it. So this is not about dropping people or firing people or streamlining or even going out of business. This is about an elevation of your role. If you think about all the different roles that exist within the agency, there are day-to-day tasks that each person will be doing, which AI could very easily replace. That doesn't mean that that role no longer needs to exist. It means that that role is elevated. So, for example, your project managers that are producing regular reports, which take a good chunk of their time on Friday afternoons to kick out to the clients, that could very easily be done by an AI system. Your developers that are doing quality control checks on pieces of code could very easily be augmented. Now, if you think about what you're doing operationally, you're becoming more efficient through use of AI within the agency, but you're also creating time that would have been taken with a person doing that task is now replaced by a machine. And that is obviously what has happened when we look back through history with Industrial Revolution and with e-commerce versus going down to the store on the high street. All of these things have made processes more efficient, which has enabled time to be released. The opportunity that this creates for an agency is a really, really important one. An agency is no longer just a production house that is delivering projects. An agency now has an opportunity with the spare capacity that is created by augmenting some of its more menial basic roles to an AI system. You have an opportunity in your agency to start to actually think about strategic consulting. Agencies that I've worked with over the years, agencies that I've been in, agencies that I've consulted with, you probably give away a lot of your time for free, things like discovery and audits. But if you think about it, there are businesses out there like McKinsey and some of the other big consulting firms that just do consulting and charge a fortune for that service. If you have the available time and you can upskill your staff to start to provide strategic consulting services by augmenting with AI, you have an opportunity now to start selling, upselling, or increasing the fees for that consulting service. So here's a few examples of roles within your agency that could have AI applied to them. I mentioned a few. Account management and project management could quite easily have a lot of their communications and a lot of their reporting augmented by AI. AI exists everywhere, whether you know it or not. Google has it, Microsoft has it, all the project management tools have it, the design suites have it. There isn't a company out there that hasn't got AI somewhere within its workflows and processes, which means that even if you didn't know it, chances were you're already using AI. Designers, particularly, the entire suite of Adobe products has got AI built into it now. The later versions of Photoshop that have just come out, some of the betas, allow for some incredible creative control using AI. Developers, as I've mentioned, you could have code analysis or QC or even code produced by AI. Campaigns, if you're doing media buying of any description, you have an ability to create a myriad of different versions, split tests of copy writing, headlines, entire funnel systems, email sequences. Creative, obviously, you can do creative graphics or use Adobe Suite to edit things, and also data analysis. Campaigns obviously are driven by data, and if you've got an AI system that can actually look for particular patterns, you get an opportunity there to actually increase your capabilities when it comes to media buying and campaigns. Operations, I know this firsthand. We have people like Marcel and various other guest speakers earlier on who are very aware of operational tools and project management tools. They are either already using AI, so tools like ClickUp, tools like Forecast, or they have AI on their roadmaps. Some of it right now is relatively fundamental, fairly simple stuff. Things like setting up basic workflows or prompting you to think about project descriptions or task breakdowns, those kind of things. But moving forward, the more data these systems get, and the more that these systems and these software vendors start actually applying more complicated AI into their overall roadmaps, then those systems are going to get more and more robust. The other thing to think about as well is things like localized language models, which means that an agency can actually store everything in a centralized place in the AI system, a little bit like training a puppy. Over time, we'll start to learn to look for patterns for things. Forecast, for example, I was playing with that last week. It's a production management or project management system, and it actually has some really cool tools like automated resource allocation based on skill set, based on availability, based on historical data that it's learned about how projects have been delivered. Key thing is this thing is incredibly quick. Everything that you do is in real time, and everything is adapting because it's learning as it's going along. So the more localized you can get with your AI usage, the better, really. So the bottom line for you as an agency, the opportunities with AI are more efficient delivery and increased margins. If you think about a project where there are less human touch points, not necessarily no human touch points, but certainly less human touch points, then you have the potential to increase the speed that you're actually delivering things. And obviously, because there's less overhead, because you're using less of people's time, you've got the potential to increase your margins. If you get it right using AI, then the opportunity for profitability could be absolutely huge. The other great thing, and I've seen this with my own agency and also with a couple of other agencies I've been working with recently, is the faster turnaround, but greater sophistication. So, for example, we did a whole load of work doing some media buying for a couple of client campaigns, and the production of the entire email sequences, all of the funnel systems, all of the ad campaigns, we could do 50 times the volume of split testing, which is great when you're doing that early campaign launch and you're actually testing things out, simply because the AI system came up with so many more ideas than the internal senior designer and senior developer could think of, because AI had so much data to pull from. It created some real left field things that actually performed better than some of the campaign work that we developed in-house. So using AI actually created more opportunity for us. It created more sophistication around the projects, which created greater impact for the client, which leads to that idea of using AI for strategic thinking or heavy lifting, allowing it to actually generate ideas that you might not have thought of. And in doing so, there's an opportunity to increase the value to your client, which by proxy allows you to increase the fees. There's a lot going on in the community right now talking about where AI will actually drive price down. And I would argue that that's not necessarily the case. If you can work out how to provide something that is great value on time and delivers great results to a client, then surely they'd be quite happy in paying a good fee for that. You've just got to work out how to fit it within your organizational structure, the way that you're actually handling the tasks, the way that you're communicating to the client, and the way that you are delivering your project. And there's great opportunity there to actually get a fee increase going on there. So my suggested steps, if you are thinking of AI, because the chances are, if you spent any time asking around your team, probably your designer has already started playing with some of the Adobe stuff, and maybe your developer has been doing some stuff, and maybe one of the project managers is fairly familiar with ChatGPT. There will be instances of this already going on within your agency. Get everybody together and make the decision to actually look into it as an internal project, as a program of work that you're going to use to improve your agency in 2024. Get down and dirty with understanding what it is that each of your team members does, and start to get them to think about some of the tasks that are incredibly repetitive and relatively basic as a first step within the agency, and look at where AI can actually augment that. So, for example, if you are regularly sending out a Friday report to your clients as a project manager, is there a way of actually using AI to pull the necessary data from one place and put it into something and automatically email it out? If it's design, for example, think about workflows that are going on. Is there a way that you can create more variations of a landing page design or some creative for an ad campaign or whatever? Once you've gone through and identified what it is that everybody's doing and identified some of the lower level tasks that they're doing, there's a great chance that you could use AI to actually replace that and augment their role. If you centralize that AI approach and actually get everybody talking about it, what you'll probably find is that there'll be an opportunity to either streamline your costs by looking at just one or two AI tools rather than lots and lots of licenses for lots and lots of different things. And you'll also then have much more visibility on opportunity. You'll be able to start looking at the AI roadmaps for those tools and seeing where things are headed. You'll be able to measure the effectiveness of AI, either with your team satisfaction or client satisfaction or your bottom line or your costs, all of those kind of metrics, you'll be able to actually measure right across the agency rather than having pockets of this going on anyway off the side of people's desks. But probably the most important thing is to consider taking your team on a journey. Some of them are not going to understand it as well as others. Some of them are going to have skewed ideas of what AI is or isn't, how it fits into your agency operation, what the benefits are, how they should treat it, how they should apply it to their day-to-day job. So it's really important that you have this agency-wide idea of using AI and make sure that all the team are trained, that they're supported. If you need to hire external consultants to take you on that journey, then that is something that I definitely suggest. But AI isn't going anywhere, the same way that all of these other trends, technological changes over time haven't gone anywhere. It's a great opportunity for you to enhance your agency in 2024. And it's one that I would strongly suggest, if you haven't looked into it, start having a look, start having a think about where you could actually apply this. Don't be fearful of the fact that it's going to replace jobs. It's going to augment jobs. So start thinking more strategically and start thinking about opportunities for selling in consulting services through augmentation using AI. Baris, back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Rob. I have a few very quick fire questions for you. Yeah. First of all, what kind of a microphone are you using? I'm
using a Blue Yeti.
Yeah, it sounds very good, I have to say. Sounds very good. So the thing is, with AI, would you think it would create a counter movement as well? Would you think there will be agencies taking the contrary move of we are a non-AI agency? Do you think something like that will happen?
I saw this last year. There were a couple of copywriting agencies that I was working with, and they were really banging their hands on the table and saying, absolutely not. You know, we are gonna differentiate ourselves as, you know, we're a human copywriting agency. We understand copywriting. We're going to deliver pure human copywriting services to our client base. And then they started playing around with it a little bit more. And they started realizing that actually it could come up with some stuff that they couldn't. And suddenly, and that was my point, when you start thinking, well, you know, that is our human vision of what the services could be. And AI has suddenly gone out and it's looked at 1,000 versions of that copywriting opportunity or that brief or that prompt or whatever you're giving it, and come out with some real wild card ideas. It's certainly worth trying it out rather than just saying, no, I never want to use it.
I think I would tend to agree. I think you could say that. I keep telling yourself that you can differentiate. Anyway, but the other point I got is a question. You started off by saying that you are not an AI expert, and I'm gonna question: can anyone be an AI expert? Because it's changing so fast, and
No.
the thing is,
No.
I think I used to read lots of science fiction when I was much younger, and the concept of singularity was a dream, but it's coming a reality now. What do you think about that? It's starting to move so fast that you can really not be.
Yes, to be honest with you, I'm always super wary of anybody that says they're an expert or a guru. To be honest with you, in any space, because as critical thinking people with a certain amount of self-awareness and a certain amount of experience under your belt, you should be on a journey of lifelong learning. Everybody should. And you're right, it's moving so fast. I was looking the other day at the map of AI tools, and kind of segregated into different things, design here and project management there. And it's just exponentially growing. Like there's a new piece of software that comes out every day that can do this and that and the other. And that's part of its beauty. So yeah, we're always going to be behind the curve with this. I think the important thing is to make a decision to step into it and think about how it actually works for your agency. But yeah, I'm no guru, and I would be very suspicious of anybody that said that they were with AI.
Super. Thank you so much. With that, we leave you, and thank you so much for coming on the show, Rob.
Pleasure.
So now we go to our next speaker. Our keynote speaker for the day is Felix Vellard. There he is. He is the partner and chief strategy officer at AVA Acquisitions and the chair of the 2Y3X program. And I'm going to start by making it happen because we made him wait so much that to let him know that I am currently right now in East Twickenham in Richmond, and I think that you studied here. Am I correct?
I did, yeah. It was a very long time ago.
I've seen that too.
That was a very long time ago. But I did. It was lovely to be around there. It was lovely to study there. I didn't complete my studies. I'm one of those people that dropped out and then was privileged to have the grand irony of I ended up teaching MBA students at Hult International Business School strategy, and eventually, after I think about 5 years, the dean of Hult said, "So what's your master's in?" And I said, "I didn't actually complete my education. I left halfway through my A levels, and so I have no education whatsoever." And he said, "Aha, you're a specialist."
That's good. That's good.
To the former speaker's point, it doesn't take much education to be a specialist.
That's perfect. So we're listening to you. We're listening to you, Felix.
Fantastic. So, thank you for having me on. Actually, I started my first agency in 1994, more or less by accident. I had blue hair; nobody would give me a job, and I was there when I had to figure out how to connect an Apple Macintosh to a US robotics modem to get myself online for the first time. And so I do remember those days. And my goodness, what fun. And actually, AI feels a bit like that now. There's that like crackle in the air of amazing potential and slightly scary opportunity. But eventually I had a 20-year career as a serial agency founder and CEO. In fact, I founded 6 agencies, starting with Hyper Interactive, and then Head New Media became the digital arm of Low Worldwide, and then I had a bunch of others, and an agency called Underwired, which ended up being the world's leading CRM strategy agency. And that career of 6 agencies, one of which was went down very fast, actually. It was an interactive TV specialist agency, and very quickly the industry disappeared. But the others were great fun, and they were really, it felt like I was being innovative, and I was trying to break things and destroy the advertising industry and all the rest of it, and being a good digital entrepreneur. But I kept coming up against the same problems over and over and over again. Every single agency, I was really good at being innovative, and I was really good at gathering people around me and sort of leading the charge. and getting to a certain point and then bouncing off this sort of weird glass ceiling, reaching a certain point and bouncing off. And at first I thought it was because I didn't have a degree and I did have blue hair, but it turned out it wasn't that at all. It was because I didn't know how to get beyond the growth barrier or the growth plateau or whatever you want. And so I got stuck in feast and famine over and over and over again. So all of my agencies, I got them to this point, and then when it got frustrating, banging my head on the ceiling I couldn't get through, I'd sell the agencies. And so actually I've done more agency sales than most people in the industry, either here or in the US, which is, you know, and I'm on the other side of the Atlantic right now. I'm in Mexico, as it happens, so that I can be in the same time zone as my American agency roll-up. So I had these frustrations over and over again, and they were the same ones that we all go through. They were, how do I get past the it's a family and we'll all work to 3 a.m. And then how do I get past the I want to win bigger clients? We're ready now. We do great stuff, but why won't the bigger clients hire us? And how do I operationalize this machine that it's turning into, and how do I break through the next growth barrier? And those things happen time and time again. And I kind of realized that part of it was because I was the bottleneck, and part of it was because no matter how good a leader you are, your team will resist change when it's working smoothly. So if you want to, if you want to be bigger, then you're going to have bigger processes for bigger clients. Your current team is optimized for smaller processes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And so out of those 6 agencies that I founded, I sold 5, and then became the CEO of an agency group with 12 agencies in it. It was a virtual roll-up, absolutely classic, very early version of a virtual roll-up. And I did that with an amazing CFO called Brian Wilshire, another amazing guy called Mark Adams, who was the original founder of Text 100, which became Next 15. And then I found it really stressful being the agency CEO or an agency group CEO. And no matter how successful I was and how I finally cracked how you motor your way through these growth barriers, I decided to stop. And that was about 8 years ago. And so I went off and I did Burning Man, and I sort of got blue hair back and had my fun, and then came back and started a growth accelerator, specialist growth accelerator for agencies, which became 2Y3X. And 2Y3X is one of those, I always wanted a company that actually does what it says on the tin, and 2Y3X, 2 years, 3X, right? And it's a program, and you can join the program, and it's commercial, and it's going to cost you $100,000 over 2 years, and then you can pay a socking great bonus when you've tripled your revenue, and it's brilliant, and it works really, really well. And so I started doing that, and managed to gather around me a collection of amazing consultants, all ex-agency founders who had sold, who'd founded an agency, grown it, and then sold, and then they came and joined us. So some amazing people. And so over the course of the last 8 years or so, we've had around 40 agencies come into 2Y3X, our little ecosystem. So we're not big. It's a perfectly sized, and it's designed for progressive agency founders who want to exit. Partly because I'd figured out how to maximize the value on exit. And so I want to share some of those insights with you now. But I also want to talk about a little bit about some of the things, the secrets that they don't tell you when you are going to sell your agency. And when I say they, I mean the buyers, well, obviously, but also the brokers. And also most founders never understand what the motivations are from the buyer. Most founders sell once, and they sell once, and they get sucked into the acquirer's ecosystem, and so their attention moves from, I grew my agency and by the skin of my teeth managed to sell it, and now they have to go into politics and sort of do the corporate thing to maximize their earn-out. And nobody really ever tells you what motivates the buyer, because the buyer will tell you that what motivates them, oh, we want to acquire talent and we want to acquire profit and revenue, but it's all about synergies within the group. And frankly, that's a load of old bollocks. So I thought that I'd share some of the things that I found, because having grown this 12 agency group in the mid-teens, more recently I've started buying agencies. So I mentioned that I'm on the other side of the Atlantic at the moment. I'm in Mexico, and I have a startup that's about 1.5 years old in Austin, in Texas, where we've decided to practice what we preach and buy a couple of agencies and then apply the 2Y3X program to them to scale them, because we know that we can 3X any agency that comes through the program. So we bought our first agency about, 17 months ago, maybe 18 months ago. They've gone from 3.8 million EBIT, so net profit, to 4.5 million EBIT, and they've gone from 6 million revenue to 9 million revenue. So we know it's working, right? And that's essential for us. That's proof of the pudding. And so we've recently acquired another 4 agencies, and so they're all starting off on the program too. But as a buyer, suddenly I'm chief strategy officer of an M&A company, but from buy side. So I've had buy side and sell side, which is really, really interesting. So let me tell you the biggest secret. So there's a list of discount factors, and I have no idea whether this is going to work or not, but let me see if I can make this work. Right, here is a list of the main discount factors. Client balance, and what I mean by that is you've got one client that accounts for 50% of your revenue. I'm going to discount that client in case it leaves because it's too risky, right, as a buyer. You need to have steady, reliable, relentless profitability. You need to be differentiated from your competition. You need to understand what you're selling and how to price it. You need rock solid financial rigor. That means I need to be 1,000% confident that your numbers aren't made up. You need to be scalable, and that means you need scalable systems, and you need a succession team in place, or at least a team that could become your succession team. And in fact, so those, I mean, you're probably familiar with all of those, but that's your discount factors, classic discount factors. And the reason that everybody tells you that these are discount factors is because it's about de-risking the purchase, right? And as owners and founders, when we're going into a sale process, we're like, oh, well, let's fix all of these discount factors. And in fact, that's where, when I started 2Y3X, I started with a program that would fix one by one these discount factors and maximize the exit value. And guess what? Hey, presto, you fix the discount factors and it maximizes the exit value, and suddenly you're rich beyond your wildest dreams. We hope. Anyway, so those discount factors are the kind of the starting point, but they are not the full story. It's not about the buyer losing a bit of money that they've paid you because one of the discount factors bit them in the bum. So your biggest client leaves or your planning director leaves. This is not what you think it is. You are told and coached and you're led to believe that this is about the buyer not wanting to waste any money that they've spent on you. And it turns out that actually that's a little disingenuous. What they're trying to do is maximize the value they get from you. So it's not about money, it's about value. And here's what I mean. So let's say you have an EBIT of 400,000, and in the UK at least, that would get you a multiple of 4 times your EBIT. So your value would be 1.6 million, right? Now, they've been doing this for a while. So actually their aggregated EBIT across the whole group is 10 million compared to your 400,000. So their 10 million, their multiple that they get, especially if they're on the stock market, is going to be something like 20x. And 20x 10 million is 200 million. So their value is 200 million. Your value is 1.6 million. Now, when they acquire you, the day that you sign on the dotted line, your 400K at a multiple of 4 becomes 400K at a multiple of 20 because you joined their pool. So your value to them goes from, they paid out in some form or another with de-risking earnouts and things, 1.6 million to you. And the following day, it's worth 8 million to them. Because your 400K profit times a multiple of 20, which is their multiple, becomes 8 million. That's what they're trying to protect. They don't want you to lose your biggest client and wipe that down to 4 million, because that's a 4 million paper loss. And that's bonkers, right? So that's where they're all coming from. So what do you do? Well, first, fix your discount factors. But with this in mind, you can start really focusing on value. And so what we do in 2y3x is we have this 2-year program, and we go through each of the discount factors. But you need to systemically create things like financial rigor. You need to systemically create scalability. And 2y3x is a scaling program. It creates a mechanism and a cadence and a rhythm for scaling. And you need to create a succession team. And one of the features or benefits, I'm not sure which, of 2y3x is we identify a team inside your business to take over the design of the next phase of your business. So your senior management team can carry on running business as usual, not risk your current clients, not screw around with anything that already works. And you put a growth lab team, a future focused team on creating scalable processes. And they kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And so our facilitators come in and they walk people through the process, and they hold everybody to account, and they make sure everybody does their monthly homework and grind through a 2-year plan to get you to your endpoint. So you have your maximum value. Here I'll show you a really cheesy little slide, because slides are funny things. Most people don't really like them because they have to read them. I don't like slides you have to read. Here's a slide you don't have to read. That's the 2y3x program in a nutshell. So, so that's all very well and good. Now, the other factor in all of this is how do you maximize your value in all of this? So here we go. How do you 6x from your 1.6 million valuation on your 400K right now to 9.6 million, which would be a much, much better deal, right? This is generational wealth kind of thing. This is where you all want to be. We all want to be. So it turns out it's really simple. Here's your current state of affairs. You're doing 400K of EBIT, your multiple's 4, your valuation is 1.6 million. And where do you want to go? So bearing in mind 2y3x is a 2-year program. I'll use 2y3x as the basis for this. In 2 years, if you 2x your EBIT, if you double your EBIT, you'll go from 400K EBIT to 800K EBIT. Your multiple will go up to 6. Your valuation, as a result of that, doesn't double, it triples. So you go from 1.6 million to 4.8 million. That's brilliant, right? Now, and so that's our minimum. So we actually, half of our fee comes when you hit this minimum level in 2y3x. If you actually triple, which many of the companies in 2y3x actually do, they triple their revenue or their EBIT. If you can go from 400K to 1.2 million, your multiple is likely to go up somewhere near multiple of 8, especially if you fixed all of your discount factors. Your valuation therefore goes from 1.6 million to 9.6 million. And that's a big change in 2 years. So it's really, really interesting. So that's the reason that we do 2Y3X, and that's the reason that we invented it, was so that we could share that with a bunch of other people. And that's why I'm now doing it as a buyer of agencies, of independent agencies, smaller agencies who don't know how to break through the barriers. We buy them, and then we apply the same principles so that we can multiply our value, our end of the value. So not going from the 4x, we're going from 4x to 20x, hopefully, over the course of the next couple of years, by acquiring agencies at the lower multiple and then multiplying them and taking the agencies along for the ride, and having as much fun as we possibly can at the same time. Anyway, so that's I'm conscious that I've been speaking slightly more than my 15 minutes, so forgive me. I hope that that's been a valuable insight. There is a self-assessment tool. It takes about 4 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. If you go to 2y3x.com/score and fill in about 20 multiple choice questions, it will tell you what things you need to fix for the highest priority if you want to head towards an exit at any point in the next couple of years. It will tell you which things to fix, in what order, in what priority order, and how to do them. So I hope you go and do that now. It's 2y3x.com/score. It's 2y3x.com/score, and it's free. So go and have a bash at that. And I hope this has been useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felix. I can really relate to what you just said, because I once sold an event business to a listed UK-listed FTSE 250 company, and they bought our business at 8x, and they paid 40 million something pounds for it, and they themselves were traded at 14x on the FTSE. So the CEO shook our hands and gave us the money. Fantastic. Then he took his flights, and I went online. I started looking at their share value when they told the news to the market. And before he landed to London, he had already made, I think, 3-4 times what he paid us.
Yeah,
so
it's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But this is the most people that do not have a expertise, or let's say a view of that world, don't really understand the value play. They just look at EBITDA and their own, let's say, exit valuation, but the bundled up value is always much greater. And I think that was great to open it up for discussion. So thank you so much for coming on the show, Felix. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Yep. Bye-bye. So with that, we go to another keynote speaker that has been waiting online for a while. We go to Steve Holm, CEO. Hey, there he is at Copper. Hi, Steve. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks for coming. And Steve, we're gonna have a quick chat with you. It's a fireside. It's a different format now on customer relationships. But before we do, can you just briefly tell us about your background? Because I don't want you to just look like a tech CEO who came in and knows about stuff, because you do have some background in this. Can you tell us about that?
Well, I'm a tech CEO that knows very little, but I started. So I went to school for advertising, started my career actually at a creative agency where I built elementary school yearbooks in InDesign. So I would get the loads of pictures and put them in the yearbook and send it off to the elementary schools. And went on to do digital product design for an agency called RocketMade. And then I got in-house at a company called Base CRM as their first designer, which is now Zendesk Sell. And then I actually started at Copper as the 5th employee leading product and design, and then left 5 years into it and went to Dropbox and another company called Podium. And then about a few months ago, I came back to Copper as CEO. So I am a designer turned CEO.
That's a bit rare, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, I actually have had a lot of questions recently about, what is your design leadership experience? How does that translate to CEO? So I'm writing some content on that right now.
Perfect, fantastic. Could you tell us a bit about Copper? Because we're going to talk about customer relationships, and people just use CRM in such a way that it's become a term, but what it's made up of is customer relationships management. So I think it's very important. It's a very core thing for any service business that wants to grow through retention. Could you talk us a bit about what Copper does for an agency?
Yeah, happy to. I think one of the things that Copper really tries to do differently is be a CRM for relationship client-based businesses. And so, a lot of CRM has this connotation that it's like you put 5,000 leads in to get 50 sales out of it, right? We don't deal with that side. You have the HubSpots and the Salesforces of the world that do great at that. What we want to do, our take on CRM is really the end-to-end management of clients, from the moment they show interest to managing engagements through like nurturing and getting lifelong customers. And so we really prioritize, the communication and the relationship building part. And we do best for folks like agencies and consulting. That's our core, we call them our ideal customer profile. Because those businesses, the folks that are on this call, really their focus is creating great relationships and delivering great experiences for their clients. And so that's what we aim to do at Copper, is to be a real client relationship or client engagement management tool.
Fantastic. You must be seeing a lot of the agencies and the way they operate, and because they are on your system, they manage their clients on your system, and you must be seeing those incredible insights on let's say amalgamated view of the world of creative agencies and the marketing agencies. Could you give us a few hints about how the most successful agencies operate?
Yeah, well, I mean, what we see, with our customers that find success with Copper is really that end to end. So we aim to really understand our customers' customer journey, right? You all have agencies, and you're managing your customer's journey from that moment they show interest to, proposals and contracts, to delivering an engagement with them, to getting a review or feedback on how it went, to, creating an ongoing partnership for a long time. And what we find is that customers find a lot of success. Our customers find a lot of success when they can manage that all in one system. When you have the ability to track all the communication and next steps and files and contracts all in one system. Because we find a lot of our relationship-based customers, they come to us and they're using like Typeform that goes into some CRM that goes into Trello or Monday or something that then goes into whatever, right? And they kind of stitch all those together. And so we've found that if we can get that crew of folks that are customer facing, client facing in one system, it tends to create a better experience for their customers, where who sent a contract, who's managing a task or has a review on a file or a design asset or something. That's kind of the how I see it with our customers.
So in that context, how would Copper differentiate between why should we choose Copper instead of some of the other household names you just mentioned, like HubSpot and others?
Yeah, I think where we try to position ourselves is, like I said, with HubSpot and Salesforce, we're never going to win if you are a heavy sales operation transactional business. If you're retail or e-commerce, or a lot of tech companies have heavy sales operation where it's really about hyper efficiency. I'm not saying we don't care about efficiency, but they're really about pushing a bunch of people through the system in order to get results on the other side, and then track how many calls did it take to get a customer or whatever it might be. We're not about that. So if that's your business, that's great. So Salesforce, HubSpot, they're going to work perfect for you. If you're more about lower velocity, higher amounts of interaction in terms of how you engage with your customers, that's where we come into play, right? We're our customers, agencies, consulting, financial services, for the most part, those are our big industries. They tend to have really relationship-based referrals almost that come in the door, right? It's less about doing heavy marketing, although we do some of that. It tends to be less volume, more relationship-based, coming in, tracking it from end to end, delivering great experiences to their clients, versus that transactional sort of model that other CRMs do really well at.
Yeah, makes sense. And you also must be seeing, I think this is not the juicy part, you must also be seeing a lot of harder stories, and because it is very hard to implement a CRM and to drive adoption, and especially for, I would say, for service businesses, because or to change a CRM from A to B. And how does Copper make it easier in that end?
Yeah, what we find is a lot of people say, "Oh, I need a CRM," right? And they go to a HubSpot or a Salesforce or these other tools. And if you don't have a dedicated crew of operational folks that can get the system up and running, then the implementation fails. You need to have a lot of technical expertise and dedicated folks to get it to a point where you experience value, right? What Copper tries to do is, out of the gate. So one of the differentiators we have is we are integrated with Google Workspace. And so you sign up with Copper, and out of the gate, we sync all of your emails, calendar events, documents that are related to the customers in Copper. And so out of the gate, you're up and running, and we try to make it built for productivity and customer engagement versus built as a database that you have to set up that you can go reference. Like, we feel like CRM in the past is really a database of looking up client information. We want to, yes, have that, but be a system of engagement on top of that helps you engage with your customers and helps you understand who you need to follow up with, where you're tracking in your engagement with your customers. And so we really aim to make it a system of productivity for the end user, not just the manager. A lot of times the manager is the one making sure people enter data into the CRM and all that. But we call it zero input CRM, where it surfaces information to you, helps you understand where you're at with any client at any given time, which we feel like is a big differentiator in the CRM space.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that the Google Workspace thing, because I think we all know it's a very pervasive. It's the Microsoft word of the agency world that we are all on, and so it really makes sense to be where the client is, and to really help make sense of that time investment that has already taken place for an agency, so that you can actually make that turn into some sort of extended, let's say, UI from Google Workspace into Copper.
Yeah,
so,
we have a web application, but we also put CRM inside of Google Workspace. When you log into Gmail, you have your CRM right alongside of that window. When you log into Google Calendar, that way we meet the customer where they are. If you're doing work there, and you're looking at an email, it pulls up that contact record and shows you, the projects and tasks that you might have with that person at any given time.
Oh, sounds great. And so what sort of KPIs do you think an agency should be tracking as part of your solution? And because we did talk about if it was like very sales heavy, if there was like sales performance and stuff, number of calls, this, but that really doesn't really translate into the agency world. So what KPIs do you think are important in this world, in the world of agencies?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, there's a few. At the end, what's your satisfaction, whether it be like an NPS score or surveys or feedback that you send out post delivery of something, like, that customer journey ends in the delivery of something and getting feedback on how it went and making sure that there's some sentiment, some way to gauge the sentiment that you have across your customer base. Some of our users use, Google reviews, and they send out a Google review, and you can see I'm 4.9 out of 5 stars, or some use NPS, or some just get more sort of open feedback. And so that's a critical one in a relationship-based business. Also, we track the last touch, right? When was the last time this person was engaged with? So we call it last interaction date.
Yeah.
And you can surface things like, oh my gosh, we haven't talked to this person in a week, and this is a problem, and no one's reached out to them. And so I think it's more about those qualitative KPIs than it is the quantitative KPIs when it comes to relationship building. Who last contacted this person? What's the sentiment along our, clients that we've delivered projects to? Those type of things we feel like are really important.
You mentioned that your focus on agencies comes along with other service businesses that you focus on. Do you find similarities of business models or client service models, delivery models between those different industries? Because I'm really interested in understanding benchmarking between an agency operational model, an agency service mentality, as opposed to, you said, some other industries you serve. Are there similarities or are there peculiarities? Because I would really find it insightful if you could share a good operational, let's say, model for an agency could be X. Do you have something like that?
Yeah, there are certainly similarities. You know, most client service-based businesses manage that journey where they need to collect interest and manage interest, and they have a pre-sales process and then a post-sales delivery process, and then they try to nurture an existing customer base or client base over time to get repeat business. 95% of the companies that are service-based that we deal with have those similarities, which comes with communication, coordination, content, those type of things. And that's very similar. But when it comes to agencies, you know, even within agencies, you all know there's sub verticals like creative agencies versus advertising versus whatever it might be. And what we aim to do is have templates. And so, you know, when you open up Copper and you say, oh, I'm a creative agency, then we spin up a pre-sales pipeline with stages that are based on our experience working with agencies. So we can tell you that these are the stages you go through. And then once you close the sale and the contract is signed, it flips over into a project delivery and you invite the right people into. And so we try to template out the system to handle the different types of verticals and industries that we deal with. But really best practices are, you know, you have some sort of way for customers to contact you, potential clients, whether it's a web form or whether it's, you know, whatever it might be, and they come into your system, you engage with them quickly, you create some series of proposals, or, you know, you're interacting with them, and then you close the business with them, which flips over into some delivery and engagement that you have with them. And then post delivery, you need to collect payment, and you know, ideally you get feedback on how it went so you can better your business. Mm-hmm. And then you drop them into your existing customer nurture, where you can send them newsletters or promotions or whatever it might be to your existing customer base. And so when it comes to agencies, that's sort of the flow that we see works best with Copper.
Makes sense. And I'm just going to ask a very technical question. This might be a bit irrelevant for other people, but I'm just curious, because I did work with a lot of CRM projects in my past. I have worked in media, a form of media, where our contact per company in the prospects was below 1. So it's really incredibly bad. But so ideally, it should be like, I don't know, 4 or 5, because it was a B2B business anyway. But for agencies, because the way they secure new businesses, you start from an inquiry form or something else, a meeting, an event, and off CRM engagement, something like that. But then you go to a pitch. And when you're at the pitch, you're most probably pitching to a room of people, yeah, whom are most probably not present on your CRM at that moment, yeah. And so I would think, as your engagement progresses with your prospective clients, the number of people that are on Copper, let's say, from that client is going up and up and up. Is that so? Because when you get to delivery, you'll get new people from the team that you work with, various people. So do you think this is the right assumption?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you tend to, interact with 1 or 2 people out of the gate that came to you, that are interested, that you're kind of working with. And then that grows over time, and you have the sphere of influence on the client gets bigger. What we try to do, and that's why being integrated into Google Workspace is so key, because you can see when someone is added to a calendar event, or when someone is added as a CC on an email, or added to a document. Copper recognizes that and recognizes the domain of that, and knows it's part of that business. And so we recommend or automatically add that person to the system. So ongoing, that person's part of this client, that they're related to this client, and any communication that happens with them is automatically brought into the system, because it grows, right? Like pre-sales, you have different people interacting, versus project delivery, you have very different people interacting. And so you need to kind of understand who's involved at what point in time. And, a client may have an account manager at one stage versus a project manager at another stage. And Copper needs to be aware of that and make it really easy to understand how that's how the relationship is growing and changing over time.
That's very clever. Another question: is there a right time to switch to a CRM? Because for our audience, 20-30 odd% of our audience is agencies below 10 people. Mm-hmm. Then 60 something percent is between 10 and 49. So that bit, definitely they use CRMs, yeah. But is there a right moment to implement a CRM system? When a spreadsheet is not good enough, or should you start with a CRM right away?
I mean, we get the spectrum where we have folks that are coming to us from a spreadsheet. They're just like outgrown a spreadsheet. And then we get folks that have implemented HubSpot or Salesforce and nobody's using it. And it's just a waste of money, right? And so it really depends on where you're at. I believe that, out of the gate, no matter what size you are, it's important to track the communication and relationship you have with customers, not just the stage of where they're at. And that's where spreadsheets fall apart, right? You don't really see the communication in one place and who's involved. And so, that's why, we try to be on the lower end of price point. So, and then, at the base level, and then as your needs grow over time, you can pay more and make it more sophisticated and customized over time. But we want to provide an entry point for folks that are coming out of spreadsheets to make it just dead simple to set something up out of the box, But I would say, if you're outgrowing your spreadsheet and you feel like it's too hard to manually update, that's a key sort of moment. But also if you're using another system and nobody's logging in, or only the manager's making you, you're just not getting the engagement or insights or organization out of it, then it might be time to look at something else.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about that scenario, because migrating out of a CRM is, I think personally, you might feel different. It's a nightmare, yeah. Because not only because you have to learn the new one, all that. That's one bit. The data coming from one side, okay, you can manage that too. But sometimes people are wedded to ways of working, yeah. And change is always really, really hard on the people that need to change. And they always have buyer's remorse and then melancholy towards the previous system that it was better. Obviously, it wasn't. Doesn't matter. There's like the perceived, let's say, problems of migration. Do you see that? Do you have something special at Copper to make that easier?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem, conceptually, but also in reality, right? It's a lot of work to switch your CRM. We kind of take the approach where, if you're not using it in the first place, no one's logging in and using it, then you're just paying a lot of money for something, and you need to take the time to figure out something that's useful. Especially right now, people are cutting costs and all. You need to find tools that are actually useful and making not just managers and leadership productive, but your on the ground team super productive, right? And so we have a few things. We have a lot of team members that can help migrate. We have team members all day that go in and format your data from whatever system you're using and help you import it. And that can take a couple days to get that up and running. Or because we're again integrated in Google, we go back in history. So you import a file of all your contacts, and based on those domains, we're going to go find all that information from Google Workspace and automatically bring it in, which, we go back X amount of time and just pull it all in. And then out of the box in an hour or so, you can have a fully populated CRM with your recent or your historical interactions and content and all of that. And so we do.
That's incredible.
Yeah. We try to make it smooth for sure to migrate over to us.
Yeah, because the thing is, all service businesses are always, any business is always super busy, yeah? And they don't get out of bed for CRM, let's face it, yeah? So basically, I once read a big design book that said, the best systems are invisible, yeah? So to achieve that, to achieve the nirvana stage of being invisible, being so on the background in the flow of agencies. What do you do to learn from the agency world?
Well, we try to spend as much time with our customers as possible. Like, one of the things we do is we go visit or we sit down on Zoom and really have them map out their process with us. Like, how do you intake customers? How do you engage with them? How do you pitch to them? How do you, contract with them? How do you do it? We try to just go through that end-to-end journey and spend a lot of time with them, understanding them. And then we try to write case studies and use cases and pull out templates and insights from these learnings so that we can make it easier for new clients coming on, new agency clients coming on. So we try to spend a ton of time with these folks, learning and understanding and then using that and building community so they can help others learn as well.
So theoretically, there would be an upside for an agency to go with Copper to learn from other agencies' operational models.
Yeah, we think so. I mean, one of the things we do is, like we said, we're creating templates that are based on, best practices from other agencies. And so when they spin up Copper, they can say, I'm an agency and this is my use case. And then it will recommend a template based on historical, agency performance in Copper. And so we're really trying to leverage, we're not the experts. You guys are the experts. You're all the experts. You know how your businesses work, and every business is different. But how can we take the core learnings of what's worked for folks and flip that into Copper and make it really easy to understand and use? And ultimately, it's about time to value. How can you get value out of any system you're using quickly? And traditionally, CRMs take 6 months to a year to get any value, to get reporting and all of this stuff. And we want to get you value out of the gate, where you know who you need to respond to and where your things are tracking. And so, that's how we think about it.
That's perfect. Well, this has been a great chat. I'm going to ask one last question to you. Do you have anything exciting coming up in 2024?
Yeah, we have a huge roadmap, and we're going to be sharing out a lot more about what we're doing. We're building an inbox where you can track emails, but also text messages and phone calls and calendar events and all of that to help you communicate better. We're building something called Client Spaces, where you'll be able to share, spin up a shared space with your client that tracks files and communications and back and forth tasks on those type of things. And so we have a lot of really great stuff coming, especially for these service client-based businesses like agencies. And so, Copper.com is our website, and check it out. There's a lot of content on there in terms of what's coming. And I'm just Steve at Copper.com. I'm happy to chat with anyone and everyone that will have me. So, so we're super excited about 2024.
Perfect. Fantastic. Well, Steve, this has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and hopefully we'll talk to you some other time as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure.
Our pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So our next speaker for the day is Sam Brown, and he's going to be talking to us about how can agency owners win on LinkedIn. So over to him.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Brown, and I will be talking today about how agency owners can win on LinkedIn. So a little bit about me to start. I am the founder or co-founder of a handful of online businesses, a music agency. I did a wedding marketplace, a venue marketplace, and then during COVID, when my main businesses were all basically shut down, I briefly ran an SEO agency. I began writing on LinkedIn in January of 2022. And in my first year on the platform, I was able to grow my audience to 50,000. I'm nearly at 2 years in now, and my audience right now is 92,000. And I work one-to-one with entrepreneurs who want to grow their audience and generate leads on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is changing. It's been around since the early 2000s. I'm sure everybody in the room has got a LinkedIn, and if you are anything like me, you probably think about it as a pretty boring platform unless you're actively using it right now, in which case you might have a different perspective of it. It's still got a lot of the I am pleased to announce posts, the super boring work updates and stuff, but it is shifting gears. And that really started in 2018. LinkedIn decided to become more of a content platform. They made changes that allowed people to write essentially blog style posts. And it's still early days, but what LinkedIn will allow you to do now is connect with industry leaders, build a steady stream of great clients, and then opportunities like getting invited to speak at industry events, on podcasts, and so on. And so what I'll be speaking about today is exactly how agency owners can use LinkedIn to build their personal brand and, of course, to generate leads. So I'm going to be speaking about half the time about your profile and about half the time about content. So we'll start with the profile. So this is your page on LinkedIn. I'm sure you all have one. And what I'm going to do is walk you through a handful of elements of the profile and my approach with my clients for each one. So we start with the banner. So this section up the very top. And so the way to think about your banner is exactly like you would think about your website. So you want to have your main message up the top and you want people to get instant understanding of what you do. You don't want to be complicating it with a lot of text. You don't want to be telling your whole story. This is just about saying, this is what I do in a nutshell, and ideally moving them further down the page. So an easy approach to this is I help ideal client to outcome that they want. So if you're an SEO agency who works with SaaS brands, I help SaaS brands to rank on Google would be perfectly reasonable, for example. And again, don't overcomplicate it. You can add things like logos and awards for social proof. It's always good to have, if you've been featured in, Forbes, Entrepreneur, etc. Always good to have those logos in there. But as you can see with mine, this is mine right now. I've kept it really simple. You can add a subtitle if you want to. It's optional. I could certainly get away with just my main heading there. I've just added a little bit of a subtitle for context. And the specs for your banner, if you're doing it in Figma or in Canva, 1584 by 396 pixels. So the next thing to be thinking about, and something that's really important, is your headline. So this is on mine, there's 2 lines underneath my name. And as you can see there's quite a bit of detail when you view it on my profile. But when you post or comment, it shows up too. So this is a recent post of mine, and you can see that my headline is here, approximately, let's say 6 or 7 words there. And what you're not getting is the full story. So with that in mind, the first 5 to 6 words really matter the most. And the ideal thing to do is state the outcome that you achieve for your client. So in my case, I've used social proof. I've said I went from 0 to 50,000 LinkedIn followers in 1 year. And so that is to grab attention. If you don't have something, I mean, you certainly could do that if you've generated, let's say 20 million in revenue for your clients, you could say that. But if you don't have a large audience already, you want to be talking about what you do and who you do it for. And talk about the end result rather than how you do it. So again, if I use the SEO example, we've ranked over 65 SaaS brands at #1 in their field. If you can get that down to 5 to 6 words, that's going to grab the attention of your ideal client and get them to click. And then they get to get the full story of your profile when they click through. So you can add in more detail after those first 5 or 6 words. You can see with myself, I've got my social proof there at the beginning. Then I use some emojis to kind of break it up and keep it interesting. I go into more detail, LinkedIn coaching specifically for entrepreneurs. You will grow your audience. You'll generate inbound leads with 0 selling. And then I've got a call to action there as well. They're not going to see any of that until they click through to my profile. So I have to nail it in those first few words. The next section is your featured section. And so this is where you drive prospects to take action. So unlike your banner, these are links. You can actually link straight through to, say, your website, to your newsletter, your lead magnet, and so forth. So in my case, I have got a link here where people can book a call with me. And the alternative, or the other option, is they can download one of my digital products. You can, download your lead magnet. I mentioned newsletter. You might link to your podcast, to your YouTube channel. Be selective about it. you can show 1, 2, or 3 tiles here, images. I find 2 works really well. And I basically do a high ticket and a low ticket. So on mine, you know, booking a call with me is $2,000. My LinkedIn Guide Pack product is $50. So I'm basically trying to hit both ends of my market, essentially. You can see that the artwork is very simple and it's all about that main headline there. And again, I could probably drop those subtitles and not lose a lot of meaning. You want to be thinking about how these look on mobile. So after you've uploaded them, I would recommend looking at your own profile and seeing how it looks and feels on mobile, because you can get a false sense of how easy it is and how attractive it is when you're working in your design program. Actually, in reality, it's very small when you see it for real. And the specs for that one are 1920 by 1080. Okay, so that's your profile. So the other thing I want to talk to you about today is content. And content falls into 4 buckets. So I think of it as pie. And so that is persuasive, inspiring, entertaining, or educational. So starting with persuasive content, and I've put, I think I've got pretty much one of each here. The first one that I've put is persuasive, and I actually just did one of these posts, booked now for December. So persuasive content is where you get paid. This is where you say, here's a case study of a client where I took them from, you know, 100,000 a month to 250,000 a month. Here's exactly how I did it step by step. That's an incredibly powerful way to drive somebody to DM you or click through to your website to work with you. Testimonial from a past client, it might literally be a quote from that client as an image, and then you talk about how great it was working with John Smith and how, you know, John's, you know, again, it's a case study by any other name. You talk about the result that you got for John, and often he or she will chime in the comments if you tag them in the post. And of course, that's huge endorsement. It's like, this is real. They really did have that experience. This one here that I did recently is just a straight up sales pitch where I say, I take 10 clients a month, you know, book now, the price is going up in January. I'm able to do that about 10% of the time. So what I don't do is constantly post saying, you know, book in with me, get in now, don't miss out, because that would burn out my trust with my audience. What I do for 90% of my content is give, share, teach. I do a lot of educational content, which I'll talk about in a minute. And then 1 in 10, I say, by the way, if you want to buy my stuff, here's how you can do it. The next one is inspirational content. And so this can be things like a business success. Maybe you just moved into a new office and it's much bigger than your last one. It can be a major purchase like a home or a luxury vehicle. It can be things like sharing your hobby. If you go away for a weekend of cycling with friends and you get some great photos, share that and talk about, you know, what a great time you had. It can be a family photo. So this is sort of content where people aren't learning anything or being sold to, but they're engaging with you, the human being. It can be financial stuff, but it doesn't have to be. It's essentially showing the person behind the business. That's the way I think of it. And so in my case, this was like a business one. I shared when I had been on Gumroad for maybe a month or 2, and I hit my first $1,000 in passive income from doing that. Okay, educational content. This is kind of the meat and potatoes of LinkedIn. And for agency owners in particular, this is powerful. So what you do is you share how-to content, frequently asked questions, step-by-step guides to do things. And it can feel counterintuitive because you can feel like you're giving away your special sauce and essentially telling clients how to do things. But the irony is the more you tell them exactly what you're going to do for them, the more they will reach out and say, can you please do that for me? I was really impressed. I can't be bothered or don't have the time or don't have the whatever the case to do that thing you just laid out step by step, but I really want you to do it. Some people say, you know, you talk about the what, but not the how. So you show them some stuff, but not other stuff. I guess that's true. I mean, you don't, the fact of the matter is you will all be so skilled at what you do that you don't have to be fearful that people are somehow going to acquire 5 or 10 or 15 years of or more of knowledge from a single social media post. They're just not. They're gonna get the general gist of what you do and probably be dazzled by your thinking and how clever you are with what you're doing. The more you do that, the more people will reach out and say, can I please buy from you? So as I say, it's counterintuitive, but it works. I get the most leads by far when I simply say, this is exactly how to do what I will do with you if you pay me. And then the final bucket or category for content is entertaining content. So this is things on LinkedIn. This is not as big of a focus as something like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Ostensibly, LinkedIn is all about business, and that's all we ever do. But actually, I do approach all of my content with the view that I need to entertain. So even if I'm posting an educational post, say how to write a really good about section on your profile, I'm going to be trying to make people laugh. I'm going to be trying to get them to keep reading, to read to the next line. I often use carousels, which are like ebooks as content. And so there might be 30 or 40 pages of learning that I want to teach with them, that I want to share with them. So in order for that to be fun, to keep them engaged, it can't be dry and like a textbook. It has to be an enjoyable experience. So that's the way I approach entertainment. Generally speaking, content on LinkedIn is not pure entertainment like those other platforms. But that said, you can do things like industry memes can be great for agency people to kind of relate to difficult clients or frustrating scenarios that come up a lot. You can share behind the scenes content. You could share if you're featured on a podcast, that sort of thing. And so, yeah, thank you very much for listening. I work with 10 entrepreneurs each month. If you are an agency owner who would like to learn more about how to succeed on LinkedIn, I would love to hear from you. You can just DM me, or my email is just sam@sambrown.co. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks so much for that, Sam. And now with the last speaker of the day, we will go to Andy West. Andy West is an agency coach at West of Center and a net with many agencies. And he's going to be talking to us about why all agencies should feast at the table of operational principles. Now, but before we go to him, I want to do a very quick recap of the people that we've heard from today. We've heard from Adam Graham, Ben Potter, Robin Baum, Carl Hisman, Freya Mühlenbein, Marcel Petitpas, Christian Banach, Rob Da Costa, Rob Sales, Felix Vedart, Steve Holm, and lastly, Sam Brown. And I'm very, very grateful for everyone who has really contributed to our sessions today. And in a second, we'll go to Andy for his speech, and that will be the last speech of the day. But the Agency Growth Summit will be back tomorrow on the same time, and with another 13 new speakers. So make sure that you come back for that. So if we are ready for Andy, now we'll hear from Andy West about operational principles.
Thank you very much, Barris. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk to you about the importance of operations in scaling an agency. What I'd like to do is to run through just some concepts that I've got based on my experience, both as the managing consultant for West of Center, which is my business today, but these are really built on the 30 plus years that I spent agency side working predominantly for two large high growth agencies, initially Text 100 back in the 90s and 2000s, and then Hotwire from the mid 2000s up until 2.5 years ago. And today I'm an advisor to a portfolio of agencies helping founders grow their business more effectively and looking to drive high performance. And so my contention is that if an army marches on its stomach, then I believe that operational principles, that I believe that agencies should feast on the table of operational principles. This graphic is, as the text says, a timeless reminder that the essential role that food and supplies play in military operations. I think the piece that jumped out for me out of this is that armies, and therefore I think agencies, have to have the necessary resources to sustain themselves and to carry out their missions effectively. And I see enormous parallels between the missions that an army might have and the mission that an agency has got in looking to scale. So that's what I really want to look at today. To start with, I just wanted to point out the obvious, I think, probably to this audience. And that is that the agency business is actually quite simple. We don't suffer from the complexity of the supply chains, distribution hassles, energy cost, and the myriad of pressures that other industries face. In fact, we are a very simple business. It's very straightforward. And really, you can summarize the operating essence of every agency thus. Our purpose in life is to generate fees from clients. From those fees, we have staff costs. When we take away the staff costs from the fees, we have a gross margin. We have some variable operating expenses. And at the end of the day, if we're managing all of that properly, we have net profit. And with that in mind, the way that scaling agencies need to look at how they manage this simple process, I believe is incredibly important. So if it's that simple, why do so many of us find it difficult to grow our business? Well, when I was thinking about this, I came up with a very simple answer. And that is because unlike most other businesses, which might produce, I don't know, goods, widgets, whatever it might be, our product is our people. What we sell is time. And as we all know, people we come in many forms, and managing people is probably one of the biggest challenges, arguably, that we have when we are looking to scale and grow our agencies. It is the complicating factor in our business. I don't know about anyone out there, but I went into PR back in the late 80s, not because I wanted to get involved in finance or accounting or process or IT. I went in because I was creative. I loved writing. I loved communicating, and all of that other management stuff really wasn't the reason I came into the business. But I realized very soon on that the only way to progress, the only way to contribute to the growth of the agencies that I was part of, was to actually lean into, embrace, and understand the operational principles that come with growing an agency, recognizing that the people that we work with, the people that surround us, the people that we are talented, we're ambitious, we're creative, we're rational. But also there's the other side of that. We're emotional, we're passionate, we're irrational. So we have to bake this into our thinking when we're looking at how we build an agency and what operational principles we should be adopting. Now, this is something I hear very often. Process is for mid to large agencies. It's not for me. And I recently attended an event where Rachel Bell, who is a serial entrepreneur, she's founded 5 agencies, among them Mischief, Shine, John Doe, all of which are hugely successful, all of which scaled very quickly. This is a person who has got enormous experience in what it takes to scale an agency. So I listened to what she had to say with keen interest. And to paraphrase her advice, she talked about the 3 stages of agency development. The early stage, when 1, 2, or 3 founders come together, and it is their passion, it's their excitement, it's their expertise that matters. And all too often, it's that which they focus in on. The second phase, when you're scaling, you get to 10 to 15 people in your agency. As founders, you're sucked into the day-to-day, and it becomes really, really hard work. And we see quite a lot of burnout. and the tipping point between being able to move from a 10 to 15 person agency to a 30 to 50 person agency is, it can be significant. So Rachel's advice was this: it's never too early to get him to put in place systems and process and run your business with operational disciplines. So taking that, what I now have put forward is that every agency has got passion, it's got purpose, it's got expertise. And at whatever stage you're at, if you then embed the process and the planning, then you've got the pathway to growth. Those are, for me, some of the key ingredients in the way that an agency can grow. So how do you actually do that? And from an agency perspective, what developments are we seeing in the marketplace that you need to be taking account of? Well, first of all, let's take those first steps. And in many cases, one of the first things that we advise agencies to do, even at a small level, is bring in a bookkeeper. None of us like the paperwork involved in managing cash, in managing expenses, in doing the invoicing, and there are some very, very good bookkeepers out there in the market who can help with the operational running of a business, even at these very earliest stages. I also find that many businesses seem to run all of their processes and operations using Excel. And what I've come to realize is I've actually run now my own business. I'm a one-man band. West of Centre is just me, but I've decided that I would invest in Xero. I would invest in CRM, which I'll come to, because it helps me grow my business, even as a one-man band. So Excel is not the answer to everything. I think what agencies need to look at is, from the get-go, what systems do you need in order to give you the information that you need to enable you to make decisions and grow your business? One very quick example: when I joined Hotwire back in 2008, it had just been sold. It was sold at the height of the market. It was sold to an Australian firm, and the founders, Kristin and Anthony, had founded the business 7 years previously. I won't divulge what it was sold for, but it was a significant sum. One of the reasons why, after just 7 years, Hotwire was able to get top dollar for its business is because from day one, Kristin and Anthony put in place the systems and processes, including finance. Anthony was actually the finance director from day one. They put in place the finance, they put in place a CRM system, and they ran the business from day one with the discipline and the process that built value over time. And that paid off in a very short space of time, 7 years, 8 years, and they managed to sell the business for a premium. So that's, I think, a really good example why putting systems and process in place from the early days, particularly if you're going into business with an ambition to ultimately exit in a 7, 10, 15-year period, start from day one thinking about your exit. Then I think after that, in terms of how do you actually grow, this is where putting in place, I think, a CRM is extremely important. Rather than relying on Excel to drive and monitor all of your new business activity, don't be shy of CRM. Look at some of the products out there. I personally use HubSpot, but I've used Copper, I've used Salesforce, we've seen Zoho, I've seen Pipedrive. It's never too early to invest in these systems to help you drive a coordinated and disciplined new business approach. And that then brings me on to what you're selling, which is time. And there is a huge debate about, do you use timesheets or not, which I'm not going to go into. But I will reference once again Rachel Bell's advice, which is, as an agency, we have to know how much time have we sold and how much time is left unsold. And the only way really to do that is by timesheets. You can do it by gut feel. But if you are wanting to maximize the productivity, look at the profitability, but more importantly, manage your resources well so that you're not overstretching your team, then putting in a timesheet system is really important. Now, that doesn't mean to say that you're going to be billing on a time-based principle. You can still bill based on value. I'm not going to get in the debate, but value-based pricing is definitely the direction in which the agency world is moving in. So put in place the growth backbone early on in order to ensure that you've got the systems and the insights into how your business is performing in order to help you scale. Okay, so that brings me on to AI. And any discussion around the systems and the way in which an agency is going to be managed in the future has to look at what's happening in the world of AI. Now, disclaimer here, I am not an expert in AI. I'm learning this as fast as I'm sure everybody else is out there, but I am a voracious reader. I am leaning into those who are experts. But when we look at the fact that actually, some people have said that AI is actually, more significant than the introduction of the printing press. That's for debate. But what is undoubted is it's going to have a profound effect in the way that we run our agencies. It's going to have a profound effect on our industry. So I think what I'd like to do is I will share with you an excellent book. This is not actually the way the book looks. I've, as you can probably guess, I've been using an AI image generator throughout this presentation. But the book I want to bring to your attention is Future Proof Edition 6. It was literally published a couple of days ago. It's edited by Stephen Waddington, who I'm sure many of you will know. Stephen is a prodigious writer. He is an expert in all things public relations, and he gives back a huge amount to the industry by way of sharing knowledge. And he's brought together a crowd of experts that have put together an overview of where AI is today. And when you consider that just in the last time it was measured, there's something like 5,800 tools that have got the potential to be applied to public relations practice. Now, I'm not going to go into the questions of whether or not we're going to lose our jobs. I don't think that's the purpose of this. What I want to do is very quickly touch upon some of the ways in which you need to be thinking about AI when you start looking at your operational principles for 2024. So where is AI going to revolutionize the agency business? Well, these are just 6 areas. Creativity. We all know that there is both, content generative AI gives us the ability now to quickly create the written word, imagery, video. Everything now is possible using AI tools. Content creation is becoming faster and faster. And of course, we have the debate about what that is going to do, how clients are going to view that. But AI is also being used from an operational perspective, monitoring and reporting, analytics, planning, research. There are so many AI productivity tools that are coming to market that are becoming simpler and simpler, that I think it's going to have an enormous effect on the way that we operate as agencies. And as agencies look to scale in the future, it's going to become more and more important that you have the knowledge and you've done the research and you are prepared for the impact that AI is going to have. And indeed, competitive advantage is going to be handed to those that lean into this, those that invest in AI, those that are prepared for the risks and implications and understand the ethics of using AI, and also have got the technical ability to develop customized PR AI tools for your agency. At the moment, this is very limited, I think, to the larger firms in our industry, but I see no reason why those ambitious smaller firms can't lean into the technical expertise needed to be able to program an open large language model so that it develops content and understands the way you do business, serves up information to your universe in a way that is tailored to your agency. So that is an area where I think efficiencies, productivity, consistency is really going to drive the way that we manage our agencies moving forward. So in summary, I would say don't be afraid of process. Lean into operational discipline as early as you can. It's never too early to start. I don't think process is the enemy of agility or of creativity. I think process and creativity, process and agility, they go arm in arm. In fact, I would argue that if you've got good process, if you are using tools wisely, they will save you time and that will free up the time you need and you enjoy in order to apply the reason why you went into business in the first place, which is to be creative, to communicate. Investing in systems will make your life easier. There are a plethora of systems out there today, and I encourage everybody to look into them, particularly those in AI productivity. So you need to plan for your AI stack. You need to be aware of some of the dangers around security, confidentiality, data privacy. There's a lot of reasons why you need to be very familiar with all of this. Beware of the shiny objects, but don't be afraid to dive in, get involved, and look to how you can use AI to help you scale your business in 2024 and beyond. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody for their time. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Andy. Thank you for coming on the show. And with that, we also close day one. It has been 5 hours and 47 minutes. I'm looking at the backstage timer of this. This has been a very, very long day for all of us. Thank you so much for coming and listening to us. But do come back tomorrow at the same time as well. That's noon New York time and 5 p.m. UK time, London time. We're looking forward to hosting you again for another long day of 14 speakers and lots of insights coming your way. So until then, I thank you so much for coming and being with us, spending time with us this Thursday, but we also want your Friday. Yeah. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Goodbye.